All right. So I don't know how I got the honor here to start this off, but here I am.
There.
Just opening it up.
Okay.
So I guess the first thing I want to say is that Meir Abehsera was extremely, I guess, influential in my life. I definitely think from the age of like 16, he was like my main dream, 17 maybe. And throughout my years, once I kind of went from more, I guess we always were very connected to all the Abehseras. We grew up living next to Charles and Melissa, and whatever, all the homies that are on the chat over here. But Meir was like, it was a real present to always see him. He was living in Los Angeles when I was growing up, but I didn't really get the whole vibe. But then later when he moved back, we reconnected. And at that time I was becoming Chabad. We were like Sephardic, Hasidically influenced, but I wasn't fully I didn't fully take the pill. The blue pill, the red pill, who knows what it is. I don't think it's fully digested yet either, anyway. But the point is that I remember when he came over my house one time, and I was just starting to play music, play guitar. And I also, at the same time as I was improving on my guitar skills, so I was playing him songs, like I was playing him. I remember I'm playing the Beatles. I played him the song "Nothing's Gonna Change My World." I remember specifically that song I played him. I don't know if you guys, or no, it's called "Across the Universe." I'm not gonna play it now, but he told me, oh, you're very talented or whatever. So I said, I'm going to go to yeshiva, Chabad yeshiva, which was around the corner from me. There was a place called Or El Hanan. But I said, I was a pretty colorful kid, especially growing up around the Sephardi circles. But so I said, like, I said, I want to fully, like, involve myself, fully engage in learning and everything. But how can I do that without losing myself completely? So I remember he told me, whatever yeshiva you go to, always make sure to bring your guitar and bring a journal. Write every single day. Write music. Write about your day. Write about what you learned. The Kachava, every single place that I went, I always had a guitar and I always had a journal. And I definitely think it saved my life in many ways. It didn't save my life. It saved my individuality, I guess, my independence. I think also it created room for a lot of things to happen later in life, where I was like, let's say I started speaking every week in a shul, I remember, in Crown Heights, and that was one of the reasons I moved to Crown Heights. So I'm sure everybody has a story, but that's my story that's connected to Meir and my personal journey with music, which has not really unfolded so much yet. As you can see, I'm not really famous or anything, but I did make a song that was very inspired by Meir, and it was the first song that I put out. I'll be putting out more music soon. I actually have a song called "The Possible Man," which is like literally directly about Meir, but I haven't played it in a long time, and I just remembered before we started that I have that song. So I'm going to play a song called "Flight of the Deer," because Meir used to speak a lot about the deer in Shir Hashirim and how it's compared to the Jewish people. One of the reasons that I read, he just used to, from him, I used to remember him just saying how beautiful that is, and how I remember he used to say how the tzaddik is compared to the deer, which means that the deer in a certain level is like even a higher level. than the tzaddik. So in other words, there's some level of grace that can't be found anywhere in the world in the deer that is mentioned in Shir Hashirim. But from what I remember reading, the deer, the reason the Jewish people are compared to the deer is because when the deer runs away from her enemy, she looks behind her to see who she's being chased by. So the Chazal explained the Jewish people are the same way, because as we run, as we're in a place of running, which is ratzoi, which in Kabbalah that means a person's getting very inspired, getting very deep into themselves. So our head is always turned around, looking behind us to see how we can implement it in the world. In other words, we never consider our inspiration and our running as an end to itself. It's always there's always a factor of how can I bring the oiros, the lights, into kalim, into vessels. And that's the idea of the deer as she's running, looking backwards. So that's my piece, and I made this song called Flight of the Deer. It's on Spotify and YouTube. Can everyone hear me okay? Or Chaya? You can go like that. I can't hear you. All right. And I can see my beloved's eyes, but the rest of us covered in dirt. Oh, one-eyed cat, trying to catch her in the rain. And it's the flight of the deer, it's the flight of the gazelle. No matter how much you know, there's always a well. Flight of the deer, it's the flight of the gazelle. Whichever direction you go, there's always a way. Oh, 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 and look, and rising up from the desert, it's my beloved, and she's attached to me. Oh, behold, you alone me under the apple tree. Oh, and if you promised all the best and the treasure and the glory of his home, for our love, I would scorn it all away. And it's the flight of the deer, it's the flight of the gazelle. No matter how much you know, there's always a well. Flight of the deer, it's the flight of the gazelle. Whichever direction you go, there's always a way. Oh, 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 Chaim, shkoyach.
Wow, I have goosebumps, Josh.
Point of the morning. Huh?
I have goosebumps. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
That was amazing, Josh. Good job.
Wow.
Shkoyach.
Yeah. So uplifting.
Thanks, guys.
And, yeah, really.
Wow. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I love everybody on this chat, by the way.
Incredible. So I just want to acknowledge there are so many beautiful people here from around the world, and every one of us has such a rich history and connection with Rebbe Meir and Claude, and everybody truly has so much to share. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge this collective wealth that we in this virtual room have. And some of it will get to mind today, not all of it for sure, but I hope it'll be a continuing conversation, a continuing celebration. And I think I speak for all of us when I acknowledge Esther, Claude, and express infinite gratitude for the home that you created and that you opened up and that you extended to all of us and all the people who haven't even met you and Rebbe Meir yet. And it makes me think of the story of the Speller Zaidi. He was a particularly vibrant person, and people would ask him, how is he so excited and how does he have so much warmth? And the answer he would give is that when he was a little child, the Baal Shem Tov put his hand on his heart. And he said, I still feel that warmth until this day. So I think I speak in the name of all of us when I tell you, Claude, that you and Rebbe Meir have touched our hearts and we feel that warmth until this day. And that spiritual imprint, that warmth is something that we now imprint upon others. So infinite gratitude. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to have also all the siblings and other family members on the call, all these dear friends, this incredible tribe. And again, we're going to open up the floor later on. We want you to participate and share. And in the meantime, we're just going to facilitate a little conversation. We'll bring Chaki on, we'll bring Reb Simcha on, share some ideas. We'll have some art, some more music. And then, like I said, we'll open up the floor and have everybody's participation. So thank you again for being here. And Reb Simcha, want to introduce yourself?
Hi. So many faces and names that I love so dearly. I'm Simcha Gottlieb. I knew Meir like forever. We first met, I think, in the summer of '69, when nobody was anywhere in anything, in Binghamton, New York, on what we used to call Brown Rice Road. Maybe when Yerachmiel comes on, Yerachmiel Tillis, who was my partner in the restaurant, Belly of the Whale, and was there with us in those first days with Meir when he first moved to Binghamton, a few months after we met him. Those were very special days. And, I had something in mind to say. There's always something that comes before there's something they had in mind to say. But when Joshua was talking about how Meir pushed a guitar, make sure that he took his guitar and his journal with him, etc., it just reminded me of all the times that Meir would push all of us and used to push me in different directions and what have you, particularly with regard to music and playing guitar and writing songs and like that. There was one Malava Malka in Meir's house where he just made me get up and play this song. I also played, actually, didn't really want to do that either, at Dina's wedding. But the quintessential moment that brings to mind is when we were in Meir's house one time in Flatbush, and Bob Dylan was there, and Meir thrust the guitar into my hand and said, "Play Bob your songs." And I was like, the last thing in the world that I wanted to do was play my songs for Bob Dylan. Meir insisted, and what happened. It was not what? I played a couple of songs and Bob turned to me and he said, "What else you got?" Ronnie loves that story. Ronnie I assume Ronnie Vance is still here. Anyway, I wanted to share one story that actually has a couple of flashback stories associated with it. But this is a story from one of Meir's, either his first Yechidus with the Rebbe, or maybe it was the second. I think it was the first Yechidus. It was during the time Meir had just published the book Cooking for Life. Actually, when we first met Meir, he was writing that book, and when it was published, he had Yechidus with the Rebbe. And in Cooking for Life, there were little epigraphs in front of each chapter, and some of those epigraphs were from sources that were a little bit, let's just say, questionable. The Essene Gospel of this, and Yoshke that, and what have you. And the Rebbe told him that he should republish the book and take all those names, all those quotations out. Which of course Meir did. The book subsequently came out as Cooking with Care and Purpose. Cooking for Life was no longer, although we have one on our shelves. But the interesting thing about that was what the Rebbe said to him, and it's reflective not only of the Rebbe but of Meir. Why did he tell him to take the names out? It wasn't because this is treif and you got to get it out of your book. He said like this. He says, this soul, this neshama, has for 2,000 years been languishing the lowest level of Gehenna. And he's trying to do tshuva, and he's trying to fight his way up and out of the pit that he had dug for himself. And every time somebody mentions his name, in as much as his name had so much negativity, so much violence, so much terrible, horrific things have been perpetrated in his name, every time somebody mentions his name, he gets another clap and he gets sent right back down to the bottom of Gehenna again. So the Rebbe said, have Rahmanis on him, have mercy on him. The guy wants to do tshuva, leave him alone. So this is, I mean, I've told that story many times, and every time I tell that story, it's like you want to say, that's so the Rebbe. That is the Rebbe. To be Melamed Schus, to be absolutely non-judgmental to the point of just caring for the other person, even though the person may not be meriting that level of care, what have you. But what's interesting about that to me is that he said that to Meir. You know, when the Rebbe says something to an individual, it's because that individual resonates with what he's saying. And Meir, it not only epitomizes the Rebbe, but it epitomizes Meir. And I'll tell you one example of that. When the Abehseras were living, not in Binghamton, but in the next town over in Endwell, when they first arrived in Binghamton, that was the time when Meir himself, Meir and Esther, were first beginning to become religious. They were, when we first met him, he was, you know, we knew about his illustrious forebears and we knew about his background. But ever since, I guess, they moved from Morocco to Strasbourg and then to Paris, and certainly when he came to America, religion wasn't such Yiddishkeit was not such a major factor in his life. But at this point, 1971, he was starting to get back into it. We used to go, Yerachmiel Tillis and I used to go to Michelle and Claude's house for Friday night dinner. And eventually, Michelle and Claude's Friday night dinner started to become Shabbos and Kiddush at Meir and Esther's. In the beginning, it was a little dicey because even though Meir would like put on his Moroccan jalaba and his pointy slippers and make Kiddush and like that, and we would have a meal. But then we would sit around and watch the basketball game after dinner or something, you know, and eventually it became 100%. But at one of those junctures when it was just about getting to be 100%, and we hadn't actually been there for a while because we opened the restaurant, Belly of the Whale, and Friday nights we were open, we were busy, but so it had been probably a few months since we had been there Friday night. And for whatever reason, we came there Friday night, maybe it was just me because maybe Yerachmiel stayed in the restaurant. I don't remember, but I was there. I walked in, and it was a much more religious atmosphere than we had been accustomed to. We walked in, and there were candles on the table. And the very first thing I did when we walked into the house was light a cigarette on the Shabbos candles. Nobody said anything. Meir did not bat an eye. He did not get on my case. He did not express any shock. It wasn't until months later that I realized what a faux pas. You call it a faux pas, I call it an avera, whatever it was. It was a faux pas because I had no idea what I was doing. It wasn't, Meir would not embarrass anybody. Meir would not get on anybody's case. He certainly wouldn't criticize me or jump out, jump out of his skin at something so egregious as that. He was always non-judgmental. He was always generous. He was always seeing the best in people. That thing that he told me that the Rebbe saw even about this neshama languishing for 2,000 years in the bottom of Gehenna, it epitomized also Meir's grace and love and non-judgmental and his commitment to lifting people up, even if it takes a while before they get the message. So there's more to that story. There's more to some of the stories behind that, but let's keep it short.
Wow.
That's a first share.
I had never, ever heard that story. That's absolutely incredible. And it's such a great opening because I think one of the things we're here to do today is to bring together the man who many of us were very fortunate to know. And when I say the man, I also mean the family, and the book and the film that hasn't come to fruition yet, and everything in between, kind of bring that together. And what you're describing seems to be one of the essential pieces of the amazing medicine and the amazing music that Rebbe Meir was in the world. And I'm curious if we could talk more about that. I know you're a holistic practitioner, you're an acupuncturist and scholar, and I would love to talk more about what are some of those features of the unique medicine that really was his person you know, he was the medicine. And I think just look around what's going on in the world today, the riots that are happening, the pandemic, we're really being called on to be the medicine for each other. And I think that that's what Rebbe Meir gifted us with was, you know, he empowered us to become the medicine. So what I'd love to hear just your take on, you know, what was the magic?
Very quickly, the first thing that comes to mind, aside from the fact that Meir was a master nutritionist and he always was, you know, people came in for consultations, coming up. People would come to the house always for consultations. It was a long period of time in Flatbush when I was in the house just about every day. We were working on The Possible Man. In its early days, I was the editor for a while. There were many editors that came after me. But I was there. I would be there when people would come into the house. Most of them were paid consultations, but very often Meir did not differentiate whether somebody was a paying client or just somebody who dropped in and help. He would go into his office and he would work with the person, be the medicine, as you said, Orchaya, and inevitably, whatever was happening behind those doors privately with that patient, friend, mushpa, whatever you're going to call it, you would hear laughter behind the doors, and the person would come out grinning ear to ear and laughing, and I got that, and Meir, then subsequently I would express my surprise about that, and Meir said, "That's what medicine is. Leave them laughing, make them laugh, and leave them laughing." And he would just, with humor, and with spontaneity, and with this devil-may-care, you know, with his own inimitable laugh. I can still hear. I can still do his laugh. Someone wants me to do his laugh. It would be. That was Meir's laugh.
That was one of them. That was one of the laughs.
And he would, you know, it was infectious, and he would just get to the heart of where the person had no problems whatsoever, because the ultimate health and the ultimate well-being and the ultimate simcha, joy, laughter would just burst out of anybody that he was talking to in that kind of a context. It was never about, I'm healing you from your sickness. That was not the medicine. The medicine was love, joy, laughter.
Wow. And Simcha, you actually mentioned to me something else that I didn't know, that the first yichidus with the Rebbe, can you tell us more about that? That also involved laughter.
Oh my God. Meir told the story quite a few times. In his first yichidus, he was, first of all, he was, you know, yichidus was usually 3, 4, 5 minutes maximum. You know, and Rabbi Gorner would knock on the door and come in and pull everybody out. Rabbi Gorner, all of a shalom. And the neshama should have an aliyah just from the mention of his name. Meir was in there for a full hour, and he told the story of what was happening. Basically, he says, I don't know what got into me. I don't know how I got there, what got into me, but I was explaining to the Rebbe how Bereshis happened, how Hashem created the world. He was going through the 6 days of creation, and this, you know, like this, and explaining it to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe was just like laughing nonstop. And Meir was like, well, if he's laughing, I'm going to continue telling me the story. And just like for an hour, he's telling the Rebbe how Bereshis happened, how the world was created. And he made the Rebbe laugh. So, you know, the Whistler, you know, I hardly even thought of Meir as the Whistler. Everybody called him the Whistler. To me, he was a friend. He was a father. He was an employer. And he was a hard taskmaster in many regards. You know, he pushed me into, you know, I probably, whatever I am today, I definitely would not have been if it weren't for Meir pushing me to be whatever I am today, or whatever I will be tomorrow, for that matter, because he's still pushing. But that was Meir. He was the Rebbe's clown. He was the Rebbe's joke. He was the court jester, you know. And
Wow.
And he's still making the Rebbe laugh, I'm sure, wherever they are.
Wow. Chaki, is this something you can speak to? Tell us about that humor and how it showed up. Can you unmute yourself? I don't see you on my screen.
Testing. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you do. Simcha, that was great. Thank you so much. That was amazing. What was your question?
We were talking about the humor. Simcha was saying how your father made the Rebbe laugh and is probably still making him laugh. We're talking about how this was a major part of his medicine. So from your perspective, I'm sure you saw that in motion all the time. Any memories or things you can share with us about the jokester that he was?
Yes, I have to say, my father is kind of, we know my father, and he's so sweet, and he's silly, and he's an incredible dancer, and he's the whistler, and he's all this. There is. I always felt this as a child, even stronger, like more and more now. That I feel like I didn't really know my father. There was always this, like, who is this man? There's something going on that I'm not getting, and I like it. I mean, I personally like mystery, so, I prefer not knowing everything about somebody. And with him, and my mother is very much like that as well. She's on this call as, I think, Itai Zohar, in case you guys are looking for her. That's my brother-in-law's name. I feel like so he had this mystery, and I think what I get from his laughter and his craziness is kind of like, just learning something about on Shavuot, that the beauty of, or the thing of Shavuot is not necessarily or only that we're receiving the Torah, because we always have that. The Torah's always, we could always learn it, and it's that we're getting it from Hashem. So there's this intense kedusha that's happening, that we're kind of like being, it's going inside of us, and we say that, it should be with joy and internally. I feel like my father, the way, and that's what he did for the possible man. I think that this whole thing of Shtut Kedusha, what he was doing was kind of jumping into characters to dodge out the, like the klipa, or the other side, or whatever you want to call it, so that he could get to the place he'd like to get to. So would you? Could you? Your children are delicious and loud. So I created these. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. Good. Okay, I feel like and it seems like, I mean, it's in the book, but you see, he jumps into these characters where it's almost like the Yetzer Hara, whatever you want to call it, it gets exhausted by him. He doesn't even. He's a dog now. It's like, what? I a dog, and then I'm a that, and then being silly. I mean, when you kind of like make fun of yourself, I mean, nobody has a hold of you. Like, I guess that's what humility is. So him being at the Farbrengens, and when the Rebbe would walk out, I think it was usually when he walked out, my father would kind of like run. The Rebbe would leave, and then he would run further ahead so you could see the Rebbe from another angle. So you saw him like times in his exit. The Rebbe, my father, like, what are you doing? Like, what's going on over here? He wanted to see the Rebbe again. He was mad for the Rebbe, and I think his humor got him to, like he says, he was able to, I forgot the term that he uses, I'm sure everybody on here could help out with this, but he was able to take these gems and transport it. Like, he was able to take the Kedusha and send it, and like he said, like buckets, throw it onto the people because of that giggly guy. Because my father, actually, there were moments, I mean, you see him, he's very intense. It's like a whole other man. And then it's, as soon as like, oh, daddy, and then he's just cute and like light, and then there were moments where there were a few moments in my life where I had a very important question, and I didn't do that often. I should have, whatever, everybody thinks that later on. But there were moments where I had something, and I asked him that question, and you saw he completely, like, it's like he zoned it, and he gave this answer that was, it's like, it was shocking, so he could reach those places. But in general, I guess that might be one of the big things about being humble. This whole thing of humility is, nobody can, the other side can't get a hold of you. So he was a court jester.
Wow, Haki, that's incredible. You really helped me put something into perspective just now. I don't know if I ever shared this with you, but my first adult conversation with your father, because, our parents are really good friends, and we'd have Shabbats and Lavamalkas, but I was just a child in the shadows, definitely enjoying every bit of it, but I didn't have a personal relationship with him. But when I went off to seminary, my father had given me the book, The Possible Man. He was like, oh, this is for you. So I went to seminary in Australia, and I read it about 7 times. And I had my one or two close friends that it was our Bible. We would just pour over it. It just made everything come alive. So I came back to Crown Heights, and one good afternoon on Kingston Avenue at the corner of Raskin's Fruit Store, corner of President Street, I see your father. I walk up to him and I tell him, oh my God, I read your book like 7 times, but I can't, it's so elusive. I just can't get it. I don't get it. So he was so excited and he said to me, you got it, you got it. And I was like, really? I've just told you that I don't get it. He says, you got it. I put the Rebbe on every page and you cannot grasp him. Chaki, you're mute. But when you were speaking just now and you're talking about this shape-shifting and all these characters that he would morph into, whether in his writing or in his impersonations or in his interactions with people, he was constantly shape-shifting. And you just crystallized that for me, that what he said about the Rebbe is also true about him, that you never could grasp him. You couldn't lock him down. He wasn't the poet or the healer. And later he became a musician, a composer. I mean, the list is endless of all the different, cloaks and characters that he took on. But you really, just hearing that from you was so beautiful and really just makes me appreciate that humility. And that was certainly part of the medicine. So I'm wondering if this would be a good time where you could just share some of the music with us and maybe a little bit about how he suddenly shapeshifted from, a writer, speaker, healer, activist, and how did he become a filmmaker?
Wow, that's a big question. The short answer is all for the love of the Rebbe. So he's an artist, my father. Anything he touched, he reached always the heights of that, whatever that thing was. So, I mean, I only found out in the last years of his life on Earth, that he worked in a conversation with my mother speaking about fashion, something that I appreciate very much. And my mother's family comes from that world as well. And we were speaking about that. My father was at his desk and I said, my favorite designer is Yves Saint Laurent. And my mother's like, yeah, my father says, he's so sweet. I'm like, what do you mean he's so sweet? I'm talking about the designer, Yves Saint Laurent. I said, yeah, I know. He's very sweet. I said, Daddy, no, the fashion designer, the big Yves Saint Laurent. I said, Chaki, I know. He's my friend. He's your friend? He said he worked with Yves Saint Laurent. He was designing gowns, gowns for Yves Saint Laurent. So this is and then I confirmed it with one of my uncles. I said, Henry, did you? This is later on. This is only recently. I said, my father told me about this. He said, yeah, I used to bring him lunch at Dior, the house of Dior, when he was designing for Dior. It's just so
You just took the shape-shifting to a whole other level.
He was just
not expecting.
There's something about my father that was he was really, it's a blessing. That's why I say that I don't, and I feel this is an important thing. And I'm looking at everybody over here. I mean, it's so beautiful to see all these faces, and I really wish this could be like a 12-hour thing. We could all speak. It's amazing. I'm looking at Seth. I'm looking at Tillis. Everybody here. This is Daniel Kaufman. It's just amazing people here. I would love to go through at some point. But my father was like this. My thoughts escaping me, and I know it's like the other side trying to. I should do something stupid right now to watch that out. But no, he's. My father was not, and it's a great thing. My father was not. He didn't. I don't know how to say this correctly because I'm not a parent and I don't really understand that but he was not. It wasn't like he was our father, like ours first, and then my father loved and was connected to everybody. And the reason why I believe everybody feels like a friend, and truly are friends. They are a true friend. Joshua Ingles, everybody that's on the screen, if you felt like you were connected to my father, it was an intense, true relationship. And it's an unusual thing. I know that it's for sure I could say, here we have amazing Schwartzy. She's like hi, how are you? That's what, he's one of those warriors as well. But there are certain people that have just heart or whatever it is, it's just so massive. It's so, whatever it is that they're doing, I don't know if it's a heart or if it's a soul. My father had that thing where he was just beyond, I can't, Mercury, he's everywhere. He's everybody's. And then at the same time, he's not ours at all. And that's what, again, that's what I loved about him, is that it was more like he was Hashem's man. And then I should say this, actually, sorry to take time, but just one more thing I think that's important. Yaakov Shalman, so he's, married to the Schwartzes. He told me he wondered why he didn't get, because he saw my father's talks once or a few times, and he never understood my father. He would hear it and say, like, I don't understand what's the big deal, like why is everybody so excited? I don't even understand what this guy is saying. So he asked Shlomo Schwartz, and I don't use the words, forgive me if I'm not saying Olav Shalom, but my father, they're here for me, so I don't do Olav Shalom thing. They're more Shalom than we could ever care for want. So he said, what is the big thing about him? And Shlomo said to him, he said, I'll tell you what the thing is about Meir. He said, Meir was meant to be he was a leader. He was a leader. The Rebbe's, the leader. Meir was a leader, meant to be a leader. For a leader to decide to be the buffoon or to be the servant or whatever of a leader, this is the greatness of Meir. So when you look at it like that, then it's like, okay, well, who is this man? We have no idea, but he definitely is in the book, because even in his writings, there are moments that are a little bit freaky, where he speaks of the righteous and how the righteous right as opposed to the fakes. And then he goes back to saying, because I don't know if he used the word righteous, because when we write, like suddenly he goes from the righteous ones, when we write, we're writing in a certain way. So he's kind of like saying where he's including himself. There's some things in the book when you look, the more you read, you're like, well, what's going on over here? He's more and more present. Anyway, I want to pass it on to you.
I would look forward to going into more in depth with that, Chaki, and to have you pointing those things out. Incredible. So can you share some of the music with us?
I have to find that. We
Yes, we can just dish over to Menachem, our token Professor Shlemiel, who's going to do a little bit of reading with us, while Mayan, Ora, Gazlan, Russell is going to inspire us with some live art. So maybe Perry, you can spotlight on Mayan while Chaki finds the music.
Sure. And I'll also talk about myself a little bit. I'm going to post right here in the links. I have a bunch of links a bunch of blog posts I have on Shlemiel theory on Meir. I wrote 6 of them. And I'm a professor of Jewish studies, and I run an IT company. But I spent a lot of great time with Meir and his home, and I give great thanks to his family. The time I spent in Israel and in Brooklyn with them has transformed my life. And I have Simcha Gottlieb and my uncle Zev. I don't know if Zev is on the call, who are major mentors for me as well, who were very close with Meir and introduced me to Meir. Okay, so I chose passage to read here on dance. There's a few different things, but I really love this passage. It's very well written and very interesting. He has me dance in moments, all that I have learned in a lifetime. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, start here. For that I dress in black and white, attire myself in light and darkness, to resemble a letter of the alphabet. One by one, I dance out all the letters, then reverse their sequence, and follow that with a verse. For a melancholy bystander, I write page after page of holy text with my feet, not stopping until blood reddens his cheeks. He takes a liking to reading my dance and asks for more than I can afford to give. But then I try to signal that I have to pause. He is too absorbed to notice. I fear that I cannot satisfy him, for my breath is short and my legs fatigued. I begin to slow the pace. Suddenly, he takes charge of the dance. Now I am his puppet. He maneuvers me like a bouncing ball. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Yet here I am building up speed, trapped by my own will to please. He has me dance in moments, all that I have learned in a lifetime. I dance out thoughts and emotions, combine water with fire, and tie together heaven and earth. He comes near me, clapping hands and jerking to the beat of my unconventional interpretation of a scriptural verse. His lack of rhythm throws me so off balance that I have to constantly change my pace to cover for his awkwardness. A sudden surge of joy brims over his pathetic countenance, revealing a hint of dementia. I grasp his hands, and together we compose holy patterns that swallow his affliction until he begins to look like himself again. It will take another hour at least to succeed in suffusing him with enough happiness to last him for one exile. But my lungs are burning and my knees are weak. He senses my weariness, pulls my head to rest against his shoulder, and we twirl. So fast, we form one body. I am only mind. My feet no longer touch the ground. And the music grows louder as we play that old Jewish game of being caught and freed at the same time. The world has yet to discover a more powerful expression of freedom than Jewish dance. It is a dance that frees both the dancer and the onlooker. It is also a powerful cure. The sense of emergency lends it a very special character. Such a dance was not called for in the past, when it was considered a significant achievement to have a positive influence on one person in a crowd of 100. Now that life within seems to be disintegrating, saving one life is tantamount to denying it to the other 99. Now we have to rouse the multitudes to dance. We must open up a new configuration of intellect. We must ignite fires in dead hearts with dancing thoughts. Jewish dance is known for its power to unite even enemies. In the meantime, intelligence won't be wasted. On the contrary, it will only gain by going out into the streets. It will wear street clothes. It will come dressed as a harlequin to prepare the people for the coming festivity. The colors of its costume will entertain the wrecked senses of the perplexed. It will amuse them with bright flags before flipping them over to reveal the basic black and white of unequivocal truth. I'm going to read another passage here about a child's nature, which is very beautiful. Meir loved small things. He loved children. What he says here is very beautiful. I address myself to the adult with the wish that at the same time I will strike a chord with the child who dwells within the adult. The child's nature is to want to be taken by the fable. Though he knows you are keeping a moral or a lesson at the end, but to keep his attention, you must be sure the story's chain of events flows easily into the moral, and that you do not suddenly spell out the lesson too soon, spoiling everything. The child is willing to make himself even more childlike in order to make room for the wonder. He won't allow his cleverness to interfere until the tale is completed. He knows the code of illusion. He knows it is time for listening, not for questions.
Amazing.
Thank you, Menachem.
You're welcome.
We have a special guest here. I can't see where he is, somewhere here in this incredible crowd. Yonatan, if you're here, Yonatan Razel is, well, I don't have to, you guys know who he is.
Can you see me here?
We can see you.
Yonatan! Okay, before you say anything, Yonatan,
Haki. It's good to see you, man. All you guys. Wow.
Great.
Everton Esther.
Before, I just want to say that Yonatan is a very, very dear friend of my father. To see these two together, it was every Shabbat. that Yonatan would come over. Actually, maybe you're going to share this, but it's a beautiful thing to see the relationship that these two had, and as musicians, as the thing that I like to remember is my father smacking him and kissing him, and repeat constantly, and it was quite an abusive, beautiful, like in the healthiest. You could share your just first a thought, whatever, and then whatever you'd like, anything you'd like.
And thank you so much for bringing us, who are not in Israel, a taste of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, and I see you guys. First of all, shalom, everybody. At least on my page, I can see the beautiful Chaki and Rebbe, Esther. Yeah, I mean, if it was daytime, you could see the mountains of Yerushalayim outside the window, but I won't want to make you cry. So I did, for me, that time of, wow, so many things. Like Chaki said, that slap on the face. You know, to me, it could be just like a potato with some soy sauce. And just the fact that he had all of what you guys mentioned. I don't know if you guys know, but we wrote the music for the movie. This, right, there's Schubert had a symphony called The Unfinished Symphony. This is like the unfinished film. It was written, we did it together. He came to my studio, and I forgot how it goes. I forgot how it goes. Anyway, we wrote this music together and recorded it with an orchestra. And then at the same time, he taught me all these secrets in Torah. And at the same time, he was a doctor, like you guys said, and he used to give me the right food. He taught me how to eat. I think my whole way of eating changed past 25 years. And he also taught me how to love. And he taught me how to get married, in a sense. I think he taught me, he pushed me in that direction. And he was angry at me all the time for not doing my music, not composing, not continuing to pursue my music, and just encompassing everything that a Jew needs and a student, a pupil needs from his student. And there's two songs I'll share with you. One of them is a song that you all know, but he used to sing every Shabbat. I remember the music at right after the Dafina came out. One second, I can't find my pedal. Playing piano without a pedal is like cooking without salt. That's my famous. So this is for you guys, Abehsera family. It goes like this. El Adon, Hakol Hamasim. ברוך הוא מבורך בפי כל נשמה גודלו וטובו מלא עולם דעתו תבונה סובבים עונו היה מתגאה על חיות הקודש נדע וכבוד עליו לרכבה זכות ובישור לפני חיסו חסד ורחמים עליכם עודו טובים ואורות שבא אלוהינו יצר ודעת בבינה ובהשכל כוח ומה נתן בהם להיות מושלים בקרב תבל Something like that. We sang it only on Shabbat. Maybe the first time in my life I ever played it with the piano. It's another song that kind of, I remember Meir and Chaki and Sarah and Israel, everybody there. There's a song called Morning Came with a Song, and I sang it, I remember, I think it was the first year after Meir left us in the Shul Mayanot. So it's dedicated to not only Meir, but Havdil, his children, amazing, that were, I remember they kind of didn't understand who I was really. Not that I did, but remember that first they were like, who's this guy? I was a shepherd in those days and did all kinds of crazy things, conducted symphony orchestras, and Chaki always had that look on his face. Sarah and Israel and Esther coming around and giving me that smile. So it's dedicated to you guys. You should live a beautiful and healthy life on and be proud to have such an amazing father. Morning came with a song. I miss you so much, my love. Morning came with a song. I miss you so much. Let me hear your voice singing, see your face shining. Oh, morning came with a song. I miss you so much, my Lord. Morning came with a song. I miss you so much, my Lord. Let me hear your voice singing, 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 singing. Oh, la 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 la. Oh, da 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 da. Whoa, 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 whoa. Miss you guys. See you soon. I want some. I want to teach my wife to cook what you guys made. Sometimes I make her some potatoes with some soy sauce on the top and olive oil.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. God bless you. Love you, love you, love you.
Bravo! Thank you, Jonathan. God bless
Amazing.
you.
Is Judy there? Is Slody there? Everybody's there.
David's here. Judy's here. Hannah's here.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you
This
so
is
much,
Hannah
Jonathan.
from Florida.
Oh, David.
Oh, David, how you doing, David?
Good to see you. You look the same. You haven't aged.
Thank you.
Hey, Dave.
Oh, mommy. Go, mommy, speak.
Mother, would you like to say something?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like a dream, you know. I don't know. I'm in Sarah's home. I was in quarantine. I just came out of 2 months and a half. And it's a dream. It's a dream. It's beautiful. It's like, Hashem sends a reward. You know, your life can be amazing, magical, but it's also full of hard work, challenges, losses, some drama. But at the end, Hashem is merciful and He sends the reward. For me, this is the reward. Most beautiful reward to see all our friends and to pay tribute to Meir, who was a wonderful person. You know, it's like, I cannot say I had one boring day in my life. Never. Every day was like new, it was like a new day. Baruch Hashem. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you, Alachaya. You're so sweet. You're beautiful. Thank you, Seth. I mean, what's a dream, and I'm in Israel. So come, everybody, come. We are waiting for you. That's it.
You'll be right there, Claude.
Claude, you are the medicine. You are the medicine. It's so great just to hear your voice. Thank you. What a blessing.
Kol hakavod, all you do so much beautiful work, You're amazing. Like, it is known that the teacher is a teacher, so this disciple is bigger than the teacher. And that's what I see, and that gives me so much nachat, really. So much.
We love you.
I love you, Mami. Be'atzlacha. And I want to hear
Amen.
everybody.
We're gonna open the floor up in a little bit.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you. Simcha, passing it back to you.
You're
You can unmute yourself.
passing it back to me. I unmuted myself. Hi. Yerachmiel. Yerachmiel's here, right? Yerachmiel, I spoke earlier a little bit about the early days in Binghamton. Hi, guy. But the early days in Binghamton, I mentioned Belly of the Whale, our restaurant. I spoke about the early days when
Simcha, I came in while you were speaking, when you were telling the story about the guy we're not supposed to say his name. So
yeah. Okay.
so
So you had the story also about the Shabbos candles. All right. Good.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure you were here then. So
I was definitely there.
you were definitely there.
I'm never going to forget that one.
And it behooves us, I think, to tell a little bit more about those early days. When we first.
I would like to do that.
When he first came to Binghamton and those first years as we opened the restaurant, I was thinking before about how, when we was talking about Meir becoming Shomer Shabbat, when we asked him, when we were building the restaurant, and we asked him to come with us to a restaurant that was closing down where they were selling
Henry.
old equipment.
Henry.
Where?
Henry was his name.
Henry, right, Henry. So we wanted to check out this equipment, and Meir had always said to us that he would help us whatever we need in opening the restaurant. So of course he mostly helped us by allowing us to figure it out for ourselves. But on this occasion, we asked him to come with us to go and check out this sale, and it was a Saturday afternoon, and Meir, we didn't know anything in those days about Shabbat, anything, but he hesitated for a moment. I don't know what it was, but I could tell there was something there. And he said, okay, I'll come. And he came with us to the restaurant. It was later on I figured out it was the early days when he was beginning to resume his practice of Shmirat Shabbat. And he was, I don't know if he was struggling with it or if he knew he was moving in a direction, whatever it was. He always spoke about making change incrementally, gradually, from the Rambam and from other sources. It was his MO, as the way he did. So he went, but I could tell, especially afterwards when we thought about it, it was an incredible, supreme gesture of Mesirat Nefesh. He totally gave himself over because he was committed to us. And it says one Shabbat in order to be Shomer many Shabbatim, Shabbatot, whatever you say, Shabbosim, and that was what it was. It's another quintessential factor of Meir's unbelievable self-sacrifice, generosity of spirit, and love. In that vein, I'm sure you're the story guy. You have many more stories than me. So I give the floor.
I remember that day. I asked him afterwards, how come figured out what was going on. I asked him how come he did that. He said he would never drive on Shabbos or something of himself, but to help somebody else. That's what he would do.
We all grow step by step.
Yeah. Is it my turn?
Yeah, I yield the floor to the gentleman from Sivan.
Okay. I want to thank Hockey for inviting me to participate, and even more, I want to thank Hockey for what he doesn't realize, but he told me what to say. That is, he was telling me, don't be too serious, should be casual, but then he told me, say what my father would tell you to say. Well, that caused many epiphanies in my life. His father telling me what to say, or to do this or do that. And I think in terms of what Simcha was requesting, I think the instructive and for everybody to hear how it is that I met Meir, which is how he came to Binghamton. This was back in 1969. In June of 1969, I was in the process of hitchhiking from San Francisco to Boston. I wanted to go Pacific to Atlantic. And with only a slight detour, I went to Binghamton because that's where I had been in college. And I knew that I had numerous friends from those days were still there, even though it was 4 years after graduation. Right, 69, 4 years after graduation. And it was the strangest thing happened. There were 7 of us all connected and interconnected, with nobody having a reason to be in Binghamton at that time, including Simcha. And we were so struck by it, we didn't know about Shkacha Protis, and I don't think any of us had ever heard the word synchronicity used before. But we understood that something's going on here, that we should all be coming there at the same time. So we rented a house. We decided we would rent the house, we'd live together for the summer. It was on Rice Road, which we promptly renamed to Brown Rice Road. and some of us were, Simcha and I mainly were getting pretty into macrobiotics, and we were doing a lot of the cooking. And at some point I took off to complete my journey to Boston, to my destination on the Atlantic coast. And I went to the macrobiotic restaurant there. And at some point I was going to the bathroom. I had to pass by the kitchen, the entrance to the kitchen, and there was the first macrobiotic person from my freshman year in college, Billy Anton, and he was washing dishes, which surprised me because I had heard he'd been the chef. But apparently this was considered a promotion, being the cook, being the dishwasher. And I told him what was going on, and he said, you should really invite Meir Abehsera to come. Maybe he would come and give us a lecture. That's what they like in macrobiotics, a lecture. I said, who's that? He said, he's a good guy, you know, and he's pretty wild. Maybe he would come. I said, okay, give me the number. So he gave me the mayor's number. When I got back to Binghamton, I called him, and he said, Binghamton, what's that? So, and it turned out he was about to set out on a lecture tour across the United States. And one of his stops was in or near Scranton, which is just across the border between New York, Pennsylvania, from Binghamton. It's quite close, the nearest big city to Binghamton. And he said, okay, the day before he's due there, he'll come by. And it was a very nice place that we lived in, the side of a very hilly. And he arrived when he was supposed to arrive that evening. He arrived in the afternoon and in the Peugeot, and he steps out, and there's this tall, emaciated guy with a big head of hair and a jean suit, a blue jean pants and suit. And he steps out of the car, and he turns around and he sniffs. Ooh la la, this is like France. So that night he proceeded to give a talk about macrobiotics to our commune and another commune that was nearby. And he actually mentioned Judaism. He said, you know, it's interesting to note that so many of the people here are Jewish, and that's because Judaism isn't a religion of love, it's a religion of love and justice. Justice is also important, and macrobiotics is about justice. That remark, it went kind of by me. I think it went by Simcha also, but I remembered it years later. But anyway, what was interesting was during that talk, all of a sudden we got up, several of us got up in the middle. We said, excuse me, Michelle, we have to leave because we have a basketball game in the town basketball league. We had a team there. There was, you know, this bar and grill and this garage, et cetera, and we were Dorothy's health food store. And people would laugh when they saw us, but we pretty much whipped all the other teams. Anyway, and then when we came back, he started to resume his lecture again, but he didn't quite get finished before somehow it changed into singing Beatles songs for most of the night. And I was kind of embarrassed there. I had invited him to speak, and you know, and we're like not giving him any honor at all, you know, treating him like one of the guys. The next morning, before he left, he came to me and said, I think after my tour, I want to come live here. Please find me a place in September. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, I'm so tired and so sick of being treated like a guru. And here people treated me like a friend, like normal. He said, this is the place for me. It'd be a good place I want to write my next book. So at the end of the summer, I and the only person remaining from the 25 or so people that had been in the house when Meir was there, Bruskowski, and so we went down and told them, well, the whole community thing is falling apart. So he said, well, just as long as there's somebody still there, I'm going to come. So so that's what happened. We found them in the house, and that was in after the summer of 1969. He came in June of 1969, and he spent that year writing what was the name of the
Cooking
book?
for Life.
Cooking for Life, yeah. and somehow, and in the course of that, it was like another several months later, around the time Simcha came back to pass through again Binghamton, that Meir somehow talked us into starting this restaurant. One of the guys on Brown Rice Road at the time during the summer, he was this professor kind of a guy, literature professor kind of guy, and he spent most of the time reading Moby Dick. And one day he came down in the middle of the meal, he announced, "Belly of the Whale, what a great name for a restaurant." So since we had the name, we started the restaurant. And one of the features at the restaurant was on Monday night, Meir Abehsera would come in to speak. And he would give a lecture. So Monday nights were crowded. So one Monday night, he stopped speaking very suddenly, and he turned around to me, and he said, "Michael, now you speak." And I said, "What?" He said, "You speak." And I'd never spoke. Me speak in public, it never occurred to me ever to do that. Well, it had been a few times, but I'm not the macrobiotic teacher, and I didn't know what to say. Then I had an idea. I had an inspiration. I said, I pointed to myself. I said yin, and I pointed to Meir, and I said yang, and I sat down. Everybody gave me a big round of applause. That's when I learned that it's good to speak briefly rather than lengthily. And then afterwards, Meir said to me, he said, "You're not going to get away with that the next time. You have to really say something." And the truth is, I don't remember if there was a next time or not, but that was the beginning of Meir telling me to speak. After the year of the restaurant, the next summer, so somehow Meir convinced Simcha and I that we have to organize this macrobiotic retreats by Empire Lake, which was a property earned by the university, and I don't know how we finagled it, but somehow we worked it out that they let us use the place for an extended weekend. It was 4 or 5 days. Friendships were made there, that lifelong friendships, many of them. You're looking at Simcha Gottlieb and wife. That was, I'm sure, where they first saw each other.
No.
No. They had been. They had.
Oh
come
yeah. They came to Brown Rice Road, right?
To Brown Rice Road briefly.
Yeah, right. And I was like the camp director. Meir was like the head counselor, and Simcha had the most important job at macrobiotic camp. He was in charge of the kitchen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And there, Meir made everybody speak. I'm only bringing up the camp for one reason. Anybody who wants to see photographs of Meir Abehsera with a big head of hair and a dungaree, a blue jean suit, and some cute pictures of Esther in her Belly of the Whale T-shirt. So you can ask Claude to send you the pictures, send you copies of the pictures.
They're on Facebook.
If she won't do it, Simcha will send them to you, and if he won't do it, I'll send them to you.
I found the song. I found the music, by the way. If when you guys are ready, I did find it.
I just want to say one thing. Perhaps you know that I'm one of the people that started Ascent, along with Shaul Leiter and Moshe Wisniewski. And Shaul Leiter also had a strong connection with the Abehseras. He was discovered or picked up or whatever by Esther in the health food store in Flatbush, near where they live. And she sent him to us for Shabbos in Crown Heights. But anyway, I just want to say, Meir was very much of an inspiration. The center is famous for being a warm place. We don't get into debates with people, theological debates with anybody. We just laugh at those. But the center is a very welcoming place. And I remember the first time Meir and Esther came, so Meir took like 1 foot into the building and he said, it was like he recognized the feeling. That was very clear to me. And indeed, that's the original spirit behind Descent, I think. I still believe. But as Simcha said,
it's a spiritual lineage. It's a spiritual lineage. We come from this spiritual lineage.
Right. Very good. As Simcha said, Meir pushed us, and he's still pushing us. And when we became religious, Meir was always pushing me to speak, although he had an ulterior motive. I just want to tell the family about this when I told a few of the people in the family. That is, I did learn to speak, but I never learned to sing. I'm a very terrible singer. And Meir loves to sing. That was the Shabbos table at their house, was singing. And Meir would say, Ruvain, sing something. We would sing something, whatever Ruvain sang. Shimon, sing something. Simcha, sing something. Yochanan, so he said, Yochanan, sing something. Yerachmiel, say something. He couldn't bear to hear me singing, especially since I was usually sitting relatively near to him. So
kindness.
He didn't mince his words.
Yeah, and what was nice to me when we moved to Israel, when we came back, or even when in Brooklyn, Meir moved to Flatbush, and we were eventually in Crown Heights, and Baba Malka was a big thing then. And he would, when I was there, he would usually push me to speak. But afterwards, when we came to Israel, and we came back, and we would drop in on Baba Malka, so then when he would introduce me, he would say, it gives me a pleasure to hear Yerachmiel speak. And I knew what the pleasure was. The pleasure was that he made me able to speak. And I'm sure things like that happened with Simcha also.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to hand the floor over to Chaki.
One last sentence. My wife is sitting here with me. We met in Meir and Esther's house, thanks to Fruma. And we had our board in their house, and we had Sheva Brachos in their house. So there's an everlasting impact in that aspect of our lives also. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Chaki, are you going to gift us with this live hearing screening of the music?
This is, I'm not sure if this is going to be heard if I'm just playing. I don't know if you're hearing something, okay?
We need to hear you a little louder, Chaki.
You're not here? I don't know if it's, I think Zoom, whenever a new person comes in, it's like getting to know me again.
Recalibrating.
Let me know if you hear this. My father wrote this for the city of Jerusalem.
I want to say, I think this is a very auspicious moment. I think the whole world is waiting for this music. So we are part of the privileged few to get the first exposure. Maybe you've heard, one-on-one, but it's never been played publicly. So thank you.
My guitar has gathered us. I lost my voice, and my strings have turned to rust. Lost half my faith, forgot my name. I won't forget Jerusalem. Stand on me, anything right? I've ruined my life, hurt myself with a conscious mind, wrecked my health, forsaken my pride, for your love, Jerusalem. Sing, O hills, for the rising sun. Shine your gold for the coming dawn. Pull out your sin, king out your crowns. Lay on me your secret song. Fill my cup with ancient wine. All out of peace, now is the time. I have lived years in a day, searching my heart. I'm not taken by her sights. She can wave her palms, can flash her lights. Come home, Jerusalem. Been around, flooded once, drained my road. I have lived the best of life. It's been ages now. I no longer ask your voice, Jerusalem.
Wow. This is definitely the holy healing the world is in need of. That was extraordinary. Really brought him into the space. Thank you. Wow. So I think it's a good time to invite the beautiful Abehsera siblings in the wake of hearing your father sing. I would love to invite each of you to share a memory, a guiding light. But before we do that, actually, we're just going to zoom back into Mayan and check in on how her painting, how's that painting coming along? And we'll invite Menachem to read another passage. And then we'll call on the Abehsera beautiful siblings.
Okay. Ora, should I begin? It was past midnight. I was lying in bed, suffering from sharp abdominal pains. Though I had put up with such afflictions more than once before, it had never been so excruciating. The pain spread quickly, even to the hands and feet. My entire body was one sore nerve. I could move my head, but only very carefully, or else convulsions would throb so hard that I could have lost consciousness. Outside, the summer night was clear, and the moon almost full. Our neighbor upstairs, usually still active at that hour, had quieted down. I was left alone, illuminated by the light of the moon. Under a shroud formed by clean white bed sheets, I looked at my disabled and emaciated body and imagined the presence of death. I moved my head to make sure I was alive. A spasm of unbearable intensity shot through my spine, cutting off my breath. I groaned, and one of my brothers, who shared the room with me, asked if he could do anything to help. I answered somewhat impatiently that I was having my usual bellyache. That was all I said. I was trying to put myself to sleep when it occurred. Something inside me began to stir. To this day, I still do not know for sure what it was. I paid little attention to it, concentrating instead on my pain and my need to sleep. But the force inside me was, I dare say, much too conspicuous to be simply ignored. It insisted on making itself known. It was without form, yet it moved onward, outside myself and close by, perhaps 2 feet away from my nose. I was so stunned by its beauty and its abstract reality that I forgot my pain. Its presence made my own being seem exceedingly gross by comparison. I was only a shell in which it happened to live. It went back inside of me and then out again several times, as though enjoying the change of atmosphere. The first thing I noticed was that it was of superior intelligence. Don't ask me how I knew. That was just the way I understood it. As I said, it had no form. Had it looked like anything, I would venture to say that it looked like an incorporeal dove. It went inside me once more for a short while, and when it came out, as it floated leisurely before my face, there suddenly emerged from somewhere another dove. This one was similar to the first, but it could have been older and perhaps slightly larger and experienced. They chattered like birds, excited to have met. They talked too quickly to be understood, chirping with a joy that rushed out faster than their words. They might have been 2 sisters who had not seen each other for some time. The second one, the visitor, was definitely wiser and held a higher rank and had apparently come to draw up a periodic report. The younger one briefed her about some of her earthly adventures. After each topic they kissed, as if drinking a toast. They acted as though I was not there, mocking my sluggish mind with a friendly insolence. I could not help thinking that I had once known their language, until they began to speak at a much higher speed, something that made me realize how their first exchange had been mere social patter. Now it seemed to me that the structure of their sentences had been put in reverse order, yet remained curiously correct. They spoke in rapid fire. I could make nothing of it, but I knew that whatever they were saying was of prodigious intelligence, beyond human grasp. None of it made any sense, except that at the end of each exchange, a word was clearly pronounced. I strained to hear it. When I decided to stop, I pressed them on to further dialogue. At my urging, they babbled on in the same irrational order, making use of that same impossible, nonchalant intelligence that souls must employ when they are freed. When the word was pronounced again, it struck me. that I was being provided with something that could save the entire world. It was a simple little word. I thought to myself, I will go out of here and scream it aloud. It was going to fire all minds. Before it brought peace on earth, I knew I had to write it down before I lost it. But I could not get out of bed because I was completely paralyzed. I was overcome with another series of spasms. My brother heard me groaning, and this time, instead of giving me some help, I assured him that I was quite all right, quickly brushing him off for fear of losing my two companions. Luckily, they were still there. I invited them to resume their frenzied chattering, and they obliged without hesitation. I exhorted them to keep on with it in the hope that the word would be carried through to the break of day. They pronounced it several times. It was a word of pure, irrefutable logic, irresistible even to the narrowest of minds. But unfortunately, I blew it because I dozed off. When I came back to myself, the doves were gone, and with them the word. I was left empty and anguished, groaning in pain. A few moments later, it was dawn. I was devastated. I felt like a carcass. My essence had left me. The word became an obsession. Even years afterward, I began a novel in an earnest attempt to track it down. I believed I would be able to fence it in the way one fences in a horse. My own words would be the bait, like trained thoroughbreds prancing in the field to lure the wild mare into the corral. Thus entrapped, unspoken, but hovering over the expanse of the text, the word would gradually and imperceptibly give itself to the reader, who would never be the same. So this is Meir's vision, which is inspired. I asked Simcha Gottlieb what text he loved most, and he said the vision. And it goes on. It's actually quite long, but I'm going to skip to the chase and go right to the punchline of this. When years later, it's this section in The Possible Man called Afterthought. When he thinks about this years later, he comes back to this vision of the two doves. I have before my eyes the distinct image of one such saintly person seated at his desk. He faces an open window. He regularly posts himself there at a fixed hour of the night, dispatching life-giving thoughts to those in need. These thoughts arrive whenever he wills them to arrive, no matter what. The effect they have on the recipient's life attests to the eminence of the point of origin. The saintly person, as it happens, is none other than the commanding Sadiq of his generation, whose soul comprises all souls. I would not be overstretching things too much by saying that it was one of those dispatched thoughts which reached me that fateful night, to set my life in order, and specifically to present me with a language that the mystics call the madness of the holy. It also taught me in retrospect that the object of remembrance that we ardently seek is not necessarily as vital as the action that leads to it, thus urging me to raise form to the level of essence until essence, which I cannot always obtain through the effort of my intellect, enters the marrow of my bones. I would be wise, and I will never know it. I would, if it is all feasible, identify with my actions to a point where I behave like the two birds, as thoughtless and as carefree as they seem to be, yet they were just as capable to give rise to redeeming thoughts in people's heads. I'll stop there.
Wow. Thank you so much. Menachem, I want to say that I think The Possible Man is pure theater. It's meant to be read out loud. So thank you for that. And the juxtaposition with Maayan's work is incredible, because my experience reading The Possible Man, every single time I open it for the last 20 years, and you can see my copy is actually completely unbound and falling apart.
Right, mine too.
And I always feel like I'm reading it for the first time. It's dynamic. It's never finished. And so watching Maayan paint and seeing that dynamic between the Rebbe and Rebbe Meir come to life, as you're reading, it's just such an exquisite expression of what's really happening in the belly of the whale, as they called the restaurant. It's a living, breathing thing. And the way that Maayan, depicted Rebbe Meir just giving his breath and so self-effacing. I really feel that that's what we're being called on to do. You know, Rebbe Meir activated that whistle inside of each of us, and he basically said, do your thing. Josh, take your guitar, take your journal. You know, Rabbi Reuben, tell us, you know, speak. He told each person, do whatever it is you need to do, but do it with your full power. Bring your entire breath there. Turn it into the loudest whistle, the loudest celebration of what life can be. So thank you so much for bringing that together. And I know it's getting really late in Israel, so thank you, Maayan. If you continue to work on the painting, we'd love to see the evolution of it. This was really a gift. Do you want to share anything?
Sure. Thank you so much wow, I appreciate this position so much. It brought out a lot, especially hearing Meir Abehsera's, book in the background, the stories. But I want to share like really, really short. I never really met Meir. I mean, I was 2-3 years old when he came to my house in Montreal. And he would have me lava makas, but I really, really believe that he projected, energy within my home of singing Chassidut, of dancing with Chassidut always, and I really much feel it and appreciate it so much. So thank you for letting me be part of this, and bye from Israel. Actually, I'm in Ascent right now, which is funny. And I'm painting in Ascent. And it's all connected.
Wow.
Maayan, we all want prints of your painting.
Okay, I'll hook you guys up.
We'll have to include the possible special. There'll be a special bonus.
Yes, we will. Okay. Bye, guys. Good night.
Thank you so
Maayan,
much.
why don't you show them the painting you made of me?
Oh, whoops. What? The what?
Show them the painting you've made of me.
Oh, yeah. I'll post that one on Facebook. Follow me. Okay, bye, guys.
I've seen it. It's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
I wanted to mention, I know that we're time is up over here, but we're going to continue. And we have a special guest that's about to come on after Orchai introduces the family. And I want to just acknowledge that my very dear friend and teacher, Rabbi Shapiro, is on here, and I'm just very humbled that he's here all together, and all these amazing faces. I wish I could just say everybody's name on this thing, but it's very, very touching. So, okay, Rachaya, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so we are going to keep going. We'll bring on the beautiful siblings, and then Rabbi Sivan Jacobson is going to share some words, and then we will absolutely open up the floor. So whoever wants to stick around, we're going to keep going. Maybe Chaki will gift us with another listen to the exquisite music from the film. So definitely worth sticking around. Judy, where are you? I haven't seen your face yet on here, but I'm really excited to just give you the floor as the oldest Abehsera. You've been through the whole evolution, born in France, moved to all the different places that the Abehseras have moved to. You're an amazing, resilient person that I have, just so much respect for, a creative. And I would love to hear from you, the ways in which you feel your father with you, the way that he continues to guide you, a special memory that you want to share.
I wasn't planning on speaking. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. I don't see you though.
No, I'd rather not.
Okay, you're going to be the ghost for today.
I mean, it's interesting that I'm asked. I wasn't going to speak at all. And it's interesting that I think it was Menachem, his name was, that was reading about my father in terrible stomach pain. Well, that's what I've been going through right now too. So I suppose there's something behind all that. But the main reason why I wouldn't speak right now is because I don't think we are ready to hear my side of it. Like Haki mentioned, my father had a beautiful humor and he was all about Shud de Kedusha. But he had a serious side. And if I were to combine the two, I would say Kedusha is the serious. And now can you make it humorous? And this is the job that is ahead of us. And it's a very crucial, very important, I think it's the most important. It's the basis of our existence. and can we, and how will we, and how do we paint it for ourselves and each individual, our seriousness, and manifest it into dance, humor, acceptance of basically our dark side. Can we accept our dark side? So when I say I wasn't going to speak, it's because I'm not sure people are ready yet to hear this side of us, or are ready to, how would you even put it, talk about it. You know, it's like, how do you talk about it? And the thing is that was my father's, I would watch him be silly, and I saw that everybody was entertained, but I was living on the quote unquote dark side of my father, or the serious side of my father. I was standing with him there. And I was kind of like a little girl holding his hand, not aching, but also aching to see him act out something that I wish he could just actually live. Because it had to be an act. I know I act all the time. And it's not that it's fake. It's that you see in people's hearts and minds and souls the pain they're going through. And they don't want to be reminded of it. And you don't want to remind them. And mostly why you don't want to remind them is because most of their pain doesn't even belong to them, or shouldn't belong to them. So why remind them? The only catch in that whole thing is how do you pull them out of there without them, first of all, falling apart, taking it personally, which is the main concern. Most people will take it personally, and this is why my father would slap and tease and laugh and get silly. Don't take it personally. Look at me. I'm making a fool out of myself, because none of us should take it personally until we get to the other side. So we are on one side, and we have to get to another side. And, sorry?
Like yeah. Okay, so that was one. Then
I think somebody needs to mute themselves.
I had it for a while.
What happened?
Somebody has
Judy, thank you for what you're saying, and it makes.
Was like,
who is that talking?
Somebody.
Judy, when you're describing this, it makes me think about in the book when your father says that he dances with one foot in the light and one foot in the darkness.
Yes.
So you're really bringing to light, the deeper struggles. And I think it is a conversation that is important to have, and it's beautiful to have your perspective. And it's like a spiritual alchemy. And I think your father was constantly, looking to transform the darkness, but he had to face the darkness and engage with it in order to do that.
Yeah, it's I guess you could call it facing, but I think the most important is now we have to learn through all the Hasidut and the Rebbe and everything. And when we would see the Rebbe swing his hand and say, sing and dance, I think most of us were smart enough to know that we weren't just jumping in the room, that there was something behind it. And we can't be scared anymore of our dark side. We have to embrace it and elevate it.
Incredible.
And the only way to elevate it is to not take it so seriously. Honestly, not to take it seriously. And this is what my dad was doing all the time.
Wow. Thank you for that, Judy.
Right,
I feel like you just brought us like one of the vials, one of the vials of the medicine. Thank you. We're going to make a cocktail with all the vials that each sibling is going to bring.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that. Love you. Dina, are you on here? Is Dina on here? Where are you? Beautiful artist.
Dina, are you here? Oh, she's not here. She's not here.
Okay, we'll have to catch her another time. David, I see you. So great to see you. You're, if we have to stereotype everybody, you're the savvy businessman. And whenever I run into you in LA, I know you're carrying your father with you. And maybe not, on the page or in the arts, but I would love to hear, you know, kind of in what ways he's guided you and impacted you and what it is that you want to share with us today.
Great. Oh, wow. Thank you, Jonathan. And by the way, Jonathan's been roasting me in private text because I've been taking notes for what I might say. So thank you for that, Jonathan. I wanted to, well, first of all, it's so nice to see everybody on this chat. It's amazing. David Schwecki, Seth Mahana, these guys were like my big brothers. It's all these faces are incredible to see. I feel like we're back in East 7th Street just hanging out and having a good time. You know, as a son of my dad, I feel like everybody on this chat really shared the same love from my father. My father was a man with a big heart. He really gave love to everybody, and I think that's one of the biggest things he taught me in my life. You know, I don't know if I have as big of a heart as his, but he really gave his time to everybody, and it really shows that all these people are on, and they got a lot from him. I wanted to just chime in on what Judy said. I wouldn't call it the dark side, although, you know, that's a great way to talk about Star Wars and the, you know, and the Force and all the good side that comes with it. But I would call it the melancholic side. He always talked about melancholy, and we all have it. And, you know, we all witnessed my father dealing with some really challenging times where he would get up and talk, and he would never know what he's going to say because he felt like he had to not prepare anything to be able to be in the moment. So we would see this struggle when he would get up and he would have anxiety because he's like, I don't know what I'm going to say. And there's 500 people in this room and I have no clue what I'm going to say. So we would see this struggle, and as family members, we would sit there and really pain for him because we didn't know if he was going to make it. And he himself would start to talk by saying, I don't know if I'm going to make it. But I was always inspired to see how he came out of it. And that really taught me a lot in life, where you just get up, you go, you do it, and it's going to come, and you just have to have that faith. So Judy, I wouldn't look at it as dark side. I would look at it as he had a melancholic side that he understood he had to just be in the moment and tap into it at any time to bring out this happiness and this light. So,
well, you're talking about momentarily. I'm talking about the bigger picture. I would see him, I mean, I don't know how you describe or you define dark side, but it's the side that you don't want to look at, you know, or
the shadow.
The shadow, exactly. So it's for some people it's frightening, and for others it's what it is. But for my father, it was whatever it is, don't take it so seriously. You know.
Yeah. So I'm going to go on to some things you just asked me, Rachaya. Things that I learned from my father that might be helpful, and I'm sure a lot of you learned the same things. But you know, one thing he really taught me was he taught me how to be a dreamer. You know, being a dreamer in this world, I think, is essential. Not looking at things at face value, and really being able to, you know, think much bigger. Just have a good time with it. Don't take life so seriously, and it really leads you to great places. You know, we talked about my father becoming a musician and a movie, you know, director and doing all these things. I mean, my father changed his career every 10 years. And it really taught me in life that you should be fearless and dream and go where you want to go. And I think he inspired every single person on this chat to do that. And he was really good at being a coach behind the scenes to get people to want to do that. You know, another thing he really taught me, which I think is an incredible lesson in life, and I don't know if I could nearly do as a good a job as my father, is he really taught us how to believe in tzaddikim as superheroes. I mean, we looked at them in a light like I don't see anybody look at tzaddikim the same way. You know, to me it was a Jedi. You know, understanding that these guys were the Jedis of the world, and really how to identify who's a real tzaddik and who's not a real tzaddik, because you can really lose your way if you start to just follow a lot of other people that don't know what they're doing or who they are. So I think, you know, being able to really appreciate a tzaddik, love tzaddikim, and you know, thrive to just hang out in those circles was an incredible lesson. And he really taught me how to appreciate every person, which I think, you know, you say I'm the businessman. You know, I see myself as just a person that knows how to connect to people, and I could connect to people anywhere from any walk of life, and it's all because of my father. And you always look for the good in the person. You know, I've done business with some of the shrewdest people that people are afraid of, and they told me this guy is going to take advantage of you, destroy you. But whenever I worked with them, they were very straight up, and they always paid, and they were always good people. And I realized in the end, because I saw the good in them, and they just ended up, that's the side they wanted to show me. So, it's a big lesson in life to really know how to appreciate every single person you come in contact with. And I love just meeting new people constantly because you're always going to learn something new from them. Looking at the world not as so real, I think is an essential lesson for everybody. There's so many challenges we face. I mean, look at today. I mean, we have riots, a pandemic going on. I mean, I was walking around my house carrying 2 guns last night in Los Angeles, just in case. But at the same time, don't take life so seriously. The world is not that real. My father would always struggle with whether the world was a real place or not. He said, I don't believe it exists. Everything you're seeing is not real. And just understand that, you're in this moment of time. So I think, taking challenges and just life in itself, when you're going up against a really big opportunity and a challenge, it's not a real world anyways. Why don't you just take a shot and see where it lands? I think something Chaki spoke about earlier, which is very interesting, is, my father was a Mr. Miyagi style teacher. He taught really complex things in a way that you didn't realize you were really doing it. It also happened in a very much a time release way. He would always say that. It was a time release manner of teaching. So you would do something or have a conversation with him, or you would laugh about something, or he would tell you a story about something else. And somehow, 5 years later, it comes back to you at the right time, 10 years later, 20 years later. So it was an amazing thing to be able to just witness my father and watch him interact with people. My schooling as a kid, I don't have a formal education, but I learned everything around my table in my house. I heard the craziest things. I saw the reactions to them. I learned who I want to be like, who I don't want to be like. There's always, there's something that everybody want to be like, but there's a lot of things you don't want to be. So if you could compile all those people and then take the teachings that my father gave me, it's really stayed with me and gone with me a long way. And he really taught me how to be a father. That's the most important thing. The best compliment I got, my son Joseph is back from Israel. He said, you said something once to me that I didn't realize what you were saying, and it hit me a long time later. And it was an education that helped me get through something in life. And I realized I must have gotten something from my father. So he really taught me how to be a good father and not be overbearing, and give them some freedom, because everybody's going to come around eventually and they have to go through their own thing. So that's a series of points I will leave you guys with. I don't know if there's any other questions you want to ask me, Rachaya.
Wow. I think you shed a light on the map. Incredible. There's just so many nuggets in there. I'm not going to stop to comment on each, but I'm excited to know that this is being recorded so that we can come back and watch it and really have this for posterity. Thank you so much, David. So Chaki, we've been getting a little glimpse of you. I would call you the chassid designer, the designer chassid. You can take that on many levels. You're an artist, you're in the world of fashion, and you're also really delved into the world of chassidut. So tell us a little bit for you, the dance. In some ways, I think you really took a lot from your father, and you're still also carrying him forward. So let's take this moment to hear, the way in which he's guiding you.
I don't know if you could, my sound apparently is not so great. I don't know if you could hear me well or not. I'd rather, hold on a second. I don't know if this is better.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I want to.
Better, Chaki. This is much better. Thank you.
Okay, good. I would like to just continue with the other siblings. I feel like I spoke before, but
give us a little nugget.
Well, I'll say, you know what? You mentioned dancing. Something that my father has said to me, and I forever am so frustrated with it, is he told me whenever, first he always wanted me on the dance floor. It was always like, Chaki, it was as if, and I'm like, what? I don't want to dance. It's just like, no, you have to. As if it was like this, it was so important. So, but he'd tell me before dancing, he said, Chaki, no hips. I'm like, God, come on. I'm like, Daddy, I need hips. The hips is like everything. He's like, exactly, no hips. And, because I think a big thing, I learned actually a lot from that. First of all the great dancers, if you want, like in the world, Hasidic dancing, which is one of the greatest, I'm talking about, like, if you talk about dance in the world, ballet, with old dance, Hasidic dance, like the true Hasidic dance, is one of the most graceful things for sure. And that's what my father appreciated so much. But there is that hip thing that he said. It's so massive. It goes along kind of like with the Rebbe, when the Rebbe, I mean, his thing about the hip was, you don't want to seduce anybody. It is dangerous. I mean, I've been in dance floors and you dance and it's like, you know, what kind of message are you sending out, or what are people potentially attracted to? And I mean, when I dance, when I use my hips, it's because I'm not connected. It's almost like it's a natural thing that happens. So I have to like really hold myself not to. I'm not doing it intentionally, but it could be a seduction. And my father, he never seduced. He's against seduction on any level. So it's, you know, if he was going to do anything or play anything, he was simply, like we already spoke before, he just went into a place to vanish, not to seduce, not to be more appealing and come listen to me. I'm going to give you some chassidut. Because anything he taught, it was always like he was dodging it out, and it was always the Rebbe. He had nothing to do with anything, which again is what's so great, which makes, and that's why Hasidim in general, I find like a real chassid, you're not really hearing them, you're hearing the Rebbe. And if somebody's ever going to say like, you know, it's rare to hear somebody say, listen to Meir, I'm going to give. It's, if they say that, just lock them up, you know, but you're never going to hear a chassid say that because it's not the way chassidim are, you know.
And yet he appreciated people's quirks and individuality so much. So he wasn't giving people the message that they need to erase themselves. On the contrary, it was all about bringing out their essence. But you're saying there's this duality, and I really relate to what you're saying about not seducing, because he never shown his brilliance. You know, he kind of stood back and admired. The way he would watch children interacting and just enjoy it so much, that's the way he looked at everybody. It was just this sense of him seeing the bigger picture, and he never tried to overwhelm with his influence or his ideas, you know, or his vision. And I would love to continue the conversation about dance, because I think that's a huge one and something he was so passionate about. So thank you for sharing that. Maybe we'll come back to that later. Thank you, Haki.
Pleasure.
Hannah, where are you?
Hello.
Hello, beautiful Hannah. You're the muse.
Oh,
yes. You're the muse in the family. You're the writer. You're the seeker. You're such a gentle soul. And I love that video when your father was already not doing so well, and the way the dance was in his body, and he could never forget that, and the love that he has for you. Absolutely. No words. Can't wait to hear what you want to share.
So I first want to thank everybody. First of all, Orachaya for bringing this all together. It's just, every time I hear somebody speak, I have to dab my eyes. I have phenomenal parents. This is about my father, but my mom as well. She was there with him every minute, and she made my father the man he is today to me.
All of us.
I get a little shaky, so I'm sorry. My home was so different than your regular home that I don't even remember some of the things that other children ask their parents for today. Like, can we have some privacy? What does that mean? What does that mean to have privacy? I mean, I shared my bedroom my whole life, either with siblings or guests. When we made the table for Shabbat, there was always another hand. There were always people helping my mom in the kitchen. And the memories that I have as a child was always observing. Now I'm quite the talker, not publicly, Orachaya, like you, but I'm quite the talker. Quite the talker at home with my family, but and I call my mom every day, and I try to soak in and you know, sponge all of her wisdom, because it's just delicious. But I used to just observe as a child, and the thing that I observed the most is that we lived in a world that was so beautiful. It was rich in everything, and in a way that I think the thing I took most from my father was he would write, and he would write, and he would write. And I would look for him, and I couldn't find him, and I would go up to his room, and he would either be writing in his room upstairs, or he would be writing in the office downstairs, where he would be seeing, patients, and I would always observe how he would write, and he would put his hand on his head, and he would be thinking, and I would always ask him, "What are you thinking? You always look like you're thinking." And he would say, "No, I'm thinking." Like, don't break the process, But the thing that really, carried me most throughout my life was that he would look at me write in my journal since I was a young girl. And he would always ask me, "What are you writing?" And I would just write and write and write. And one day he says, "Hannah, you're going to need an editor too. And you're going to have somebody help you write books." And I was like, ugh, go away. You're being so silly, Daddy. You're just being a daddy, you're just being nice. And he's like, "No, this is really good stuff." And he would hand it to his brother in Israel. And he would say, "Look, she's really a good writer. We just have to find her an editor and we're going to polish it." But I have to tell you, the strongest of all the things that I have learned from my father is dance.
Is what? I can hear it?
Dance. I observed it from the living room floor. Every time we had a Malava Malka, I would be hiding behind another adult, not to get smashed by all the feet. And I would just sit there in awe, just looking at people dance. And my father's feet would do like this thing where it would go tick, like really quick. And I love doing that with my feet. It's like my favorite way of expression. And I want to share a personal story, how I came to this. We all dance. Everybody dances in my family. We're all dancers. I'm not the most graceful of the dancers. My father used to always, have jokes about me, which I thought was fabulous because it made me unique.
She's such a cool dancer. She's a really cool dancer, actually.
Okay. My dance is all about freedom and expressing what's going on in my mind and in my heart, and then I let it out. And when my father was at the end of his physical life, his speech was very, very few words would come out. And so I decided that the way that I could connect with my dad was to dance for him, because now speech was not available. And so I ran upstairs. I put my phone in the living room. I had a very big living room at that time. And I put the phone on the fireplace, and I ran upstairs and put on this red dress. And I said, if I could show my father how I feel through my dance, then he would understand. So I went and I started to dance, and I closed my eyes. And when I was done, I did the whole dance with my eyes closed. And when I was done, he looked at the camera and he pointed. My mother remembers this, and she says, he's trying to tell you something. And he was pointing, and I said, what is he saying? And he says in French, elle est exactement comme moi. And I literally went, like, my whole body, I'm shaking right now because I remember it like it was yesterday. And in French, in English, that means she's exactly like me. And that made my whole world go, psh. Like, here it is when he has no speech, that he's telling me that I'm exactly like him, and now I can dance. And I'm not exactly sure I'm doing the letters of the alphabet, but I'm definitely showing people, and I do this for myself when I really, need to express, but I just move, and I can feel what my father was feeling, and I can feel what he was thinking. And it's a wonderful way to express and bring people in. And I would love to do this one day with women and just show them that they can have words but not speak if they don't feel like speaking, or they're not ready and they just want to, bring people in and show them that we accept you exactly the way you are, just like my father did. And you know, every day, like David was saying, and like Judy was saying, there is darkness and there are times where we don't understand what's going on. But my father taught me something, that every moment of my life, no matter if I'm in the grocery store during this pandemic, I feel like a different person because of him. I think every time I do something, what would Daddy do? How would he react? How would he feel about this individual in front of him? And I never detached from those feelings. He's always present. And I feel like he's always going to be present. And dancing is something that I used to observe about my father that brought people in and made them feel like they could just shake it, not just in their physical body, but in their mind, and change what's going on or a difficult thing that they may be going through and work, you know, through it. And like Judy said, not pay attention so much to the darkness, but bring in the joy. And to me, that's what it's all about. I try to take the darkness away and I just live with the joy. And that is the way I think I've become one of the most resilient human beings. And I try to teach this to my children every single day. I don't focus on the negative at all. I hear it, but I go, psh, and I just wash it away. And I say, all right, everybody, time to dance. And everybody looks at me like I'm a fool, but I don't mind because I am my father's daughter.
It's the good kind of fool, the good kind of fool to be.
So I apologize for being emotional, but I want to tell all of you that some of the people in this panel are some of the most amazing people in the world. And I just want to hug you all and tell you how much I love you. And you've been such an influence in my life. And Simcha and Froma and my siblings and my cousins who are on it, and my nephews and nieces and people who have helped me so much. Like, if it wasn't for my family and the people who are our extended family, I wouldn't be as resilient as I am. Thank you.
Really feeling that. We love you, Hannah. Thank you. Thank you. What a gift. What a treasure.
Baruch, I wanted to introduce the latest addition to the family.
Hello, little one. This is the next generation.
This is my
This
granddaughter.
is Rebbe Meir's
Imuna
great-granddaughter. Rebbe Meir's
Yes.
great-granddaughter.
This is the youngest great-granddaughter.
Incredible.
Yeah. She was born at the height of the pandemic on March 11th. So her name is Imuna, and she's bringing us a lot of light. So.
Amen.
Anyways,
Amen. Wow. So we're trying to go back to the roots today and then all the way to the latest, freshest fruit. Thank you for that. Wow. And Hannah, I just want to say thank you for everything you shared. And really all of you kids, we're going to get to Yisrael next and Sarah, but you really had box seats, you know, like in this theater of the heart, I would call it, you know, just such a precious exchange. And really everything that you're describing is the essence of the book and the essence of the film, the essence of the beautiful people that your parents, the extraordinary, they're legends. You know, your mother's a matriarch. Claude, if you're still on here, I hope you hear this. And everything you're describing about your father is true about your mother as well. You know, that focus on positivity, the ability to literally transmute the worst darkness into blinding light. So thank you so much for giving us that window. I hope you continue to dance, and I hope you continue to write, and I hope we get many more opportunities to share with each other. Yisrael, where are you? You are tucked away, hidden in spot. We don't see you. We don't hear from you. And I feel like you are the mystic in the family and the musician, the ultimate musician in the family. Can we hear from you? Where are you? Is Yisrael still on here?
Yeah, I see him. He's Yisrael. Yeah, he's coming. There he is.
Yeah, so I think Yisrael was absorbing quietly for all the years. I remember Yisrael at the Malav Malkas. He was the little wild boy running around with his friends. It'd always be an inevitable. Do you remember when the aquarium crashed, you guys? Anna, do you remember that?
Very well.
Big Malav Malka going on downstairs.
That was a moment in time. Yep.
Only in the Abehsera home.
And then suddenly Yisrael became this not only this adult, but this mystic. And I don't think we have many opportunities to hear from him, besides for his percussions. But there's this whole other, this, I feel like he really carries the Abehsera line.
By the way, Yisrael was not to blame for that, by the way, so I just won't put that on him. He did a lot of other things, but that wasn't him.
Okay. No, on the record, I wasn't blaming Yisrael. We were talking about the rambunctiousness. Thank you for clearing that up. So, Yisrael, we'd love to hear from you. I know you have so much to share. Talk about your music, your passion. We want to hear it all.
You guys hear me?
We do.
So I wanted to, first of all, it would be, I feel like it would be a little bit challenging at this point to speak because I feel completely humbled by, everyone's, tremendous expression of soul, character, and personality. The tremendous uniqueness that every neshama has. And I didn't really prepare. I mean, I'm sure that's the case with most people, Baruch Hashem, but if I can say something, this morning I was davening in the morning, I guess I could just speak about a simple experience that I had. That sometimes, the simplicity. We always learn in Hasidus, everything boils down to simplicity. Its essence, is expressed in its simplicity. So I was just davening Shachar this morning. I was davening a little bit early in the morning. And I said, you know what? Today I'm going to daven with Daddy's little siddur that I took, that Daddy used to use. My Abba, he davened with this siddur for many years. So I was just davening with the siddur, and I was thinking to myself, wow, could you imagine how many prayers my Abba was davening with this little siddur? How many people came to the house in and out? Shachris Mincha every day for months, years. I'm thinking to myself, wow, what an honor, So in Hebrew we would say it's like gaguim. It's like it's like the missing my Abba's presence, But yet, like Chana expressed so well, and I really I feel really baffled. I'm like blown away by what she was saying, because everybody does it in their own unique way. We all feel our Abba's presence in our own way, in our own personality, our own life situations. Sometimes difficulties, like Judy and David were talking about, things that are like, I like also how David explained it. There's those melancholic moments. But that's the real beauty of life, is that my Abba, we know by the Rebbeim, by the 7 Rebbeim. So we know that they dealt with this aspect of melancholy, and so that's something that makes that's a huge part of the expression of being able to communicate and convey the tremendous depth of Torah Hasidut, the way that's explained, especially in Chabad Hasidut. Because the Baal Shem Tov, we know, was more the general Hasidus. Then there was the Maggid Mezrich. Then there came the Alter Rebbe. The Alter Rebbe started a completely new path. Tanya is a completely new universe in the way that it's expressed, the Hasidus, in the very, very details, in every detail of our lives and everything. So that's why we have the Hasidut Klalit, as we call it, and then we have the Hasidut Pratit. So the Hasidus Klalis is something that's more, it's very, very great and vast and holy, but it's more dealing with the general picture. It's like the macrocosm type approach. Then we're dealing with the microcosm, dealing with details. And so that's Chabad Hasidus. This is what is being dealt with. The Alter Rebbe in the 53 chapters of Tanya and all the different aspects in Hasidus, the way that it's brought by the. So how is this expressed and felt? So the melancholic moment, so that melancholy is like, it's known that, for example, the Rebbe Rashab, the 5th Lubavitcher Rebbe, one day, it's a famous story, they were traveling, the Frierdiker Rebbe and the Rebbe Rashab. The Rebbe Rashab with his son, the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Rebbe to be, they were traveling, they would go they were on trips, they would travel. At one point, they were staying in some hotel somewhere, think maybe it was in I think it was somewhere in maybe in Poland, if I'm not mistaken. And the Rashab, the Frierdiker walked in the door. He went to take care of some errands. His father sent him to take care of some things. And he comes in and he sees his father sitting on the couch and he's like staring in the distance. So he's like, I think maybe he said Abba, Tati, whatever, however he addressed his father. And his father was like, as if not there. I mean, he's here, but he's not here. So, and then, he's continuing doing whatever he's doing, walking back in that room. Hour, 2 hours, hours go by. And his father finally comes back to himself. Consciousness, he's, here in the room with everyone else. And his presence, he's his son. So he said to him, what day are we? What's going on? What day is it today? So after he explained to him, he basically said to him that he was at that time, he was actually working on Ayin Beis. Ayin Beis means one of the longest hemshechim in Torah Chassidut is the Ayin Bet. It's like 3 Sfarim, 3 books that are, each book is like very, very dense and very thick. Tremendous. That's why the Rebbe Rashab is called the Rambam of Chassidut. So now I just want to bring everything back to what was I trying to say. So this whole concept of the melancholy, that's what's so interesting about it, is that Dafka we see specifically by the greatest tzaddikim, which are Rabotenu Nesienu. These are the leaders and the Nisim, the great. These are the people that they represent Mashiach, literally, in their generations. So they're specifically people of this caliber. They have these experiences dealing with those melancholic moments. Why? Because they are able to, specifically people of that caliber, of that level of kedusha and tahara, tremendous expression of soul that they're just completely beyond. They're able to actually draw down the absolute beyond and bring it into our physical realm. And that's why they're able to transform that energy. They're able to transform it not only into light. We know that Chassidus explains, Yitron ha'or mitoch ha'choshech. Dafka from the dark, the light, you have the greatest light shines greater than anything, specifically from the darkness. So even though that we know from Tanya, it's a famous concept in Chassidut, that the tzaddik, he doesn't deal with bad. He doesn't have any bad in his life. He transformed all that. Maybe a tzaddik when he was in his youth, he was a benoni, and we know halavai benoni, halavai that we should be able to be out. That's for myself. Halavai could be a benoni, but tzaddikim, maybe in their youth, they were maybe benonim at some point, but they transformed that. They became already. So that's why by tzaddik it's not shayach. It's not relevant to even mention this concept of like pure darkness. If there's any darkness in the life of a tzaddik, he's dealing with the darkness of the other, the world, the people around him. But himself, he doesn't have that. He's only pure light. But he still deals, very interesting, he maybe has that aspect, that element of the melancholic moments. Because that's not dark. He specifically uses that. He uses that as the harness. He's able to harness, to be able to use that as a harness to express ever deeper in aspects of Torah, of Hasidus in this case, the pnimiut of the Torah, the deepest part of the Torah, which is called the luminary of the Torah. So my Abba, in the Possible Man, as we all see, is very, very incredible expression of that. I'm sure everybody would agree, and everybody's testimony to that fact that what we see in the Possible Man, it's not only brought up one time. In many aspects, in many parts of the Possible Man, he speaks about this and expresses this concept of the melancholy. That it's like mostly like the Saturday Night Blues. We know that it's expressed in that way. There's the Saturday Night Blues that we all know. We're all very familiar with that. Shabbos comes out, and there's a little bit of that feeling of okay, let's make a party, but at the same time, it's like, what kind of party? We just came out of Shabbos. We make a party what? So that's why we have Malav Malka. That's the whole concept of David HaMelech, v'chulu v'chulu. So, but the bottom line is is that the possible man, my Abba, he spent his life. And this is where I specifically want to mention this story, because it's very, very incredible story. It really, really is able to give a little taste of my father's tremendous Mesiras Nefesh on behalf of the Rebbe's Yanim. So it's a famous story. Everybody knows it in the family. Some people might be less familiar with it. So at one point, my father was doing these Saturday night gatherings on Motzei Shabbos, and he was investing a lot in it. I mean, I don't know if people, not everybody's aware what he had to invest in this, but we're talking about a tremendous amount of money, and I mean, obviously physical, exertion and labor, and blood, sweat, and tears, everything. He basically gave his life for the Saturday night gatherings. Besides the fact that he was writing the book and everything else he was doing, consultations, helping people with people's health, diet, health on all levels, body, soul, psychologically, mentally, spiritually. But he was engaging in these Saturday night gatherings, anywhere between 50 to 75 people, sometimes maybe up to more than 75 people. Maybe not every Motzei Shabbos, every other Motzei Shabbos. This is what I was told, at least. But he invested so much money, so much of his life into it. At a certain point, obviously this was like late 70s, early 80s, because Baba Meir, the Holy Tzaddik, Zchuto Yagen Aleinu, Baba Saleh's son, Tzaddik Yesod Olam. So he actually sent a message to my father through somebody. Maybe somebody called my father on the Tzaddik's behalf, something like this, telling my father, saying, Meir, like, what are you doing? You're spending too much money. You're doing too much already with these Saturday night gatherings. It's like already, like, what's going, it's like it already goes beyond. So meaning that you can't continue like this. You can't do it. It's too much already. Because obviously, how does Baba Meir even know about this? Baba Meir, what, he knows the details? Because it's tzaddik, he knows everything, basically. He knows exactly what's happening. He knows the inner workings of a person's life. He understands. So he's sending him a personal message. Look, it's too much already. You're doing all these, every night or every other Motzei Shabbos, you're putting in you're investing everything into this. So he was as if saying, look, maybe you have to cool it down, a little bit less. Try to, find another way, not. So my Abba, the way he tells the story, he says after Baba Meir told him that, after he got this message, he said, no, not only I'm not going to continue, I'm going to do now more. I'm going to go now more. So this is a very famous concept of my Abba, and there's many stories like that. There's a few stories like that, at least a few, where one time my Abba was by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe, he tells him, I said, how you feeling, or something like this. He asked my father, how you feeling? So my father maybe wasn't feeling so good. He goes, maybe he says, I don't know exactly what he said. You're not feeling so good, or maybe you can feel better. Yeah, he had his way to tell the Rebbe whatever he had to express how he was feeling. And the Rebbe said, this is one time. The Rebbe said, feel good. That was one time. Feel good, and my father felt good on the spot. He felt better. He was like, wow. It was like something like on the spot. He felt much better. Like, wow. But another time, my father was feeling a little bit, maybe physically run down or whatever it was. So the Rebbe said, you have to double it. Whatever you're doing now, you have to do double. So this is like the approach. So it's like this concept of lechatchila riba that we know from the Rebbe Maharash. It's like a person's feeling broken or run down or overwhelmed or whatever it is. I can't hack this anymore. This is driving me out of my mind. I can't hack this, man. This is like ruining my life, man, or whatever the hell it is. Person is losing his mind. That's definitely where the person has to go. Take it to the next level. Knock yourself out. Because that's where you're going to have your salvation, specifically. in that way. So that's my Abba, like in a nutshell. I mean, it's not a nutshell. There's a whole universe there, but that's basically how I always remember him in that way. It's like always against all the odds. Everything is against all the odds. He'd be burnt out, slept 1 or 2 hours. He said, he has to take care of 5 billion things, and somehow he manages to creep out of his old everything, and everything is like. So that's
Wow.
tremendous,
Thank you.
tremendous expression.
Thank you. You added so much dimension. You filled in so many blanks. And you actually made me realize, because I've been pondering, your father's Yartzeit is the day after Shavuot. And we have two of the greatest healers of the Jewish people. We have David HaMelech and the Baal Shem Tov. And you were talking about this like transformation of the darkness. David HaMelech was not afraid, to go there and to talk about his struggles and to transform them into the sweetest songs that really uplift all of us. And the Baal Shem Tov as well. There was nothing that fazed him. So I think your father is, carrying that torch, and all of these different ways that you illustrated that really is such a gift for us to really, open up our imaginations and really get even a stronger sense of just how powerful he is. Thank you, Yisrael. We'd love to hear more. We're going to hang out. So maybe we'll come back. You'll share something personal about your music, your singing. We want to hear you sing, even if you don't feel up to it today. I'm letting you know that in the near future, we want to give you the floor and we want to hear you sing. We do have Rabbi Sivan Jacobson. Thank you, Israel. We have Rabbi Sivan Jacobson on here, but I would like to call on Sarah. She's the youngest, and she has a reputation for being the wisest. She's the one that can study people and just get a sense of them in a fraction of a second. She can look at your hands. She could just know, are you the person to trust or not? She's also the one, keeping an eye on our beautiful Esther Claude in Israel, and we're so grateful to know that you're close and that you're taking care of her. So Sarah, would love to hear from you. Sarah, are you on here? It's very late in Israel. She might not be on.
No, I'm trying to hide. I'm the one that likes to hide.
Come out of hiding.
It's not working out, little sis.
Give us the cherry on the top.
I first want to say thank you, Orochaya. You are a light in this world. God bless you. I truly, truly love you for what you do.
Oh, thank you. On that note, I will just say that my connection with your parents is one of the greatest gifts a person could have in a lifetime. And it is truly, I count it amongst the greatest blessings in my life. Thank you.
I'm grateful that we learned how to share our love with how do you say,
it's contagious.
No, it's not about contagious. Like when we were raised in our home, we had a home that was with the world, and you kind of want to be selfish with your love for parents, but you saw this love that people had for your parents that we wanted to share that love. We would hold them tight, and then we saw how much it helped people that we wanted to share our parents' world. So it was, it's so beautiful to see that love through everybody.
So well said.
Thank God for my brothers and sisters who speak so well. Every single one is of their own, and they speak so beautifully. I don't have any patience to get emotional, so I'm going to say it clear and short. I'm the youngest, and maybe from the age of 3, I already saw what my life was like. What will it be? It was living my life to guide my parents. I was, I guess, chosen to be the small one to be that one for them. And I basically observed. I was the one always on the side. I was what we call in Hebrew batskunim. And I was just always the one on the side, just observing my parents, how they do things, and especially my father. I would always look at him like he was a movie of its own. And every detail of the way his hands would move and the way he would pray. And I can't get into details. I get too emotional with him. He makes me crazy that I love him to this point that he makes me emotional till now. But he's very alive in me and everything I do. The physical, not having him near, sometimes gets hard, but he definitely lives in my home alive. My children, my first He knew my father till the age of 2.5. My other 2 children, Baruch Hashem, know him. They know him since the day they were born. He's very alive now. But what my point was is that I basically feel like my whole life was always to make sure my parents and my dad especially was always to guide him. I don't know what it is, but always to be there for him and make sure he had everything he needed. And I was very, I don't know what it would be called, the way I was raised. I don't even know how to call it, but he was always this, both of my parents were this light to me, and I knew that they were older, and I always thought about how much longer do I have with them? How much can I absorb from them? How much can we learn from them? And I don't know, there's no words really, but thank God for my brothers and sisters who know how to describe my dear sister Hannah. But I do want to mention a small story to, we spoke about dance, right? And how much dance is important in our family, and it's a language of itself. And 2 stories I'll mention. When I was getting married, I got married to a dear Israeli soldier, Hashem, and different from our background, which we didn't really have a difference because everything in our life was pretty much open to everybody, as everybody knows here. And on my day of my wedding, the normal way to have a dance between the husband and wife. And I felt very uncomfortable. And I said to my father the day before, I said, "Daddy, do you mind that I dance?" And he just made like a calm face, and he was like, "It's okay, not a problem." And he smiled, and everything was fine, but I knew inside something is not, something felt a little bit off. So I told my husband the day of the wedding, I said, "There's no dance. There's no dance. Tell the DJ there is no dance, okay? Whatever it is, shalom bait, we'll talk about that later, but right now there's no dance." And in the middle of the wedding,
because of the guests that we had, there was very many observant people.
Yes. Yeah. There was observant people. It was for the respect of Daddy. It was a mix of emotion. Like, it was just a mix. I didn't know if it was right. I didn't know it was wrong, because everything was also so accepted with my father and my mother that I didn't know what was right, what was wrong, and I was a little bit different than everybody else. And I got married different. Everybody got married the official, whatever the way is, and I was a little bit different. So I didn't know. I'm Israeli. Yeah, exactly. So the DJ calls us to the dance floor, and I become frozen. And the spotlights are on us. And each time my husband is coming from one side, and then the spotlight is on me on the other side. And I was so broken. I was like, okay, this is my new life, and this is my life, my father. What do I do now? And my father knew our gestures and our body language very well. And I looked at my father and I made a face like, "I'm so sorry," but I smiled, I just said, "I'm so sorry." And I don't even know why I said I'm so sorry. Like, it didn't even feel fitting. I just said sorry. And I went on the dance floor, and everybody knows, in the family, they know the moment, but I get on the dance floor and I'm dancing with my husband for kavod, very confused. Many of you were there. And it was more uncomfortable because there were very religious people around, and I just felt like it was maybe, a very confusing moment for some people. But as I'm dancing with my husband and I'm very stiff in my movements, there was this moment that my eyes were closed and my husband turns me around, and then I open up my eyes and my father is there with his hand, and he grabs my hand and comes into the dance to give me Sarah, it's okay. Like, he saw that I was so tense, not enjoying my own moment. He came in and he made the most magical dance. People thought it was planned, and it was, I mean, he just knew how to balance and how to make everybody feel accepted and equal and loved. And I mean, I wish I could describe the words of that moment, because he really
I dance with you.
and yeah, exactly. So the way his gestures was like, oh, my husband is so funny. He's like, show the picture.
If you're not showing your face, at least show the picture.
You don't see my face this whole time?
I just see a photograph. That's what I see. I don't see your face.
Oh, no, there's another one. Yes, there is. I am here.
So beautiful.
If you scroll
Laura,
over,
why don't you make
you're
a
in
bid?
another window. She's in another window if you scroll over.
I have to find you. Sorry.
There are two Sarah Zohars. She's in one of them.
Okay, great. So sorry about that. I've been looking for your beautiful face. Keep
Why don't you
going.
enlarge her?
Here you are. Ah, beautiful. And Mommy Claude.
You didn't see us this whole time, Mordechai?
No, I didn't see you. I saw your mom when she spoke earlier, but all this time I was seeing like a frozen photograph.
Oh, okay. So that's one little story to tell you who my father is, and to give a little piece of how he wanted everybody to feel equal. And even going from the highest of heights, he would go, I wouldn't call it lower, but he would just equalize everybody. And he's just
wow.
He turned it into like an actually, it looked so planned because he turned it into a masterpiece. He was taking her hand, he would twirl her and then send her back to her husband, as if he's like, I'm giving you to him to live, like I'm blessing you to be with your husband. So wow. it looked like he turned, it was very magical, like unbelievable.
I think this story illustrates what a master of the moment he was. His life was his canvas, and he would transform any moment and any experience and any interaction with anybody into art. And that's what it sounds like you're describing, Sarah. And I want to personally thank you for being this protective angel to both of your parents. And Hashem to bless you infinitely. And I know your brothers and sisters appreciate it, and all of us here, the extended family, we see it, we appreciate it. And I would love to continue the conversation sometimes. We want to hear about your gift for beauty. There's so many other facets. This could go on and on and on. But I'm going to toss the floor back to Simcha to welcome our esteemed guest, Rabbi Sivan Jacobson, and take it away.
Thank you, Arpaya. Thank you, Sarah. That was so beautiful. It's amazing to see you and Mommy Claude sitting together there, just glowing together. What an amazing story. Wow. I remember a time many years ago, I don't know how you count the years or the decades or whatever, Meir was standing on the corner of Eastern Parkway and Kingston Avenue in front of 770, and he was standing with a young man. And he called me over and he said, Simcha, you have to meet this man. I said, okay. I came over, I met this man, we shook hands. He said, Meir said, he's very intelligent. And I said, okay, Meir does not say that about too many people. He's very kind, he has a good heart, he has a nice face, intelligent. It was a very rare compliment. And as I got to know Simon from that point forward, I realized that Meir was right. And anybody that Meir ever introduced me to, which is who knows how many hundreds of people, whenever I interacted with that person, it was always in the back of my mind the memory of the fact that Meir was the person who introduced me to that person, and there was a connection, and there was that bond. With Sivan Jacobson, it was like that. Whenever I was hanging out with Sivan, we became friends, we learned a little bit together. And those rare occasions where we were able to spend time, Meir was always there. It was that way with the Rebbe too. Meir introduced me to the Rebbe. So the Rebbe also represented Meir. But I just wanted to share that because Sivan is in fact very intelligent, but more so, he is in my life a connection to Meir. So I will give the floor to Rabbi Sivan Jacobson, our very good friend. Or Chaya, who's got him?
Rabbi Sivan Jacobson, where are you?
1 second. Let's see.
The end.
He's getting into tone.
It's your moment.
Perry, where are we?
In the meantime, I'll take a minute.
You could call in or click on that link I just sent you, and it's 1852, the password.
Great. In the meantime, we'll thank Perry Rothman, who is the instigator behind this entire project and has been manning the whole Zoom end of things. So thank you, Perry. Thank you for encouraging me, and for some people just support an idea in the beginning and then they fade out. And Perry is there for every step of the way. So thank you so much. And
such grace.
Yes, and of course all the presenters, the entire family, absolutely everybody. Just in case on the end, I'm going to hang out for hours, but just in case things fizzle out, I wanted to get that in.
Sim is going to be on in 1 minute, so why don't we listen to some of this until he comes on?
Oh, incredible! Thank you. Let's do it.
Another song by my father.
Lucky, I don't think we can really hear it well.
Haki, let me try.
What was that?
We don't hear it, Haki. You want me to try?
We're not hearing this song. Do it like you did last time.
Yeah, you might have to take out your earphones, Haki.
Yeah, well, Sim is...
Just keep your focus.
No problem.
This thing?
Okay, Simon's about to be on. I don't know, unless you are here. Simon, are you here?
I am here.
Ah, so Simon, you had a very beautiful introduction by Simcha.
Can you play the videotape?
Coined intelligent by my father, a very intelligent man. Is that a good thing?
Was that a compliment or an insult?
Exactly. That's what I thought you were going to get that.
I told Meir it takes one to know one.
Right. Hey, Simcha, how are you?
You know what? I just want to say that whoever hasn't gotten the book yet, Simon wrote a piece of my father, and because I couldn't put the whole thing on the back of the book, I took one piece and I asked Simon if I had his blessing with cutting it shorter, and he gave me the blessing, and it's kind of it's very interesting because it looked like Simon went to a place of, or Reb Simon, I'm not sure what to call you. I like Simon because it's like yummy. And it's like, it seems like you went to a place, it's almost like you met my father at his place and you wrote this piece. When I read it, I had chills and it was quite overwhelming. So share whatever you'd like, but maybe the nature of your relationship or like whatever.
Why don't you just read what I wrote? I won't even have to speak.
No. We want to hear your words. This is what we love about you.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Not sure who's around, but it must be all family and friends. So by extension, we're all connected. What shall I say? I don't know what was said here. I wasn't on, but I'll just speak from my heart as your father and friend would have preferred to be spontaneous instead of canned. So I'll just be spontaneous. He was definitely a very unique soul. I've met many souls in my life, and a very unique one, especially in context of the Rebbe and that whole court. I'm using his words. And I know your father would stand hours by Farbrengen, and I asked him many times, I said, you understand what the Rebbe is saying? Because he didn't understand Yiddish. He says, I understand more than everybody, but without words. And first I thought that he was just being like humorous. But then I realized that a dimension that he revealed to me of the Rebbe, of truth itself, if you wish, that there are many ways to experience truth. And exactly as I wrote it, I wrote the blurb I wrote for the book was how I felt, which was like he was, they say there's a very thin line between madness and genius. And I believe that he lived on that line. And madness, one of his favorite statements from the Rebbe was, he always loved it on Yud Shvat, when the Rebbe would review the Maimer of Basi Lagani. That was, of course, the inaugural Maimer the Rebbe said every year in explaining. But those chapters were Rab Kahana. The Talmud tells the story, Rab Kahana would dance like a madman and throw hadassim, myrtle branches in the air. And though he was obviously a genius, this Rab Kahana, the sage, but when it came to a wedding, he went out of his usual parameters. And it was always the concept of the holy madness, as in contrast to the unholy madness. You know, people behave all the time in ways that are irrational and driven by their impulses and don't make sense, but that's what they follow. So there's the concept of holy madness, shtus of Gedusha. And this was the area I believe he traveled around, which is what, no question, was no surprise to me that he was the whistler for that reason. Because whistling was exactly that. It was about going out of your limits and parameters. I remember one conversation we had, was I think Shavuos night actually. He was in Crown Heights, and we're walking in Eastern Parkway. You know, the first night of Shavuos, everybody's up. So we took this walk, let's call it an existential walk, an existential conversation, and talked a lot about this thing. So I remember I asked him, as in good contrarian style, I challenged him and said, and what about bringing it into parameters? Like, you need the iris and the kalim. You need the energies. It's true. The iris of Tayu, you need the radical energies that have no, they're boundless and federalists and so on. But you need them also to ground them into kalim. So, I was asking him to how he understands what that means. I know a lot of people that spoke from the so-called sane human beings, but they were very limited in their sanity, and they really could not relate to holy insanity. But I wanted to hear it from the other perspective, because you don't usually meet the real thing. People talk a lot about being out of the box, but most people don't even have a box. Before you get out of a box, you need to be in a box. And here it was the other way around. So I'm trying to remember exactly what the words that he said was. I think he said something like, I think he's told me two things. Number one is that there are others to achieve that. Everybody has their role to play. And that's when he coined, what at least in my conversations with him, he coined the term, I think I used it in the book. What was it called? I think better to be a fool of a king than to be a king of the fools. In other words, the fool, the jester, the court jester, that is madness. I can't even repeat it with the right accent. Maybe one of you can impersonate your father better than I can. But he'd say madness. His eyes would roll up like, like a madman. And he was, right? Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So he said, so you need one person who represents the madness, and everybody else can represent the so-called kalim, bring it down back into the structures. And then, but it got serious as well. It wasn't just like this the jovial conversation. And he said, I think he told me that everybody has their different kalim, their different parameters. I'll be honest, maybe I wasn't mad enough to understand what he was saying, to be frank. But it was a deep pleasure and honor, because there was a point of emes and truth. As we know, there's a place beyond madness and beyond sanity, beyond bligvul and beyond gvul, beyond the finite, beyond the infinite, which is really where ultimately we all meet. And that's a place that you only reach through total bittul, through utter suspending yourself and being able to absorb a reality higher than oneself. And I don't know, I was always a delight, even though we spoke about painful things as well and personal matters, but it was always beyond the delight, completely refreshing, always young energy. It was hard to imagine, even when I heard that he was not so well, that that his kalim were not able to fully contain his mad energy, and but nevertheless the spirit lives and lives in each one of us, and it was just the real thing in that context. And I was also so taken by the fact that the Rebbe, as a true Rebbe was able to, so to speak, contain and be able to appreciate the different facets, the different different elements. Now, I don't know if you know this, but the story with the whistling actually has a personal element to it too. I may have told Chaki, maybe I've told some of you, maybe not, but I'll share it with you. My father, who was a madman of his own, in his own way, who's an immigrant that comes from Russia and Europe in 1951 to America and becomes a journalist. He didn't even know English. You have to be a little crazy, right? So the Georgian genes, I guess, touch upon some of the Moroccan genes, maybe. So my father, who in his own way did his stuff, he danced to his own tune, was not very much impressed by other people's approach to things, a nonconformist, let's put it that way. And in 1975, the end of 1975, he published in this newspaper, the Allgemeine Journal, he published a picture of the Rebbe whistling, like two fingers in his mouth, a famous picture. After Simchas Torah, it was a Keshal Bracha, the Rebbe was giving out the wine, and in the middle, he put his fingers in his mouth, and the place started whistling. I'm sure your father was there. I mean, I see no reason he wasn't, but he probably was there. Anyway, okay, my father printed a week or two later, he printed the picture. He comes to 770 Friday night. I remember I was around 18 years old then, and my father's attacked, literally attacked in every direction by people from the whole 770. The chutzpah, how do you have the chutzpah to publish such a picture? I just want to shut off my thing here because I hear as a background noise. We don't need that. So what kind of chutzpah to print a picture of the Rebbe whistling? You know, people who are, what do they call us, shegitz? They were the people who were like empty, how do you translate it, Simcha? You know, shegitz and gas. You know, empty people who had nothing to do with whistle. Whistlers were not seen as exactly, they were seen as, know the right word.
Low life.
Low lifes. Ah, there you go. Low lifes. That's what they're telling my father. And my father was looking at them like they're crazy. He said, the Rebbe whistled. He didn't whistle in private. It was in public, in front of thousands of people. What are you ashamed? You don't have to publicize just because the Rebbe goes to the mikveh. You don't print a picture of the Rebbe in the mikveh. That was the line. And they were really heckling him to the point my father was never intimidated. He wasn't intimidated then either, but he just saw it was just annoying. So he came home early that Friday night. But I witnessed it all. This was in Cheshvan. This was, I would say, November 75. The dates are important. That's why I'm mentioning that. Listen to this now. November, December, January, February. Around March 76. Purim Farbrengen. What better time? The maddest day of the year, Purim. So Adela Yoda, you know, beyond Adela Yoda, beyond intelligence, beyond the rational. So middle of the Farbrengen, like close to that, maybe the 6th or 7th talk of the Rebbe, he opens up the talk with these words. I'll say it exactly the way he said it in Yiddish. A Maise mit Pfeifen, a story with whistling. You know, it was a very dramatic opening, a headline, a story with whistling. And the Rebbe was referring to what happened back in November, talking about 4 or 5 months later, back in November. And he said that, oh, I missed an important point. Sorry, go back a moment. We go, rewind. After my father published a picture, and people were complaining in 770, Chassidim, and they were saying, chutzpah, this. My father, in his classic way, says, why don't you write a letter to the editor? That's what he always says. Schreib a brief zur Redaktion. Write a letter to the editor, and I'll print it. My father was that type. He had no issues with critique. I'll print it uncensored, untouched. Fine. So that's what they did. A letter was sent. I'm not going to mention names. Some of them are not in this world anymore. And it says, in the name of tens of thousands of Chassidim, I'm protesting the publishing of this picture. My father, in his classic way, he went ahead, he printed the letter, he printed a picture of the guy that wrote the letter, he printed a picture of himself because he's the one that wrote the article, he's the editor, and he printed a picture of the Rebbe whistling, another picture. So this became now a spread. Here's news. Not just the Rebbe whistled, but there's people who saying that it's a protest of insulting our Rebbe. You can imagine. Anyway, this is my father's style. So Purim comes, the Rebbe says a story with whistling. And he writes, and the Rebbe says, he says, I read the article, I read the letter written in the name of tens of thousands of Chassidim, and I was wondering, how come no one asked me? I'm also a Chassid. Well, my opinion is. And the Rebbe went on, and oh man, did he give it over their head. And he said that what kind of, embarrassed with a fife, the Rebbe called it a fife of Gedusha, a holy whistle, that we show that we don't care about the world, the whole material world is worth nothing, it's all about godliness, etc. And he went on to say that there was once another person who was a very proper person. She was the daughter of Shaul HaMelech, King Saul. Her name was Michal Bas Shaul. And she married King David. And she saw once out of the window, David HaMelech is making somersaults and whistling. It's the story in Tanakh. And she says it doesn't pass for a person of glory, of dignity, a melech, to make the somersaults and whistling. So the Rebbe said, and nevertheless, it became part of Torah and part of Halacha. The Rambam writes in the laws of Sukkos, he cites that verse, Mefazes or Mecharker b'chol oiz. That one means joy, to whistle and to completely go out of your own limitations. Anyway, it's an interesting talk. The Rebbe gave a good half hour, and he really gave it over their heads. And I obviously, I was not surprised. I had no issue with the Rebbe's whistling. It's not a problem. I don't have an issue with the Rebbe whistling. Just because some people who are outcasts or lowlifes whistle, that doesn't mean that there isn't another type of a whistle. And I'll tell you one more little secret, if I may. since we're talking about whistlers. In 1992, end of 91. So we're talking about a few months before the Rebbe had a stroke. So it was Pasha Vayeshev. And the Rebbe spoke then about the famous story with the Alter Rebbe, that during his time there was a big debate among the leaders, the Jewish leaders. Who was it for the Jewish people? Who would be better to win the war? There was the Russo-Franco War, the Russians, King Tsar Alexander, or Napoleon of France. And there were those that felt that Napoleon of France would provide for much more laxity for Jews and easier, and it would be more physically more comfortable. The Alter Rebbe, however, was of the belief that yes, it would be more comfortable materially, but spiritually it'd be far more challenging, because Napoleon offered fraternity and freedom and all that, but also the self-made man, godlessness, which Alter Rebbe felt would be very dangerous. So spiritually, it could be very challenging for the Jews. So that Rosh Hashanah, long story short, that Rosh Hashanah, the Alter Rebbe got up early, because they knew whoever blows Rosh Hashanah shofar with the right kavanah will prevail. And he prevailed. Later, when the Rebbe got the blow shofar, was later in the day. He said it when he put the shofar near his mouth. He said, "The Litvak Hatarizgechab." The Litvak was the name they gave the Alter Rebbe, the Lithuanian. So that he already prevailed. And the Rebbe elaborated what was the reason, because he felt the Jews were not ready yet to face the Western world and all freedoms. Even though the Rebbe said that was then. But now, after the 7 generations, we can enter France and Europe and the Western world and transform it. And the Rebbe said that was the reason that in 1973, Tavshin Lamed Daled, the song Haderes V'Amuna, the French anthem, was sung to the words Haderes V'Amuna. The Rebbe himself did that year. It was the Simchas Torah Tavshin Lamed Daled, equivalent of 1973. And the Rebbe said, because the Chassidim took a song which represented the godlessness and the march of Napoleon, with all the aggression of that French anthem, Marseille, and turned it into Haderes V'Amuna L'chai Elamin. Famous song, Haderes V'Amuna L'chai Elamin. I remember when the Rebbe taught it. I remember it very vividly. No one picked it up until after a few minutes when the Frenchies who were there, they picked it up. So that's what the Rebbe said. This was Vayeshev. It's a very fundamental Farbrengen, where the Rebbe was speaking about how the world today, we can use all the comforts and all the prosperity of the Western world and not be afraid, as the Alter Rebbe was, because things changed. At the end of that Farbrengen Shabbos, the Rebbe actually spoke earlier. He spoke a few minutes in French, because there was a group from France, and I think from Montreal, I'm not sure from where they were, that came. At the end of the Farbrengen, the only time ever, the Rebbe indicated to whistle. Now, whistling Shabbos is not so simple matter. Yom Tov, the Rebbe had done it a few times, but also there's questions about it. Not that we have questions on the Rebbe, but that Shabbos was the only time. And, I understood it, because the Rebbe was, that type of transformation required that whistle. When we prepared the Sikha, the talk for editing, so when it came at the end of the talk, it said the Rebbe indicated to lisrek, which means to whistle. And the Rebbe crossed it out. He crossed it out. Most obviously because it wasn't necessary for the public to start asking questions, Shabbos, whistling. But there was the whistling, but the Rebbe crossed it out but then he crossed out what he crossed out after he saw a footnote. We added a footnote because we found a mimer, Vayeshev, from the Rebbe Rashab, said 80 years earlier, I think in Tafrei Shayin Hey, or 75 years, I don't remember the exact numbers. And we wrote that the mimer talks about how Mashiach and Geula is connected to whistling. Because the regular voice, a person who speaks, that's the rational. That's they said before, Eirus and Kalim. Everything is controlled, everything is regulated. That's the structure of existence. Seder Shtalshus, the order, the cosmic order. But then there are times when you need to go out of that order. And Mashiach and Geula, of course, and he brings there verses that explain how whistling, Sarika, is connected to Mashiach because it goes out of the order, out of the structure, beyond structure. So we wrote that up in a footnote on the words the Rebbe said to whistle, because we found it, and the Rebbe always encouraged us to add anything that we thought can support the story, can support the talk. So we added that. To me, it's clear. When the Rebbe saw the footnote, that it had like a basis, an explanation of Chassidus, he went back because the Rebbe used pencil and he erased what he had erased. So basically leaving it all. So today it's published on that Shabbos by Yeshev. That would have been, as I said, the end of essentially 1991, around December 91 is when that happened. So all this, my friends, brings us back to Rav Meir and all his beauty and his eloquence and his, whistling, and which was all representative of a mighty soul, a soul that in many ways was challenged how to contain itself in the parameters of this world. And those souls are very unique and very rare, but they have an important role to play because their role is to remind us all that the whole structure is really comes from beyond structure. And it's just that God decided that he wants to put it into a structure, but we should never be deceived into thinking that the structure of existence is where it begins and ends. It's simply in the language of Chassidus that the power of Bli Gvul chose to put itself into a Gvul, which means that the power of the infinite it was imposed, chose to channel itself through the limitations and structure of this universe. So we should never be deceived into thinking that it's about the structure. It's always about structure helping us to achieve beyond structure. Like music. Musical notes are very structured. But when you sing a song and you dance to it and you whistle to it and all of that, you experience how structure leads you to beyond structure. And I believe that's really where your dear father, our dear friend, lived in this world. And to me, it always brings a smile to my face, his ability to straddle these two realities, which doesn't always come easily. And it teaches us like halacha. Everyone thinks halacha, which means Jewish law. It means stringent, dogmatic, didactic parameters. It's not true. Halacha comes from the word halicha. Halicha is elam loy, also movement, mobility. Halacha is not static. It's not dead. It's always in a mobile state. Yes, just like musical notes, you can't change the notes, but you can sure change the spirit and the cadence and the whole neshama of the music. So I thank you, Father, for helping me appreciate that dimension of things. And I hope that all of you, children and friends, have continued that legacy. And it's ultimately about bringing these two worlds together. In this pandemic, crazy world, I mean, the structures of existence have sure been shaken, and people pretty much see, at least those that want to see, that the structures of this world and all our summer plans and our schedules and our security blankets and all the infrastructures really don't carry much weight, are not truly sources of security. So it's very appropriate at a time like this to honor and to celebrate and Farbrengen such a special day. And remember, as I said, the whole point of structure is to bring us to beyond structure. So I love you, Father. I still love him. Spirit is with us. Thank you for this honor. As in the right spirit, everything's spontaneous. So Chaki's been telling me for the last 2 hours, another 5 minutes. So that's the perfect Abehsera spirit of things. And it just makes me smile. It's just really so fitting. I don't know if you deliberately planned that. You know, like they say, spontaneous dancing at 9 p.m. I don't know if it was that. I'm sure it wasn't. So anyway, it's a great honor and pleasure. And it's a little, I mean, I hope I took a Farbrengen style approach, which I think your father would the most appreciate. And great, it's great to be here. I thank you for the honor, or whatever you want to call it. I know we don't have to get formal here and on all these stuff, but still, I thank you all. And what should I say? L'chaim to you, l'chaim to your father, l'chaim to his neshama. Now he's celebrating with the Rebbe somewhere. My father's also there. I'm sure they're doing a lot of whistling. And hopefully we can ride on their coattails and bring Bli Gvul and Gvul together and finally have the Geula and reunited with all our loved ones. My father's Yartzeit, by the way, was Chaf Ir just a few weeks ago. Oh, wow. 15th Yartzeit. So we're all in the same, we're all connecting to souls. How shall I put it? Shall we say? So, thank you. Thank you. Nice seeing you all. Let me see who I see. I see Chaki. I see some of the other siblings. Simcha, of course.
David.
Thank you, Rabbi Jacobson.
Hey.
That was amazing.
Wow. Beautiful.
You really spoke so beautifully. Wow.
From the heart. That's the best talks.
How's the question?
Rabbi Jason, are you running off, or you have a couple more minutes?
I'm here. Oh, how are you? All right.
How are you? Baruch Hashem. Thank you for that incredible context. Just want to be able to see you here. You connected so many dots, and there's something I want to throw into the mix because you mentioned the Georgian and the Moroccan roots. And although this call has already been going on for over 3 hours, we actually didn't get to talk about the Sephardic roots. So I want to share, when I was around 20 years ago, I went to Morocco with one of my brothers, and we had the blessing of meeting Rabbi Roskin, alav shalom, in the courtyard of the Chabad house on Motzei Shabbat after Havdalah. And I went up to him and I asked him, Rabbi Roskin, why do you think that the first place in the world that the Frierdiker Rebbe sent shluchim to was to Morocco? And he said something to me that I never heard anywhere else. He said to me, listen, if the Baal Shem Tov and the Or HaChaim would have met, Mashiach would have come. And he said the network of shluchim was to prepare the world for Mashiach. So this is the encounter between the Or HaChaim and the Baal Shem Tov.
Beautiful.
And you mentioned...
You probably know that Chabad is really an interface between Sephardi and Ashkenazi, because Alter Rebbe used a lot of Sephardic Arizal and Kabbalah, which was really the domain of the Sephardim for many years. But I just comment. I once heard from Meir, he told me, look, there's a point there were no Sephardim and no Ashkenazim. We were all connected only to God. There was no other titles and labels. So that, of course, is the whole point of this.
Yes, beyond the structures.
The circle and the square come together.
Indeed, the madness and the sanity.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear more. There's one other piece that I want to throw into this. Many people know this story. Rabbi Meir would love to tell it. He was once in his car, doubled over in pain, and he heard the Farbrengen on the radio, and he couldn't bring himself to go inside. He was in unbelievable, excruciating pain. The next day when he saw Rabbi Groner, he told him that the Rebbe was waiting for you. There was a song we couldn't sing. There was apparently a song in the Farbrengen that was connected to Mashiach that the Rebbe wouldn't sing if Meir wasn't there. And so I'm hoping that you can maybe talk about the spiritual audacity, the Shtus Kedusha, the connection to Mashiach, the whistling, and the Sephardi lineage. And can you bring this all together for us somehow? Is there a connection? Sure. Is there?
Sure. Look, we know there is in Lahavdil, I'll say, in the secular science, secular wisdoms, schools of thought, there's a difference between Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy, which is often seen as being Western very much mathematical, structural, and Eastern being far more metaphorical and abstract, and sometimes compared to circle and a square. Square as a structure, circle has no beginning and no end, as Chassidus explains. And they often don't come together, these two worlds. They're very, very different. I mean, to just use physics as an example, Newtonian physics is very Western. Quantum mechanics is very Eastern. Whereas in Newtonian physics, what they call the billiard ball effect, you hit something the same way, the right angle, with the right strength, it will always have cause and effect. It was the nature of all of existence, was built on cause and effect. The predictability of nature, that you can exactly predict exactly when the sun will rise, the effects of gravity, of electromagnetism, and so on. And the quantum mechanics was discovered, it was completely counterintuitive, because they discovered a reality which some call probability or indeterminism, uncertainty, which wasn't seen as uncertain as in like unknown in that way. That there's a reality that is not yet shaped by cause and effect, that you can look at something and each time have a different type of experience. So quantum-like, so the observer became the factor where determining, without going into all the intricacies of it, but these two worlds of circle and square, generally speaking, are not reconcilable up till now. That's why Einstein had a lot of problems with quantum mechanics. He once said to Niels Bohr, he said, God doesn't play dice with the universe. And Bohr, who was also Jewish, responded to him, don't tell God what to do. So both are true. And Chassidus actually brings these two worlds together. Because if you think of it in the Jewish context, halacha, Gemara, Talmud is very structural, brilliant, is brilliant. But it's legal rules, there are axioms. There are structures. You're dealing with arguments, guidelines. There's a structure. It's very square-like in that sense. If you think about Kabbalah is all metaphorical. No one's ever seen Atzilus or the Tzimtzum or before the Tzimtzum. These are conceptual ideas, very abstract, spiritual entities. And in many systems, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of the other religions, the mystics and the legalists didn't get together, they didn't get along at all. They burned Sufis. The Muslims burned Sufis because the Sufis were the spiritual. And they did not accept it. The Christians also were very negative to the mystics. I say lahavdil again. In the Jewish world, it was always known that they're a body and a soul. Rab Shimon Bar Yochai of Lag Baimer, neshmasa of a gufa. There's a soul and a body. The soul meaning the square and the circle come together. Why? Because God is neither circle nor square. You may know that in Chassidus, it's not brought that often, but there's the mystical concept of the tzimtzum, that's like a square, a maruba, and there's the tzimtzum like a circle. The Rebbe spoke about it somewhat in the mid-'80s. So bottom line is, to bring it back to our discussion, I always understood that once the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, and we didn't have the same revelations, like a Matan Torah was a mystical experience, at the same time, a legal system was brought to the mandate of Torah was given to the Jewish people. That after the Churban Beis HaMikdash, it seems like these two domains took their own different tracks. And Rav Shimon Bar Yochai and the Arizal were unique, that they brought them both together, which is why they united the Jewish people like no one else. Sfarim, Ashkenazim, Chassidim, non-Chassidim. And it's Chassidus that really reintroduced the joining of these two seemingly antithetical worlds. So to me, when the Alter Rebbe, when he founded Chassidus Chabad, if you really look into Chassidus Chabad, its ideas, you'll see the Alter Rebbe wrote a Shulchan Aruch. It doesn't get more structured than that. At the same time, he wrote Tanya and the whole Chassidus Chabad. And that was a very rare thing to be able to bring these two worlds together. So I would say basically, there was a time as the Kabbalah was actually in the domain of the Sfardim, much more than the Ashkenazim. The Ashkenazim were far more halachic. However, there came a time to join the two together, whether it's through prayer and so on. And I know, to me, I never looked at, if someone asks, is Chabad Ashkenazic or Sephardic? I don't think it's a ridiculous question, because Chabad was never seen as partisan in any particular way, and that's why it drew from both. There are elements, there's no question, there are elements in Chabad thinking that are structured, and especially when you talk about halachic part, but then there's the whole other part, which is the circle. And I think that's its universality and ability to reach so many different people is what's power. So Meir, or Rab Meir, I guess the Litvaks would call him Rab Meir, the circles would call him Meir. They brought these, was a perfect example how he was drawn and his connection. And to me, that's really what it comes down to. I personally am, my father's father, my name's Simon, is Georgian. Simon Yakubashvili. It was Sephardim of a different sort. They came more from the Persian after the first destruction of the temple through Babylon and Persia up to Georgia. But nevertheless, a lot of Sephardim is really from the Spanish and the Moors that ended up in North Africa and in the Spanish countries, the Sephardic countries, whether later Yemen and the Middle Eastern countries. But at the end of the day, when I hear songs that are Sephardic origins, for some reason it resonates to me that's closer to what it was like in the Beis HaMikdash. I think the Ashkenazim became more assimilated. And they also had a harsher golus in a way, to deal with the Nazis and to deal with the European anti-Semites, even though there was plenty of anti-Semitism in the Sephardic, but it was a lot different. The Muslims didn't mind if you were Jewish in your privacy of your home. It was in public was the main issue. So there were very different trajectories, but at the end of the day, Jews are Jews. We all come from Avram, Yitzchak, Yankov, who are clearly, definitely much more Sephardic. I mean, they came from Middle East origins, so I would say that they probably had darker skin, if you want to put it that way. Not that skin color makes a difference. And it's the Ashkenazim that are blonde and blue-eyed. So I'm not saying this in any derogatory way. Everybody, God has his mysterious ways. And so I see it as really our role is to bring it all together. I don't see it as, I mean, the fact that Rab Mordechai Eliyahu and the Baba Sali and Rab Kaduri and others were drawn to the Rebbe and they had that close connection is very clear. They saw the emes. They saw, once you see the emes transcends this. You know, let's be honest, all these labels and cultural differences are meaningless when you're really touching the core essence. And I think that's what we're honoring here. I don't know if I answered your question, but anyway, I rambled a bit.
I liked your description about the circle and the square, because it sounds actually like they meet in the possible. Is that a good way to describe the possible man, the possible life,
100%. I'll go a step further. There's my Morim Chassidus, Tzemach Tzedek talks about circle and square in context of a marriage. Because you see by a wedding ceremony, everything is circle. Circles around the chassan, the ring is a circle, because circle is a sign of infinity. But he talks also about certain elements that are square, like the chuppah itself is a square. So there's a concept of, both in mathematics and also in Kabbalah, of the square within the circle within the square. You ever see those images? And it's really like an endless journey. At the end of the day, the square is structure, is the gvul. God wanted structure. It has edges, it has corners, it has parameters. The circle is the symbol of infinity. A circle is like a niggin. It never ends. You only stop it because you get tired. There's no stop. There's no, where's the beginning and the end of a circle? Where's the top and bottom of a circle? The dance of the circle dance, circular dance, is the circle of the infinite. And we know joining the infinite and the finite is where the excitement happens. That's where there's tension and drama, tension and resolution. You know?
Yes, thank you for that. I do hope you'll share with us the mimer of the Rebbe Rashab that you were quoting. Maybe you can send that to Chaki afterwards. I'd never heard about that.
I'll be happy to send you a copy of that page. You'll see. You'll see. The Rebbe Remez Kvedusha Mushlit Lisrek. I'll send it to you and pass it around to the
You
whole,
also brought to light the double entendre between pfeifen, whistling, and dismissing something, right? So if somebody didn't understand Yiddish, can you just go back and elucidate that for a second?
Yeah. A whistle was seen in the negative terms as, by lowlifes, what was whistling? It was like a pustakeli, somebody that's has nothing to do. They stand on corners. They're called yeshvei kronis. They stand on a corner and they whistle, either at girls or they just whistle, just to whistle. You know, it was a symbol of looseness and haughtiness even. You know, lack of humility. So that's the negative side of it. But there's a positive side. Sometimes you find people who are like that were also very, did not take seriously the rules and disciplines of life. And in a positive end, that would be somebody who just goes out of his limitations, like we do on Purim or Simchas Torah, where we just say the world, the etiquette of the world doesn't really matter. Now there are times and times. That doesn't mean you behave that way all the time. That's a good word, etiquette. But there's non-etiquette coming in like you said, shtuz de l'umazeh. You had a good word for it. It was a unholy insanity. What?
I said spiritual audacity.
Yeah, spiritual audacity. And then there's non-spiritual audacity. You know, the chutzpah of Amalek, or the chutzpah of someone who's just an arrogant person, who's just a cynic. But then there's holy audacity, where you do not allow yourselves to be, you don't take yourself that seriously. So that the fife then would be a whistle that is like dismissing this whole world, what it doesn't really matter. It's like when we say that niggin, that song, what is it called? Ened Milvadoy. They say, how does it go? They sing it by many weddings. It's beautiful words. What?
No.
Yeah, it says Al Hevel Vavolim. Yeah, everything is Hevel Vavolim. Everything is to naught. Everything is vanity. Everything is vanity. And the only thing that's real is Eined Milvadoy. So there's a time where you feel a higher presence and you realize that all this pettiness and all that people are so occupied with and they think they can't live without is really nonsense. You know, so the fight is that type of dismissiveness. Wow. And really saying in context of a higher reality, what value does something of this material world really carry?
You're actually helping me bring things full circle, because we opened this up actually with Reb Simcha talking about humor and Meir's sense of humor. And what I'm understanding as you're speaking is what he would do in the Farbrengens with the whistling, essentially when he would meet people and work with people one-on-one, kind of enter their worlds. I was just having a conversation with Rabbi Daniel Schoenbach, who's a therapist, the other day, who also knew Rabbi Meir very well, was actually inspired to him. He met him when he was 16 years old. He really started him on his path. So he was saying that eventually a coaching method, so to speak, or a tipul method will be developed based on Rabbi Meir's approach. And it needs to be studied by psychologists and therapists. But as you're speaking, I'm understanding that essentially he would whistle, not physically, he wouldn't whistle at the person, but he would whistle he would blow away the vanity. He would just dismiss their misconceived notions. He would topple down their idolatry, their sense of loneliness, that they're alone. He would confront them in such a way with such powerful presence and so much love and this kind of just like unconditional acceptance that it's as if he just whistled away, their preconceived notions, their defenses, their self-sabotage. So you really helped us bring together, this on the interpersonal level, on the cosmic level. And the way I see it, because he really was my personal mentor and really is, that's the blessing of a lifetime. I think that he's inspiring us to each contribute our own whistle. And when we all whistle, whatever that means for each of us, that will be the collective song of Mashiach. Whatever we do it fully. We don't do it calculatingly. We don't do it partially. We don't do it with like false etiquette. If you're teaching, you teach, you give it your soul. If you're singing, you sing. Whatever it is that you're doing, you do it with the intensity and the totality of a whistle. So.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. I don't know if Simcha mentioned it, but I remember a very fond memory of the magazine called 613, I think it was, that one issue came out that I think Simcha worked on with Meir, and there was an interview with Allen Ginsberg.
Yeah, and Yerachmiel too, we worked on.
Yeah, and I remember the interview was basically, I think Allen Ginsberg in a caricature was presented like a buffalo to show how much he's full of BS, where he took the whole icon and idolatry of Allen Ginsberg, who was officially the big circle and outside of structure and the ultimate anti-establishment guy, and demonstrated his his falsity. So, yeah.
Alan was not very happy with the write-up that we ended up with in 613 magazine. But hey, you can't please everybody.
I was the one that had to take the phone call from him.
Yeah, right.
Oh, really?
He kept carrying on about you cut off my voice. You cut my voice. It's like you took my soul.
You imposed your poetry on my poetry. That's what he said.
In the 90s, Alan was still upset about it when I spoke to him. Still had gratitude to God, and he wanted to make sure I let him.
Like they say, like Siddim, they say that Alan is now in a place, Elam Emes, he knows better.
Wow. This is the perfect time to actually open up the floor. We want to hear from anybody who wants to share. I want to thank you, Rabbi Sivan.
How you doing, Baruch? I didn't see Baruch in ages. Baruch, how you doing?
Baruch Hashem.
I'm very happy to see Baruch.
Yeah.
Wow, Sivan, that was amazing. I like our Yartzeit. We're gonna open the floor, but that was really it's very special. I want you to know that my whole family if anybody hasn't been introduced to Sivan, you need to. It's a must. It's the purest, most honest guide to the way of living. If anybody's searching for how to go about their life and needs kind of like a mentor where they're safe, I would say he's the safest bet, because he makes you uncomfortable often because you have to face yourself. That's I think that's one of his amazing gifts, and it's the most beautiful thing, because once you do, you're on a road to a very enriched and truthful life. So Sivan, everybody must check him out. And my whole family, my whole family, it's like our family thing every week, every day actually is another class being shared. So
You're too kind. You're too kind. Like the Gemara says that the Tana answered when he was given a compliment. He said, "Okay, I know what I said was right. Tell me what you think is wrong about what I'm saying."
We'll do that in private.
Okay.
It was great. It was beautiful. Mamash. Thank you. Well, we have
who did I miss? Who spoke before me? Who else was Simcha here? Rachmiel?
Rachmiel. We had
all the siblings in the family.
Did you record this?
Yes, it's recorded.
Okay. The truth is, I was in the middle of a webinar. I couldn't have been most of it anyway, but
I couldn't believe you were able to get. I couldn't believe you were able to come on all together. This is really exciting. My mother's right there. She's Sarah Zohar. There's my mother. If you see the name Sarah Zohar, that's my mom and Sarah.
Oh, we see a video of that?
They're in Israel. It's dark, kind of.
Scroll. If you scroll, there's two Sarah Zohars. Scroll over, you'll see one where there are videos.
If you go to gallery view.
Okay, I see. Oh, there we are. Yeah. Hello.
Chaki, Fruma would like to say something very briefly.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you. Before we do, I'll just say, Rabbi Simon, we'll do a trade. We'll send you the recording and send us the mimer.
I'll do it even if you don't send me the recording. It's unconditional.
Gracias.
I keep hearing the themes of the wild and the contained, of the mad and of the tradition, of the disciplined and of the undisciplined. I go back to a Shabbos table 50 years ago, and I see Rachmiel and Shulamit and Simcha. I was there. Indelegger, Chana Rosen, Rachel Blima, Michael Muchnik, Reuven Schoenberg. I mean, there were so many huge egos in one room. I don't know how you could have a room that was big enough to contain them all. I remember at that point in time, I was Yehuda's Kaplan who gave over that day's Tanya portion to me, and I said, "That's brilliant. It goes along with what I've been thinking for months." So that's how big the egos were that were sitting there, and so something in Meir and Esther's unbelievable ability to bridge the world of just unbridled spontaneity with this phenomenal humility, was interjected in all of our lives, so much so that I learned, for example, that children are supposed to fall asleep on the floor because there's so many coats on their beds that there's no place for them to sleep. I learned that dinner starts at 9:30 because and that Motzei Shabbos is something that goes on until Sunday morning, and from all of that. Oh, here comes my son Rafi, who I'm going to see if I can pull him in here. Meir used to call him the angel. Oh, he was the angel. He loves the angel. He loved my Rafi. Anyway, what came from this, to me right now is it says that a tree is healthy when you see that it bears fruit and fruit and fruit and fruit. There's so many people on this call who were mamish mishuganas, whose kids are on shlichus, who learned, from Esther and Meir, two things that just never stopped. One is the Rebbe, the Rebbe, the Rebbe, the Rebbe, the Rebbe, and the other thing was to have an open mind and an open house and an open heart, so that I judged my kitchen by if there was 2 inches of counter space that were not filled up, I must have been doing something wrong. I hadn't finished giving enough, and I just, we cannot thank Meir and Esther enough for all they did for us.
Wow. We love you we love you.
Can I say something?
Thank you.
Everybody can just dive right in.
Can I say something? Can I go next?
Yes, Michal, go
Yeah?
ahead.
Good to see your face, Michal. Good to
No,
see your face.
it's good to see all of you. I didn't even know about this. My son Ellie just told me this a half an hour ago. I was coming back from Monk. I was there for Shavuos with my kids. And it's so amazing, Hashgacha Pratis, that today I happened to mention to Chevy that what I learned from Meir Abehsera. I mean, it was just amazing. And then I came back. I didn't know the Yartzeit anything. And because their home is like so open, and they deal with a lot of these people who are off the derech from, like Hasidic homes and all kinds of stuff. And as I'm listening to this, I realized that one thing that we learned in Binghamton was that when we first came, it was like that we never saw the thing, that there was such an open home. The Achnasas Orchim was not something that we were privy to in our upbringing. And it's just like this. It was just like something totally. In fact, one time, and I told my daughter this morning, that one time Meir said that he never asked someone to leave his home. Can you imagine this? And we were there. There were some really mashugana people who came. He never asked anyone to leave. And I told you that because she also has some weirdos. In any which case, it was such, and I realized that because everyone that came from there ended up opening their homes just like Meir. I mean, in some shape or form. And I see that my own kids, so it just kept, he has the schus, or the merit that he has so many people who have benefited from so many things that have been offered, come directly from him and you, Esther, that it's just, what can I tell you? I mean, it's, Baruch Hashem, he gave you this schus. What can I tell you? So I just wanted to share all that. And I'll just have one more thing I'd like to share is that when I first came, Meir offered me a job to illustrate Healing Ourselves, and that he'd give me room and board, and that would be my pay. So it was a great deal, and I became from and everything. And he would give me these assignments for the book, or whatever, like this page or this recipe or this Chinese fakakta, whatever it was. And I'm supposed to come up with like some illustration. And when I did it, I would bring it in. There was 1,000 illustrations in the book. So like every day, once, twice a day, I'd bring in another illustration and he would collect them for his book. And one day he says to me, he said, however he said, he says, I'm so happy when you come to me, says, because everybody else who walks in here with their problems, and they have this and they have that, and they this and that, and they can't digest this, or they have a problem with their wife that, or this guy. And he says, like, but you just come in, you just bring a nice little picture, and it's not what I like about it is that it shows that he really, in his own way, like he just helped so many people. People were able to feel safe and to share with him all their problems. Anyway, and he just didn't, I didn't even know unless he said that he was listening to all these private conversations. Anyway, everybody the Shamas have a big aliyah, and it's so good to see all of you. It just picked up my whole day today. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Hi, Froma. Hi, Simcha. Hi, Tillises. Hi, everybody.
Olivia, I would love for you to say something. Olivia and then Seth. There's so many people here.
Okay. Hi, everybody. This is just absolutely so beautiful. I love all of you. It's just, I can't tell you what what it's done for my heart today is just extraordinary. And I just want to say to Esther and the kids, the only reason that we all could benefit is because you were one, you were a unit. And whenever, once in a while in LA, I'll run into one of the kids. I haven't seen them for a long time, and my heart it just opens. It just opens. And that we were all able to be included and to be one family. And I remember I came to Esther and Meir. I think Sarah was a baby and Hockey was in a swing. And I remember what Meir said to me, because somebody sent me to him. I was already living in Crown Heights, I was from, and he said to me the following. He said, if I hadn't met the Rebbe, I would have thought I was somebody. He said, but meeting the Rebbe, he said, I'm only one of thousands of stars twinkling in the sky. So I want to give us all a bracha that in this Hasidische Verbringen that we're engaged in, that all this love and all the support and all the joy and all the wisdom that we have gotten from Meir and Esther and each other, it should be a healing for the world. And we should all be able to be together in Yerushalayim with Mashiach and dancing. And dancing. So l'chaim to everybody. Thank you so much for doing this.
Olivia, a big hug for you.
Thank you. Oh, I love you. I just love you, Hannah. Thank you.
The Abehsera experiment.
Can I say something? Nahama Rukin?
Yes, of course.
Yay. Wow, I go back to San Francisco when I first met Meir 30-something years ago. And I used to transport him to different places so he could speak. But one time he told me this great whistling story, and I just feel like I have to share it. He was in 770, and the Rebbe was giving a Farbrengen, and he said his throat was killing him. And the Rebbe pointed to him. The Rebbe looked up and he pointed, but he said when he went to point to him, everybody ducked, and it went to Meir. He said he felt something like he had never felt before, and he just whistled. There was nothing left inside him, and he just kept whistling, and he didn't know how he did it, but something that the Rebbe sent into him. But everybody else, when he saw the Rebbe point him, they felt something, and they just ducked. And that was Meir, because he said, why did the Rebbe ask him to whistle? There was a young man there that wanted to get married to a goy, and he came, and somebody brought him to the Rebbe, and they had this whole whistling for his soul. And after the end of that, the boy never went back to the girl. So there was something very high and very special in the way he did it. And I have to tell you one other story. He loved to make the Rebbe laugh. One time, he was connected with someone, and someone called him, and he told him, where are you? He said he's in a gay bar. So Meir said, I'm coming. He said, no, you're not. He said, I'm coming. And Meir went to the gay bar, and he went to the guy, and he sat in the gay bar, and he talked to him. And he spent a long time with him. And Meir was that kind of a guy. He gave his heart and his soul. And he had the most marvelous stories, because he turned me on to Sadiq. We used to sit and listen till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning about Sadiqim. What did we know? But this was Meir. I wanted to share that with you.
Hello, shalom everybody. This is Aharon Ben Shushan. How are you? I remember all you kids on my lap a long time ago.
The honey of childhood.
And I see everybody so beautiful, Baruch Hashem, grown up. It's so nice to see. I'm not going to talk too much.
Please sing a piyut.
Song for you that your father, Alav Shalom, used to love. Pitfully Sha'aret Tzedek. That will be my words, because if I'm going to start to speak about Meir, I'm going to get very emotional. I'm going to sing a song. I think it will add a certain spark to this beautiful Zoom showing and talking about Michel. So I'm going.
Where's the oud? Where's your oud?
My oud is here, but I'm going to sing I'm going to sing this song because he loved it. Okay, you don't mind?
We're ready.
Okay.
You see, Malava Malka really can go until 5 p.m. on Sunday.
Okay. It was like this بتحولي شعرت زين أبو أضياء بتحولي شعرت زين أبو زي الشعر دشيت صادقي يا بابا زي الشعر دشيت صادقي يا بابا
Bravo!
Ole!
Thank you.
Bravo!
Thank
Thank you. This was a song with like to 2-3 o'clock. Sometimes he would be telling me, Aaron, go higher, higher, higher. And I didn't know how high can I go. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. He would say, Aaron, don't be nervous. Think you're having a cup of coffee with me. Just don't worry. Just think. So Meir was about always giving to people. He was always giving to other people. His whole essence is to give. And many times before he would speak, he would turn to me and speak about me in front of people I don't know. And his thing was to give to people, to always. And I remember, because I have ADD, I cannot stay on one subject. I remember the first time I saw Michelle, I was in yeshiva with 15 rooms, a house that has 15 rooms. They're all empty, and they have one chair in the middle of the day. And I was there one morning. I'm looking, and there comes the 4 brothers, Meir, Charlie, George, and I think Leon. I think 3 or 4, and they were all with denim suits. And I said, what are these characters? They're so elegant and beautiful. What is this? Are these the Beatles working around? I don't know, They were so elegant and beautiful. And then I fell in love with them right then. And then I forgot life continued. And then like 3 weeks later or 4 weeks later, it was Pesach time, comes Rabbi Longtree. I was talking to him. He says to me, you want to meet some people, very special people, some Ba'alei Tshuva, out of the world. Okay, I want to. I was in Tshuva Bachur, And he brought me to the house, and I see the same 4 princes with white jalabas sitting on the table. And I said, my God, these are the same people I saw dancing on the street right near the place. It was on East 7, somewhere there in that vicinity. And that's where, I just completely, I saw all the Ba'alei Tshuva and everybody, maybe even the panel, Rahmiel and Simcha Gottlieb, maybe they were there at that time. And then I remember I sat down and George brought Dina and he threw her on me. He says, here's a little kid for you. It was just like unbelievable. People were all over the place. And I never saw anything like that. I was a very square Bahur Yeshiva with a very small brim hat, And Baruch Hashem, I sang Ashore Shira. That was the first song. I never stopped for the family. I love you all, Baruch Hashem. To see
Aaron, please sing it. Please sing it. That was the highlight of our Shabbos table when you.
The Papa Bear's not gonna come. Oh, you want to
Yes, Aaron, be Aaron.
I love you.
Higher. We want to go higher and higher and
Aaron,
higher.
Thank you. Oh my God, it's so nice to see all of you, David, Haki, Israel, and Baruch Hashem, you're young man now, and so much. Haki looks an image, exact spit image of Meir, and everyone has that beauty and the kids, the way they talk, the Tanya, the Hasidut, and the Rabbi and everybody. I don't know where to start. It's very emotional. It's very, very beautiful. I'm sorry I kind of stuck myself in the end. I hope you don't mind.
Good.
Keep going. Keep going. Private after party.
It wouldn't have been a perfect tribute if you didn't jump in.
Thank you.
Mommy is asking for Baruch to say a few words.
The time has come.
And the Baruch since he was 2 years old.
Is he still on?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's here.
My mother should be on, so and I think Linda Langer was also on. So really, I'd love to hear from them first. And that, I mean, you're right in a way. This family here is the most. This goes to the very first of my memories. So in a way, it is essentially part of my existence now. But I must thank my mother very much so for taking me on her ride, and with all her and our friends that I see here, haven't seen in so many years, Simcha and Fruma and Michal and Rabbi Yachmiel and so, oh wow, and even David Shweki and Reb Simon. So thank you all. Mommy, are you there? Would you like to say a couple words? Okay.
She was there.
She always. She was here, right?
Yeah.
Maybe she just. Maybe she's okay. She'll come. So I'll speak in her for her too. You know, it's these were as I said, the very first memories of existence was seeing Meir and Esther in with their infectious smiles in the kitchen cooking for hours, that brown rice. That's the very first smells of my childhood. Until this day, if smelling a fresh pot of brown rice out of the pressure cooker is the most sublime scent. It's like man shamayim. And just growing up and seeing how we all evolved organically from one way of life to another. And it made so much sense. It wasn't like a whole shift. Yes, some of us dived right into the Yiddishkeit right away. For others, it took a longer evolution. But it felt natural. It felt that it was our neshamas were always alive. Our neshamas were always shining. And and the love and just the extension that we felt then, and that has remained with me from then. And of course, Rabbi Akiva Greenberg, how can we forget him? And Shlomo Kaplan and many others. So you all are part of me, and I'm part of you, and just remember. And throughout the years, we kept in touch with Rebbe. It was a given. It wasn't even like we needed to create something fresh. It was like it was like an extension. And at some point, I started calling him Baba Meir, and he liked that. And just the counterpoint of Baba Meir and Cloud was the perfect harmony that I envisioned in my childhood. And just one aside, I just remembered now. You were singing Asher Shira, and it came to me those amazing Havdalas we would have, and if you remember, it would go on forever. But in middle, was it before Borei Pri HaGafed? He would start staring into the Kiddush cup.
Yes,
He would start looking deeply, gazing, and bring the candle over and looking. At one point, I asked him, "What are you looking?" He said, "The face of Mashiach." The face of Mashiach. And then, as a child, I'm thinking, yeah, but it's your own reflection. Oh, that is the whole point. We could tap into our Mashiach at that moment of transition from Kodesh L'Chol or versa. That is the place where Mashiach resides, the one who can transform the Chol to Kodesh and elevate everything to that higher consciousness. So thank you again for bringing us all together, and Chadesh Yemenu Kekedem. You know, I think it will be soon 50 years since we've lived at Vincent and Oak in Binghamton. I don't know the exact year exactly, but this is a Yovel. It is certainly.
Yeah.
It's a full life and to see Meir at none of the children. I grew up with Judy and Dina. I think were my age group. And the boys, it was two Avis. It was Avi Rosenberg and Avi Langer, and that was. I think that's more or less all the. And right, Simcha. I think was yeah. Were any of your children born then too? Right? Yeah.
Warwick, you're right. It's the Yovel year.
It is, right?
You're right.
Is it? Yes. So so this is mamish we know how the Rebbe celebrated everything, and in fact, I think the Rebbe started coming to Crown Heights. It was the Rebbe's 70th birth year. Then it was like 72, 73, and in fact, there's some old pictures of those very first Farbrengens, and we could see the Rebbe, including you, Rachmiel, sitting there in the front of the Rebbe. That's even before Meir moved behind the Rebbe for the first whistling. And there's in fact, I think that first Purim that you all came down was 1973. There's in fact video of it. And one of the first times where you could see the Rebbe turning to Meir to whistle. And that was it. It was about bringing the shtus of kedusha in a healthy way, not in a chaotic way, but in a most elevating way. I just now remembered one of those late night Farbrengens in the 80s upstairs of 770, where Meir and Yisrael Shemtiv were having a duel of who could dance better. and like each one is chiding the other. Oh, like Yisrael is showing off his Ashkenazi Shemtiv way, but then Meir just blows him out, like just starts levitating, and it's blowing. So Yisrael Shemtiv is saying, "Meir, how are you doing this? How are you floating in the air?" So Meir says, "It's not me. I'm just a horse of the Rebbe. I'm just galloping like a horse for the Rebbe." not me. And that's really encapsulated. And as Simon pointed out, that just openness and that natural rapport he had with all of us, and beyond all of the cultural externalities, and being able to tap in with that essence, and not only, and the infectious energy, that contagious Holy Spirit that he carried, that anyone who was in the room with Meir could not be electrified. We came out on a whole other level, whether it was speaking amongst the macrobiotic hippies, or if it was in Hadar Torah in the basement where he would break sometimes, or if it was in private homes. One of the last times I met with Meir was actually when he was when him and Esther were living in Los Angeles, and he shared with me the materials of the film and the music, the symphonic works he's been working on, which Chaki played some of, and he was just so loving and adoring of his family, and that was his ongoing legacy, not only us, but in looking into the future, despite whatever state he was and health-wise, etc. But he was alive. He was fire and body. Some people would ask me when I would say, how is he even alive? He was such a gashmius. He was almost nothing. It was like the wick of the fire. The fire is so much bigger than the tiny wick that's holding it. But that was the point. He was just here to draw down into our physicality and share, and then bring us up like the top of the flame.
Baruch, you're awesome. Thank you,
Thank
Baruch.
you very much.
That is so beautiful.
And all the family, and may we continue carrying this fire with us and through the generations, to the fourth generation already, and now more.
Amen. Amen. Everybody could obviously go whenever when they have to go, but it is Israel. For the people in Israel, it's getting late. So if Judy Brutt is still here, I know my mother's going to also be leaving soon, but is Judy Brutt still on or no?
Yes, yes.
Judy, where are you? Oh, there you are. Could you unmute yourself? We need to hear you. No, wait, Judy, we don't hear you. You have to press unmute. Wait, maybe I could do it.
Bottom left of the screen.
Oh, there. You're good.
Okay. Is it on now?
Judy,
Is it
yes, we
on
hear you now. Yes, we hear you, Judy.
Yes. Okay. I'm just bubbling with simcha because 50 years of my life is just in front of me, and I'm just remembering the weddings and the bar mitzvahs and the Friday nights and Shabbos days and everything, chopping vegetables and being with everybody, and Mama sharing. Sometimes a lot of times actually, I used to call your house in New York, and one of the children would answer, "Oh, my father can't come to the phone, he's writing." And it just, like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 8 years, 10 years, I don't know, whatever. It was all the same answer. And I just, Mamish, I love you, all of you, so, so, so much. And thank you so much for being in our lives. And I'm so grateful that I was able to share all of you with my beautiful husband, Shalom, Shalom. And Baruch Hashem. It's I remember Sarala. Oh my gosh, when she was like a year and a half, just dancing,
Can I just say that, Judy, if anybody doesn't know Judy here, you obviously know who Judy is. If you know the Brutts from Nachlaot, okay, for the people that don't know them, she's like a little flower, like a daisy right over there. And it's like, oh, look how sweet this woman is. She's a genius. Like, I don't know, she's an architect or designer of, but I'm talking a level. I'm not talking about just like pretty flowers on a chair. It's like level. So we have these giants over here. And
Dula.
Dula. Oh my God.
Dula. I've been at all of Israel's children, all 7 of them.
Wow. Oh my God. Thank you.
Mamish, thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, so much
Love you,
for
Judy.
adding so much to our lives.
Thank you, Judy.
Really.
Thank you.
Judy. Bless you.
She's
We love you. Good night.
Good night,
It's
Judy.
I'm
keep
getting
going.
so sleepy, but I can't leave. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
hope that we'll never leave each other.
Never.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Never. Mamish.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. Yochanan, are you there?
You hear me?
Yes.
Wow, this is unbelievable. Judy, my God. You've turned into some kind of wisdom. Amazing. It's just amazing to be here.
It's wonderful. Where are you, Yochanan? Where are you?
I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Yeah, where's that? Yeah, well, it's a little north of Chicago.
Yes.
I landed among some Hasidim here and turned out okay.
Good.
And I've been documenting, I've turned into a fine art photographer, and I've been documenting this community because they also have an extraordinary Rebbe who also dances. And there's a lot of correlation between Binghamton and here. And it's a fascinating place. Communities are really something.
Baruch Hashem, beautiful.
When I met
All right, you've been here.
When I met Michael Tversky, the first thing I said after I got to know him just a little bit, I said, "This is like a Kiva Greenberg with yichus."
Perfect. Yes, that's exactly right.
Wow.
It's true.
Beautiful.
Very true. You know, so it really is an interesting place. So at some point I thought, wow, I really ought to do something about this. So I've been photographing it. Eventually you get it, you know, and a lot of Meir is in my head when I do things, you know. You know, his fearlessness when he spoke was just dramatic, you know. And he would get to that point, you know, where it was all like meld, and it was something to watch. And it gave me a lot of like courage to be artistic, you know. So he's been my my mentor always. Well, of course, you know. So it's tremendous. This, I mean, 50 years, Yerachmiel, my God, it's so amazing, you know. 50 years, wow.
Half a century.
Well, I don't really feel that old. I don't know. You know?
Thank God.
I still have art to produce, you know. That's fine with me, you know. And he also, I think he gave me a great deal of energy. You know, it's something he imparted a lot to me, obviously. But you know, we spent a lot of time together, and you know, it's never left, really. You know, and it's just amazing to meet someone who knew him. You know, who I don't know. I just met someone like that a few days ago, and it's like, oh, you know, there's another plug-in to all of this. You know, someone in Montreal. You know, you just, you know, his reach was something. You know?
Like my brother David said, he works always with time release. That's my father's.
Oh, that comment was fantastic, David. I love that. It's so true.
Yeah, that's amazing. By the way, there's a woman here. I feel bad that I know who you are. But it says your name is a possible man. I know you are. You're look very graceful and regal. A possible life. I mean.
That's Diane. That's Diane. She's a beautiful friend of mine. She's my spirit mother, and we actually met without knowing that we were connected. That she met your father many, many years ago.
Wow. I mean, you have like your frame. Every time I see her, it's like this. I mean, a little. It's light. It's like light. You're very bright neshama there. So, would you like to share something? Because I feel like you have to say something.
If I can, I mean, this whole experience has brought such tears from my heart. I met your father probably 35, 40 years ago. I lived in Connecticut, and I went to a special lecture that he gave. It was his days of, with the new way of living and eating and so forth. And he had a profound effect upon me. I am a former ballet dancer, and so everything you're talking about dancing and how it comes for the soul, and when Hannah was speaking, I could hardly sit still, because that's the essence of the importance of connecting to the soul through movement without the word. But when you have the word and then you have the music and the sound, it's like you're ascended. It's hard to stay grounded, as a matter of fact. So thank you for that, Hannah, and your spirit. And I had
thank you.
I had a very similar experience with my father, who passed away 1985. And he was a very special spirit. He came from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but grew up in Madison. Hey.
Hey.
So my father was not well. I was living in Connecticut. I came home to be with him, to have a visit. And I remember him, being on the couch, and he was a very strong man, filled with the joy of life. He sang, he danced. He and his family, his sisters, grew up in vaudeville in Milwaukee, tap dancing, huffing, whatever. So he was very much the clown on the outside, but a very deep, deep spirit within. And so he was not feeling well. And we had a very special connection in silence. Words were there, discussions were there, but there was always this silent connection and vibration, which still is with me, with him. And I got up and I started to move. And then he said, "Now I can breathe." So it was very similar experience, very sweet. That was a long time ago, but all of your stories of this beautiful man whom I only met once have kindled that whole soul light connection. And I'm so grateful and so privileged to have shared with each of you. You're just sparks of Hashem, clear and beautiful. And that's how we all keep dancing. We carry those spirits in us.
Thank you for sharing that. That was so beautiful. Wow.
It was definitely...
It's very emotional, I can tell you.
It is definitely, I'm going to tell you, it is definitely my father coming, and I am a spiritual guy, but I'm quite grounded. I'm telling you, there's like something with the entire time I'm like looking at you and like, who is this woman? There's something very special about this woman. So it's probably my father tickling me like, Haki, come on, yalla, say something.
Maybe I've been hesitant to share, because it's the intimacy between all of you is something so profound, such a, what can I say? It's a concert of musical souls. I mean, the expressions, your memories, the interaction through words and experiences, that's life. And it's rare for me to find this. And only recently through Ora Chaya, when she and I met, it's like the rest of the world didn't exist. It was quite a, maybe your father brought us together, or that could be so. Who knows?
Of course.
Yes.
Whatever.
Absolutely, soul family.
So it's quite profound.
Looks like you have a lot of work to do. Like the Rebbe would say, it looks like you have, if you're, whatever you're doing, helping people, it sounds like Ora Chaya, like you're you're a guide for her, you probably have a lot more to do, like a lot. So if you feel tired of her, get more tired, double. Like,
I'm never tired. She's
good.
been an inspiration sent to me. I lost my husband. It'll be 2 years this June, and his spirit he was a singer. He was Sephardic. So I was for the first time, I never knew the connection of Hasidut and Sephardim and the connection of philosophies. I probably won't sleep through the night because I'll be writing. It's just like fire and flame going through a spirit that just got opened, and I'm looking forward to going back to movement because I had a spiritual dance ensemble for many years. Anyway, and my husband has a big family in Israel, so we were there 6 times, and I'm still very connected with the family. So I feel very privileged to come to be a part of each of you. So blessings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's make sure we keep in touch with her, okay? With them together.
Haki, it's Seth. Can I say a few words?
Yeah, I've been calling your name for like an hour.
I just want to say hi to Seth. It's Menachem.
Really?
Love you, man.
Seth.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to speak very long, and I'm going to try to be not emotional. Because hi everybody.
Hi, Reggie.
Hannah, I haven't seen you since you were 11. I can't get over anything. Everybody, David,
Seth and Reggie are my father's children. Like, literally.
Who are you and what have you done with Seth Mahana? I don't understand.
How are you, Simcha? It's wonderful. Claude, I just want to say how much I try to tell you how much you and your house meant to me. You know, I can't even say the words of, you know, that Meir he gave me life, you know. Meir gave me life. And more than that, joy, such joy he gave to me, just infused, you know, a tzaddik infuses emunah. But Meir gave joy. And when he says, just make a person happy. Just make him happy and he'll come to Torah. He'll come to Torah. Just make him happy. And people are so depressed and so confused, and they're in their psychological sillinesses, you know, that they get so caught in themselves. And they used to make fun of psychology, and it's all stupid. It's nothing. I became the psychologist. But Meir, I invite him with me. I feel him with me. I ask him for help. Every day, you know, very often, I think what he would say, and I wish I could keep him, his way of thinking, the joy that he had. You know, he always said, we have no choice. He said, we have no choice but to rejoice. He must have told me this thousands of times to me. You know, he says, Seth, don't be so serious. Just rejoice. We have no, you know. So, you know, he literally saved me from. I was sick many times, and he saved me. I was very, very, very sick. I tell you stories. I was sick at 12 o'clock at night, and I think I poisoned myself with Chinese herbs. I took a very concentrated amount, and the whole world was going around and around. I had vertigo, and it was for hours. It was at 12 o'clock at night. My wife, my mother is at the steps lighting a candle. Yartzeit candle, and she said, take him to the hospital, take him to the hospital.
A Yartzeit candle for you?
Yeah. He's dying. Reggie, but we're going to call the ambulances, and Reggie called up Meir at maybe 12:30, 1:45 in the night. Meir came to my bed, and I said, I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know what's happening. And he whispered in my ear. I said, I think I'm gone, Meir. He says, Seth never dies. Seth, you don't die. You're not dying. And then he got, I don't know, he got some kind of crazy combination of lemon and water, and he rubbed my liver, and he massaged my hands. And I came back, and I was not, I was not, he took it away. He took all the thing away. And he said, I said, Meir, I can't believe it. He says, I didn't do nothing. I just made you laugh. It's nothing. I didn't do anything. You got better on your own. It's not true.
Wow.
But I can't tell you, I cannot express to all your family, to Claude and all the children, Meir saved my life. Meir gave me my wife. I can't even tell you the story of what has happened, that he was stronger. He was stronger than any person could be, any tzaddik at the time. He did things with love, with tremendous amount of love, and he took things on his shoulders. And he was with me and gave me always confidence and strength, and laughter. And how many thousands of people he must have healed by taking them on taking the person's problems on his own shoulders, not saying, I don't know, maybe it could be. He would say to a person, with surety, go forward, don't worry, it's on me, come on, go, you're okay, you're going to be well, you're not going to be sick. It's nothing what you have, it's nothing, so I just, how many times I walked with him on Thursday, we went shopping for food, and he would just, for olives and for food for Shabbat, and we would just walk together on King's Highway, and he would sing. And all the things that were bothering me, anything that was on it was like I had nothing to say because I was just happy, It's what a tremendous father you children had. And Claude, thank you so much for sharing him. And you were tremendous in what you did. You were tremendous, because I remember my father came to your house. He was ready for a big, big fight. He was upset that Meir was always taking my time. He says, I'm going to give it to Meir. The end of the night, he was loving Meir. And he says, who's better is his wife, because there's a great woman behind such a great man.
All right.
So it's true.
It's true. We live with them. It's very true.
Oh, Hashem, thank you. I thank Hashem.
Hi, Seth.
Thank you.
Seth, you failed at not being emotional. I just want you to know. You started with that.
How are you, Seth?
David, anyone that said they're not going to be emotional, they're finished. That's it.
It's so good to see you, Seth. You were like my big brother.
God bless you.
David Nachmias.
David, how are you?
How are you? How are you?
I was going to say, show your alcohol. There you go. It's there.
I want just to tell you that it was me who pushed me to make mahya.
No way.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
having arak, he's having mahya. Very good.
One time I brought a bottle of mahya to Meir, and he told me, you have to make mahya.
Wow. David, do you know that? That's amazing.
I never knew that.
Yeah. So this is just our distillery.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Look at you. You're on fire, dude.
Oh, man.
So...
This is in Brooklyn. This is not in Morocco, right? You're in Brooklyn.
No, I am in Yonkers.
Yonkers.
Oh, okay.
Even worse. I mean, even more Brooklyn.
So nice to see you.
David, say something.
Thank you.
Say something, David.
Gosh, what a great memory to see your face, David.
Thank you.
I'm the small one. I'm the baby one. I don't know if you remember me, but it's
I know.
beautiful to see you.
So sweet.
Yeah.
Man,
I wanted to. I don't know if there's any.
Harry.
You guys can hear me.
Yes,
yeah.
Harry. Yes.
Shalom Aleichem from Israel.
Aleichem Shalom.
Meet Shemesh. Wow, great to see you guys. I wanted to just, put in something. I know that the Rebbe Meir would probably say, listen, Harry, why didn't you say something? I would be shy.
What was this?
So
What was it?
it's just amazing to see, obviously, to see everybody. And, like there's so many things that came into, to my mind. One of the things that Sarah was saying, for instance, was about, healing, like the way that Rebbe Meir, I remember many times he came to Toronto, obviously, I would be playing drums, my jazz drumming, and he would get up to speak, and just the very speech itself, the lecture itself, would have such a healing effect. Just the words, it was sort of like he made us feel like, okay, you could be who you are, and that's okay, I think once he said, okay, you're a worm, we're all a worm,
Worms.
It's okay, and you can be that way, and the facade came off. It's like, yeah, that's cool, It was really nice. It was really a nice feeling that, yeah, I can be who I am, and we're all like, everybody in the whole room was like, oh, cool, I'm a worm, no facade, no nothing. We're all the same. We all have our shortcomings and everything, but that's okay. You know what I mean? It was like the opposite of Musa. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we love that. I love that. It's one of the things I remember so clearly. It's like, oh, cool. I can see why you just take the facade off or whatever, and it was just it was very cool. Very cool.
Thank you, Ari.
But that's one of the things. Just seeing you guys is just so awesome for me, and connecting with with you and all the memories and everything. He really. I'll share one other thing too, which I never told anybody, but this is probably a good time, I think, because I would take Rebbe Meir from Montreal to Toronto. In our Jeep when we were first married. He actually was our shadchan, Baruch Hashem. I don't know if you remember. This is out of Sarah being in your kitchen in Montreal and calling me in. I remember Israel was on the drums there, on the congas, and I was with her in the other room, and you were like, come in, Harry, come into the room for a minute. And you were on one side, just out of Sarah, and Rebbe Meir was on the other, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is serious. And then you asked me, what do you think of this girl? And it was from the lecture, from the Shabbaton. And the rest is history, But it was so special. Everything was right there. And one of the things that on these drives from Montreal back to Toronto, etc., for the consultations and the lectures, etc., and playing together with Hashem, he shared with me one thing. He said, I asked him, is it hard? Is it hard to be? You're away from your family. You're out there with us. He was like the Baal Tshuva Rebbe, He was out there so much with guys like me, building me up and putting me out there, And he would always say, revolt, revolt. So, and I said, what's it like? What about it's incredible, your family. And, he said, being away from my family and the sacrifices that I have to do, he said, this is the casualties of war. That's the way he would put it. And a lot of people don't see Rebbe Meir like that, but he was a total warrior. He really was. He didn't, on the inside. And he sacrificed, the way I see it, he was very he would fight a war for the Rebbe and for Hashem and for what he believed in. And he was on the front lines, even though he didn't really show it so much necessarily sometimes, you wouldn't think that. But he said, what happens in my personal life and stuff like that is the casualties of war, he would tell me. And he really had hurt him to be away for so long. It really hurt him. I saw that many, many times in those days. And but he was a real warrior, and it instilled it in me too. This whole aspect of, like everybody said here today, to do, if you're going to do something, do it all the way, take the bump that got you there. I graduated from Berkeley at the time, and he was like, fine, you're becoming religious, etc., but take yourself with you until today, because on his chus, I still play drums and everything with Hashem. and go for it all the way. So what can I say? Yeshar Koach, and I miss him, I love him, and all of you as well, obviously. And
that's amazing what you just said about casualties of war. I'm never going to forget that. Thank you so much. We love you too.
I love you.
And I see Daniela Kaufman here.
I just unmuted myself. I thought it was a good time to.
Wow, Daniela is an incredible painter. My father was loved her art, and there's one piece of art that was
of David.
Specifically loved. My father quite specifically loved. I don't know if you have that piece in front of you, but it was actually interesting. I'm not sure how long ago this was, but my mother.
I'll tell you about it.
I took a picture of my mother actually not long ago, and she was looking over a view or something, and I'm looking at the picture. I said, "Why do I know? Like, what is this image of? This is a very powerful image." And I see that the painting you made. It was almost as if I was looking at the thing that my father was so crazy about, which looked like my mother looking at Yerushalayim, and now my mother's in Yerushalayim looking over the hills, and my father's there now. Anyway, the whole thing was so powerful, so you're often thought of in my family, and my father was mad about your work. So
the blue
please
car, she lent us her
share.
blue car.
Perfect that you're bringing that in. I have a lot of other things to share, commenting on what's been said so far, but this was one of them that I studied fashion design and fine art, and I did a lot of decorative painting, Pierrot and things like that, flowers, I don't know. And then I helped with Sivan. I helped organize events with your father here in Toronto, and I'd say it was perfect timing because Harry was part of those groups, and one time at Torah Shemaim, he was speaking about the feminine and the women, and where does it say in the Torah, where does it talk about the women, because it's not so much obvious, it's more in between the lines. He was speaking about the home and guests and, the theme, and about putting people into the context. If you put them in the right context, they shine. And there happened to be a person there that night that wasn't so in his place. He wasn't so fully himself, shining yet. Let's put it that way. And we hung out after the lecture. We hung out at Miriam's Gottlieb Alea Shalom house, and he brought along this person and didn't look at him through the lens that a lot of people would have looked at him, and just brought it into the fold. It was just like the close friends of Meir that we would get together after lectures. And by the end of the evening, that person was absolutely shining. And that was such an incredible gift that your father had of granting people their authenticity, connecting them with their essence, and fly with that, right? And then we did all the different manner of things, whether it was art or books or all the things that people have mentioned tonight. So that night he had been speaking about the feminine, and so at Miriam's house he continued. I kept asking him questions about it, and he started talking about this other world that was created before this one, and there was this other woman, and we don't see her name at night. It starts with an L, and she was like the extreme of Chaim, like to the other side, and basically nothing could exist beside her. She was the extreme of charm. And she castrated Adam and basically took away his potential, right? Children and so on. And then he said Chava came as a tikkun. And I saw it later on that you have Adam was male and female, and then the female was taken separated away, so she made room. And your father was so amazing at making room for someone else, right? This whole process I just explained. And everybody else tonight, and so I kept thinking about this whole subject. So after your father went back to Montreal, so this was in 1991. I painted her, and that's the painting you're talking about. And so I sold the painting. The original is in Flatbush. I have another version of it, a photo of it. All of it is sold, but I can post on this a picture that's similar to the one
Yes,
he looked at.
please.
And my old website disappeared, and the webmaster lost all of my material, so I don't know that I can find the original. But I painted in a way I had never painted before. It was from something from my inside, and it was a very powerful painting by the time I was done. And it was a woman. It was Shabbat. Oh, because he was saying that she's revealed in Shabbat, right? Like the days of the week are masculine, and Shabbat we go into a state of being as opposed to doing. And I was just so fascinated with that whole concept. And so you see her that she's on her balcony. She's not out in public. She is in the home, and that which gives her that innerness, that inner knowing, like your father was saying, that we see about the women between the lines. We see like Sarah and Rivka and so on, all the Ma'ot, like they understood where the Jewish people had to be going. Like they saw a clarity of how to develop the Jewish people, whereas because they were in the tent, because they were inner, they had that strong connection to the inner vision, the intuition. Whereas the men, even if they were tzaddikim like Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, they were still out in the public world, where you could be slightly informed by the world around you and slightly lose track of that clarity. And if you're slightly off into eternity, you miss the mark. But the women kept, because they were more inward, they kept that clarity and that vision of where we were going. And so I wanted this woman to be looking at Yerushalayim. So the first one is Yerushalayim. The second version I'm going to put on is actually the Beit HaMikdash. But she's not looking at us like the other woman, El, saying, this is me. She's looking at the Beit HaMikdash. We see her from the back. And that which gives her the innerness, that covering her hair is embellished with pearls, and it was a very intricate, beautiful head covering. And I finished the painting trying to capture the idea of the tikkun for El being the concept of Chava. And I look at her, I'm like, it's not Chava, it's El, but she's with the tikkun. And I looked at her. The dress she was wearing was this dark blue with like things that look like the stars in the heavens. And anyway, I finished the painting, and I soon went with Miriam Gottlieb. We went for Shabbat. This is where I met David, if he's still on. I don't know if you remember that we came there that weekend, but I remember you wanting to open a cafe at the time, and your father was so encouraging, trying to help you get going with that. Anyway, we came there, and I showed your father the painting, that it was from the lectures at Shamayim and our talks afterwards, and he looked at it, he loved it, he goes, you got it, you really got it, but it's not Chava. I said, I know. Then he turned to me and says, it's you. Okay, that's another inside thing, but
really
I remember, like, he talked to me like I was his little sister, and it was the biggest honor. And he's the age of my father, half a year difference in their birth dates. And he got me to, because he's so, like, reflected back to me, like everybody was mentioning tonight, whatever craft, whatever art, whatever they were doing, he put wings beneath, he put wind beneath my wings. And I started painting in a very different way from then on. It just completely changed it.
Unbelievable. Wow.
And then also every painting had to be, it was only done when I knew that if you look at it at Shabbat, it's going to bring you shlemut. Wow. So it's interesting that you asked me, Dafka, about that one, because that was your father's doing. That's another one.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to just add another thing is that it's so amazing seeing everybody here, like for different generations, and even the woman who's under I forget her name. She's under the
A Possible Life.
Possible Life. That only met him once, or did she not meet him? She met.
She did. Diane.
She met him. She met him one time.
She met him once, and with Aura, it's like it's a time release, like you say, through the generations. But I've lived on several continents and countries, and every once in a while I meet somebody that has been touched by Meir, whether lived in your family's home or whatever it was, and we all are really a family of souls. And your father is a frame of reference, and he's been my frame of reference since I met him the first time that he spoke here in Toronto. It was in 1985. Remember, he's my yardstick. If there was, I went to Torah because the way he spoke, because I was sitting on the fence, but I said he spoke my language, and the yardstick is that if the Torah I'm learning, if it's supporting life, it's really Torah. If it's not supporting life, it's not Etz Chaim Hi, the way I see it through Meir's yardstick, it's off. He's always been my yardstick. And I want to say that night that I came to Shar Shamayim, before the whole painting happened, I was actually, that was one time that in those couple of years that I did not organize an event for Meir. It was somebody else who organized it. And I actually thought I wasn't going to show up. I was beside myself. Something had happened and pulled me out of my normal way. Like, somebody has a mushpa'ah in a way that sometimes you become like a hostage. And I just wasn't myself, but I managed to get there, and your father was sitting there already, and I went to say hello, and he goes, "Hi, how are you?" And in his face, I saw you clothed. I saw your face in his face. And as soon as he asked me that, with your face in his face and this light, I was just good. It's like I came back in. That was it. I was back in, and I was great. And then that whole painting came out of that night. So
unbelievable.
You were always behind Claude. You were always so behind, so with him. And I know that he said that you're the one who kept sending him out. And it's remarkable with so many children and so much was going on, and that you kept sharing him with us. It's absolutely tremendous. I want to give you one more thing very quickly, because it's a gift for you, the children, the family, and for Claude. Meir was staying, and I was as well, with Dvora. She was porn at the time, Tapenpor. And I had just come in to sell my art in New York. And your father had to renew the Swan Publishing at the City Hall. And he really had a hard time with bureaucracy and red tape. He was really scared about what this was going to be. It was going to be this huge labyrinth, and he was really nervous. So I went inside with him, and he asked the clerk. He was with his black coat and the white, it was probably a white or a light blue shirt, and the vest underneath, and the shawl, and the hat, and the gray beard. And the clerk was saying to him that most likely you can find the reference that you need on this floor. You will not have to go into that labyrinth, And your father was so relieved, and he suddenly, this gentleman who's in his 70s, suddenly went, "Ah!" like this. And the clerk, he couldn't figure what happened over here. And so I want to give that to you, because you weren't there for that story. And it was just a child in him, this incredible, he was childlike, and that's what he brought out in us. It's like, before we were all children who were in touch with our neshama so purely, before we were adulterated from the programming of society, he brought that back out in us. He carried it all the time. It's just beautiful.
Thank you, Danielle. That's awesome. Really awesome. I have these two weird-looking guys here on the screen. I feel like they need to say something here. One name is Joe, the other one is Joseph, one is Mendel, and the other one's too small to talk. But
She's so
Joe, you wanna? These are David's kids, and there's David.
Hi, mommy.
Come on, grandkids, say something.
All right. Well, hi, mommy Claude. Hi, Sarah. Miss you guys.
Hi, darling.
You want to say something? Not joke though. Well, I'm gonna say something real quick. What I wanted to say was how Daddy Meir taught me how to think. Even though I didn't have a lot of chance to spend a lot of time with him because of different reasons, but I was young. But one thing that he really taught me was how to not have controlled thinking. I think as Jews go on living, the one thing the world wants to do is control us, whether it's our thoughts, what we learn, how we live. And Daddy Meir, his main thing was, in my opinion, was not controlled thinking. He knew a little bit about everything, I felt like, and he also, there wasn't like something that was too beyond his knowledge or whatever it was, whether it was doing something small, like, I don't know, I remember I spoke to Haki and my dad. He used to make, he made gates, I heard, and like, from making gates to changing lives to doing Shabbat, just so many different things. Never had controlled thoughts. And I always like loved controlled chaos, as I used to tell my dad all the time. And my dad said, like, wow, like my dad. And I realized that, like someone said earlier, I believe it was just like being out of the box being in the box was not Daddy Meir's thing. He was always out of the box. So I just love that he always taught us how to not have controlled thinking and to think like ourselves, and to think how we want to think, and to not think inside the box and think always outside the box, because that's how you evolve and the world evolves, and that's how you beat everyone else as a Jew, because all they want to do is control us, because that's what I think. And that was the epitome of Daddy Meir, just not controlled thinking, broad thinking, and he was definitely not a small-minded man. So that's all I wanted to say. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Joe.
No, that's awesome.
That was so beautiful. Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Mendy, nothing at all? You're not going to talk about dance?
That was really nice, Joe. Dang.
Very good, Adele.
Oh, Adele's next.
Adele's next, 100%, but with her face.
Yes, what is she?
Hi, Mommy Claude. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Fana.
Hi, Mandy.
Everybody.
Hi, Dominic. Hi, Adele. Hi, Nathan.
We've been here the whole time, the El Haraz
Yeah,
and the
but
Ron.
if you don't show your face,
Adele is hiding.
Mendy, you look good as a father.
that's not his kid. That's not his kid, guys.
But
Say something.
what I wanted to say is, my whole life, I always go for things that don't look possible, if that makes sense. I like going for like crazy things. Like right now, I'm trying to become an actor. I try to produce music. I always try to do things that are out of the norm. And I have a lot of friends that are, me and Joe are kind of like similar what we got from Daddy Meir. He kind of made us always look when we're kids with basketball, whatever we wanted, it doesn't matter. You can accomplish anything you put your mind to. That was kind of like the mindset he had. Like everything was possible as long as you're doing a good purpose and being a good person. It's all about that. And it was all about, since I was a kid, mostly with Daddy Meir, it was all about just having fun. Nothing was really serious between us. It was like everybody's being very serious at the table. Daddy Meir saw like things were getting very serious. He'll enlighten it and make it happy for the kids so they don't think everything's so serious. Like he'll like pinch my leg and really hurt me. And I'll be like, what are you doing? And then I'll start dying of laughter. And then everything will be like nothing bad ever happened. You know what I mean? Like kind of like everybody yelling at each other wasn't happening because Daddy Meir was like messing with me. And it's getting my mind off of everything. So that's what I got. Because I was more like, we were kids, so it was different. But yeah.
Awesome.
It was,
She's hiding. Adele?
Memories, Daddy Meir. He was just fun. That's all you can say. He was so much
Yeah, definitely fun.
Very good, Adele.
Before Adele talks, I'm gonna say all mischief that my
I don't
kids
need to
learned
talk. I
was
don't
from
need
my
to talk.
father.
I just want to kiss her.
I was gonna say all mischief that my kids learned was from my father. That was their relationship.
And basketball.
Adele, you take the stage. By the way, great. It was great to see my two sons. That was good.
I have nothing to add. I mean, I love Daddy Meir. I feel like it's getting very late for Mommy Claude. I don't want to leave anyone.
Hey, Adele, stop being the concerned granddaughter. You're fine. Just continue to say something. You're very profound. Come on. Give us something.
I'll keep it brief. Daddy Meir, damn, it's hard. I didn't think I would speak. Daddy Meir when I lived with you guys in Usha, it was during a time that I think was was a little bit difficult for him. It was like, I think it was his name Harry had said, you know, he had to leave his wife for long periods of time, lived in the US. Lots of things were uncertain, and exactly as Mendy said, whenever I would turn to speak to him, it was light, it was funny. He made a concerted effort to keep, I think, children in that frame of mind. But also being a girl and cuddling with my grandfather, I got to hear more things from him. And some of my favorite conversations with him were how he would describe his romance with Mami Claude. And he would tell me how she looked like Elizabeth Taylor with brown eyes. She was so beautiful. I loved how he described their romance. And I love to hear about those early days and how he saw her and the words. I wrote love letters to her. It was so nice. She fell in love with me. It was really great. I loved hearing about all that and seeing his romantic side in that way. I loved hearing him describe Mami Claude as such a beauty, which she is. And I loved having a very soft relationship with him as my grandfather, you know, teaching me how to peel correctly, cuddling with him, snuggling with him, giving him massages on Shabbat. And, you know, that was my relationship with him. And then I like to hear through you guys the stories of his greatness. And it's just like, it's obscene almost how much of life he covered. It's crazy. Like, you know, this man who was like a tall teddy bear to me and was sweet and everything really was a marvelous person. And it's so nice. And you guys are so great. And Ora, you're so fantastic. I'm so proud to descend from people who touch so many lives. It's incredible. It's honestly such a privilege and an honor. Really, that's all I have to say.
Natan.
Thank you, Adele. Thank you, Buba.
I love you.
Natan.
Hey, Answer Boy. Hi, Nathan.
What's up, big
Hi,
man?
guys. Hi, Mommy Claude. Hi, Sarah. It's nice to see you
Hello,
guys.
darling. This is Judy's number 4, correct? Nathan is number 4.
Number 4, number 5?
Number 5.
Yeah, number 5.
Oh, 5. Sorry, Nachon Adele. Sorry.
Have to keep count.
Forgive me.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it was really nice learning about a period of time in Daddy Meir's life from everybody. You know, I wasn't able to be there for those because of the nature of space and time, but it was great to learn about him from all of his friends and his family. So that was really something. And I just want to say that I also found it interesting how everybody learned something similar from him about how to sort of make life lighter. You know, life is really heavy. You know, life can be very heavy sometimes, like Atlas carrying the world, you know, that picture. And you know, some people crack carrying the weight of the world. Some people become hard and boring and dull humans, but Daddy Meir had this way of making it lighter and laughing about tough situations. And out of all the characteristics that make me up as a person, I'd have to say that one is probably one of my favorites. And I'm very grateful to have learned that from him about how to laugh and make light of really tough and heavy situations and make life just a bit easier that way.
Very good, Nathan. Beautifully said.
Love you, Natan.
It's so pleasant. You're delightful, Nathan.
Mama, you have to speak, Mama.
Oh, gosh. Here you go, Mama. Who is it?
That's
Judy saying to you that you
your
have to
daughter.
speak.
My Judith,
She always sounds different on the phone.
No. You have to finish it off, Mamale.
Well, I'm
You know
just
what's
so
wonderful? I did not think this would last till 3, that it would last 4 hours. It reminds me so much. This whole thing reminds me of when I was young. That it was
it's
just
5
so
hours.
fun
5
till
hours.
That was the point. That
of
was
the
the
night.
we actually planned. We knew it would go till at least 6.
Oh, really? I didn't. I really
We
didn't.
just couldn't put that on the poster. People would get overwhelmed.
I am amazed, and I'm so glad because I have been so not well, and I have been so far away, and it's too hard to explain what that means because I can't explain it. But to find myself landing into a place like this of when I was young is just so nice. To see Yochanan Jones is so funny. And to see everybody is incredible. But anyway, I want my mama to speak. And it was great to see all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Zahava who did not speak yet. Zahava? Maybe she left. Let's see. She's here. Zahava? She's here, no? No, not over here. And she falls asleep. Maybe it's late.
L'chaim.
It says she's still there. Zahava Wolstein?
Yeah.
Apparently she's still there.
While you're waiting for her, Esther, I want you to see my son Yigal. Yigal, come to the screen. This is my son Yigal, who is very much a product of Meir and Esther's influence in my life. He's a shliach in Santa Clara, California. They call him the Silicon Valley Jew, the Silicon Jew. So Yigal,
wow.
Nice.
Wave and say hi.
Hello, everyone. Just welcome. First, you're so beautiful. I've grew up with a lot of these stories, and my mother and Simcha have been really telling me a lot about some of these, so to speak. Can you hear me? You're good?
Yes.
It's just very, very funny to put a lot of these. Firstly, to see everyone on the phone call that are always spoken about, kind of just flipping through, was interesting in its own right. No, it's just firstly, I while I'm up here, I'm hearing all these stories of kindness and hospitality. So it actually initiated me to, we just purchased here in the Silicon Valley for under $3 billion. And we actually, so up on top of the synagogue, top of the shul, on top of the Chabad house, we actually have a loft, which was used for horse. It was like horses were downstairs. This was the first house on the block. It was a barn. And upstairs was utilized for where they would put the hay. So anyway, to make a long story short, we transformed the whole place to be we initiated it actually on Schwartz's Yartzeit 2 years ago. So I put in floors, I put in walls, I put in lighting over here. And while I was hearing all these amazing stories, I'm like, let me finish it up. So I literally just finished it up, as you can see. So if any of you guys are in Northern California and want to come join us and stay here for a Shabbos, we have you covered. And really incredible stories of hospitality. And honestly, again, to be honest, the way that I believe my parents nourished me, how we ate, was obviously very impacted. And that's also how we kind of passed that on to our children. And again, just sitting over here in our funky Chabad house in the Silicon Valley. I think my mother would like me to say this, but I don't think any of this would have been possible without your father of blessed memory. And I've heard many stories of his very upbeat personality and the chayes that he brought to the table, and really not being nispal, as Rabbi Simon Jacobson was mentioning, the shtustik kedusha of really just tapping into what you needed to do at the time. And I just wanted to share one story I heard. I don't know if anyone could validate, but something along the lines of he was speaking at a macrobiotic conference of some sort, and I believe he had just walked into Yechidus earlier that morning, and the Rebbe, it was during the month of Elul, and the Rebbe said to speak about Melech Basadeh, that there, which is the concept of the king is in the field. During the month of Elul, it's an opportune time for reaching out to Hashem. Don't wait till the high holidays. Realize that there's, you can do it. You can initiate it during this time when he's more accessible. And apparently, the Rebbe had mentioned, don't forget to mention something about Elul in your talk. And while he was, speaking and presenting, without any context, he just kept on throwing in, the king is in the field, the king is in the field. And apparently a few people were actually like, even though it was completely out of context, were very elevated and really love that concept of I don't know what he's saying, but it's so interesting, So it's a very, very powerful thing that whether you're saying things in context or out of context, but words that come from the heart enter the heart. And give us all a blessing that we should work on the words that are coming from our heart, especially me as a rabbi here in the Silicon Valley in the Bay Area, when I'm sure a lot of you are staying safe at home during the riots. They're flipping cop cars, the peaceful people over here. And so just to remind ourselves that whenever we're being put in a position of inspiration or giving other people inspiration, make sure that you're digging deep within yourself as well. So thank you for including me in this call.
Thank you, Yigal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful work you did in your place. Absolutely beautiful. That is the coolest Chabad house I've ever seen.
Amazing. So cute.
Mommy Claude, Zahava wrote a note for you.
Oh,
She said she can't speak because her mic and camera are not available. And she wants to say, En Milim, love you, Esther, and all the family. I'll write more later. Just one thing, I would not be here in Israel or where I am, or be anything if it wasn't for Rebbe Meir and Queen Esther. We love you so much. I can't stop crying.
Amazing.
And then she said, please visit us in Yerushalayim and come for Shabbos.
We love you, Zahava, like crazy.
Thank you, Zava. Thank you for your hospitality. My goodness.
Dina, are you on here? I think my sister is trying to be. Dina, you're here? You're not here? Okay. No, sorry. You were going to say something, or you should say something.
No, I just wanted to say that the origin of this hospitality, I saw it with my mother-in-law, Aliyah Shalom. And, we were, Meir and his family and my mother and my sibling, we were 2 doors away. And we had a bigger apartment. We were on the ground floor. They had an apartment upstairs, smaller, but they were living with parents and 9 children, which half of them were adults. And on Shabbat, we would see nearly every sibling would invite somebody. So it was unbelievable, the number of people going up and down the steps, And so that's one thing, the unconditional hospitality. And the second thing I learned from her is no judgment, but acceptance. Like there was one cousin who had some difficulty, she got kind of assimilated. She met famous people. I mean, she was like more independent, And when she would come, the brothers were a bit uncomfortable sometimes with her. And my mother-in-law said, she's my daughter. She's my daughter. She was so forceful to give this girl, the whole kavod, and love, and amazing. So this was direct teaching for me, was very moving. And Baruch Hashem, so I'm grateful for everything. And Baruch Hashem, like Meir said in his song, that I had a beautiful life and the gift of children, grandchildren. And my son David did not say that actually his granddaughter, the new one who is born on Purim of Yerushalayim, March 11th, she's my 11th great-granddaughter child.
Baruch Hashem.
the 11th, and it's miracles, really miracles. Baruch Hashem. To see David, my son David, a grandfather, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful to the Rebbe, because we feel the Rebbe is hovering, always there. And I have testimonies, direct testimonies of people say that, Meir came in my dream, and he said, he's with you. He loves you, he's with you and with all your siblings, all the family, and we feel it constantly. Miracles, like a girl had a dream of my husband, and he told her in the dream, he said, Sarah, they have to buy the old house with a big garden. And nobody was talking about buying anything yet. Anyway, time showed that at the end, that's what they did. They fixed the old house. I mean, amazing.
Basically, in short, he's alive and everything.
Yes, totally alive.
Wow.
Totally.
Another thing you're going to appreciate is that Zahava is actually visible. Look at that.
Yes, Zahava.
Look at that.
Visible.
I'm using Yaakov's phone. I didn't have a camera. I just want to say that everybody's speaking about Red Meir, but I just want to say one little short thing about, no, it's too much. Turn it off. I'm so tired. Queen Esther.
I mean, Zahava, by the way, guys, Zahava, the hostess. Do you know who Zahava is? If you don't, Zahava, wow, whatever. Just like this major, what a queen, a hostess with the most, blah, 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 da, 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 we love her. Go ahead.
So I feel like I have such a schus because Esther is really the hidden gem of this whole story. And I feel like since Red Meir isn't here physically, we have this amazing gift that we're so lucky. And in those first weeks and the first months and the first year, it was like all of a sudden this amazing voice came out and stories and unbelievable. And we really just have such a schus. I mean, there's so many miracle stories to talk about from the past, but you guys just spoke about so many things and it was all amazing. But I think that the legacy for me is the power of the Jewish woman and what can be accomplished in the hardest, most difficult times. What I learned from Esther is really such an amazing, amazing gift, and from everyone, and from Haki, and from Yisrael, and from Sarah, and from everybody. But specifically, this one thing, which is really, the power of the Jewish woman, and what our avodas Hashem is, and really what we need to be doing, and with such sniut and with such amazing power, and it's so much more than just chopping the vegetables and making Shabbos. It's so much more about this really beautiful malchustic, regal person that we have in our life that just really shines, teaches us beautiful lessons just in being and in talking and in loving us in the way that she does. And I just feel eternally grateful. Hi, Chana.
Hi, Zahava. Baruch Hashem.
Yaakov and I dated in Chana's house 20 years ago. We just had our 20th anniversary. Crazy, beautiful stories with Chana also, and I'm so grateful, and I talk about it all the time, and I miss you and I love you. But I just really feel that we need to listen to each other, but really to listen to Esther, because she's really mamish, the smartest person that I know. Such wisdom, such beautiful insight, and to have the schus for her to be at my Shabbos table over and over again. And what a schus that I have. I don't know where it came from. It's just an unbelievable thing. And I just feel so blessed. And also every moment that I'm in your presence, I realize like what a gift it is, and time, and how, you know, and things that you remember, like, you know, from my early days, and unbelievable. And really, I really want to say publicly, I mamish wouldn't live in Eretz Yisrael if it wasn't for you. Because the first time I came to your house, and Shirley brought me, Nurit's friend Shirley, remember Shirley? And,
yes, of course.
And we came at 1 o'clock for lunch, and we left at 1 in the morning. And I thought to myself, like, who are these people? Like, if this is what it's going to be like, okay, I got to live here. And I was living in Manhattan, and I had such a good life. But I said, no, I want this life. And I spent so much time just like watching and listening, and obviously like just wanted to be connected to all of you. And I just love you. And I really, in the schools of our teacher and our Rebbe and the Rebbe, but also our Rebbe, because he was really my Rebbe, I really just bless us that we should have the strength to really daven down Geula now. And we should, everybody should come, and really like Corona, Shmarona, you all need to come. Like, book your tickets and come, because it's all happening here.
Yeah.
And thank you, Haki. We love you. We miss
Thank
you.
you. Zahava, by the way, you're letting out a secret that my father spent his entire life. I think he picked my mother because her name is Esther. She's a hidden gem, and he was hiding her. And you she makes Shabbat meals, and whatever she said is so true. She keeps telling my mother, like, it's here, guys, it's here. And my mother somehow knows how to dodge and avoid all that. But if God willing, whenever somebody has a moment and they're in Yerushalayim, I ask of you to bother her because she's shy and she's going to refuse. And she'll say, no, I'm busy. No. I'm coming over with coffee. She loves coffee. And you'll have an incredible experience. Or go to Zahava's house for Shabbos. But anyway, the Rebbe said it's the time, right? The Rebbe said that the future is the woman will be on the higher level. So I think this is the time when we have, these, it's really actually, I was just thinking of a photo shoot, the creative mind. I was thinking of all the women on here right now. Like, this is the coolest, most powerful image. It's like these heroes, these huge warriors, talking about warriors. I mean, look at Olivia over there. That woman could like kill 300 armies and save.
Oh, we all know Olivia.
So gentle and so powerful, and has all those.
Tzaddiket, Olivia.
Thank God.
Oh, Hashem.
And Sivan is still with us. That's just like, what is going on over here? I love it.
For real?
Really? Wow.
He left.
He's right there.
No, he's here. No, he left, but he came back.
Multitasking.
I love it. You know what? Sivan, he's multitasking, but he can probably repeat everything we just said over here and clarify what we were saying, what we really wanted to say.
The clarity, the better.
Oh, this is amazing. Thank you, guys. I don't know if anybody else wants to share something.
Thank you, Zahava, for
amazing.
speaking about my mom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harry Rothman. You are amazing for arranging this, and being inspired to do this. So
thank you, Saki, for bringing it all together.
Yeah.
And I just want to finish off.
Wait, guys,
one
don't
more
leave yet.
thing,
We're going to
Judy.
play another song.
Oh, Yisrael is going to sing a song.
Yisrael wants to play a song.
Yisrael's going to sing a song. Yeah.
Oh,
Judy.
nice.
But whoever wants to jump in beforehand can.
Judy, you were going to say something?
No, I was going to say that since I'm a little girl, because I mentioned it before that I would worry for my dad, but since I'm a little girl, my entire existence was devoted to worrying about my mother and father, because I knew the amount of, I don't know what you want to call it, that was on them. And it's been a big ride, and I just want to thank them because they're my everything. I am their warrior.
Mama, Judith, at 11 years old, she would stay up and clean up after the Melave Malka. And in the morning, I would wake up and it was perfectly clean and clear and unbelievable. 11 years old, she started. She has been like my right hand, really. amazing, amazing. She has a big merit, big part of those Ave Malka specifically, besides helping with the dishes and the feeding the youngest one. My son David was traumatized by the forceful feeding.
Oh yeah, yeah. She used to take
my God.
a doll, and like beat us until we swallowed the food. Like, you know,
I will
but I
never,
loved
I will
it.
never eat, I will never eat rice and beans together for the rest of my life because of Judy. Thank God.
I think what Judy was, because Judy being the eldest and I'm the youngest, Judy, it was, you know, it's hardest for the eldest to share their parent, and Judy was the protective one, and it was hard for her to let her parents be well, they were being loved and they were guiding people, but it was hard for Judy to share them and know that they were giving strength to others. And that was her fear of them losing strength, and she always wanted them to have strength. And I'm the other side of the sandwich, where I would be their backbone and to be there for them when they need to rest. So we were both like this opposite, but we always, that sandwich of protecting our parents, but we learned to share them and share their love and see the love through people's eyes. And it's so magical to live with that and see people in the street, and it's like it's a life that lives on and a memory that lives on forever with us all the time.
That's to say what kind of parents they are, that you have that their children would be their warriors.
Definitely.
Oh, Hashem.
Just a dancer over here.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Who's that?
Can you hear me?
Who's that?
It's Miriam Gabay.
Oh, Miriam!
Miriam!
Wow.
Oh my gosh, Miriam Gabay, wow.
Quietly waiting her turn.
Respect.
Wait,
We
where
need
are you?
video.
Are you on
We
video?
need video.
That's just no. I don't know. I can't get the camera to work. I was trying, but whatever. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh,
Wow.
Miriam, this is
I've been sitting here from the very beginning, and I spoke to Orchai last night, and this is really incredible. Of course, Meir and Esther had an incredible impact. Really shaped, I could say, formed me in so many ways. Esther, I want to tell you something I've always wanted to tell you, and I never did. Now's a great opportunity. What I learned from you is even the most mundane household task, you did it with such like grace and beauty, whereas before it looked so mundane, and now it looked like it was like a very beautiful, elevated thing. And that I always loved that. I always saw that. And that is something that that was a real teaching, because really everything in life is meant to be elevated. But when you did it, I saw it being done. And I always like admired that tremendously. And with Meir, I learned something recently which so describes Meir like to a T. It's a concept, it's actually based on the Rambam, but it was written by, I think, Rav Yasha Ber Soloveitchik, but it's, he took it from the Rambam. There's a concept called Gadol. And Gadol means that you're not giving. This is the true meaning of Chesed. Chesed means, people think Chesed is, I have something you don't have, I'm going to give you. That's not true Chesed, because the other person feels embarrassed, ashamed because they have to take, but they don't have a choice. Chesed is including somebody in your giving, but you're including them in your existence. You're making them your peer, your colleague, so there's no busha involved. And this concept of gadol, this is the true aspect of chesed. And it says that's why the Avram had doors open on all four sides of his tent, because he included. And where did we learn that? From Hashem himself. We're really within Hashem. Hashem, his greatest gift to mankind was including us in his existence. And so this true understanding of chesed, and this was like totally Meir, 100%. And now it doesn't only involve giving in that way, but it also involves refraining, which actually Orchai spoke about before. Knowing when to pull back, knowing when not to overwhelm, because if you overwhelm, there's no room in you there's no room to let others in on your existence, because you have so much self-expression, and maybe your talents are so superior to most others, but then other people get completely subsumed in your existence, and that's not what it's supposed to be. They're supposed to establish their own existence, but within your existence. And when I was learning this concept, I was so totally blown away by it. And this is absolutely 100% how Meir lived his life and how he gave to others. And listen, I worked for you guys. I worked for Meir for over 25 years, and then I worked in the house for quite a few years. So I saw the family like on a constant basis, and it was just I always just say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I had an unbelievable merit to have this, to have worked for Meir, and to have worked and to have been in the house and been with the kids and Esther, and it's something that I know is it just obviously completely shaped very, very much of who I am, and I have an incredible gratitude for that.
Miriam, if not for you, the possible man came possible. Really, you're one of the few that made it happen, actually.
Well, what are you referring to?
Everything. I mean, you're my father's...
Because, wait, one thing that happened was after your father finished the first version...
That's what I was thinking.
He came to me and he said, go home and read it. And I went home and I went back and I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. And Esther said, we know Miriam, she's not stupid. Like, maybe we have to redo this.
My father threw away something of years because Miriam said, I don't know if I understand.
I'm still trying to understand this version too, but it's different. It's, I'm still, but it's funny. Arachaya, what Meir told you about the elusive thing, thank you so much, because that's exactly how I've been feeling for the last 30 years, and I couldn't understand why. Now I know. So that was an incredible encounter that you had. And,
when I give people the book, I tell them it's a 20-year project.
Yeah, more.
I tell them, keep you'll be reading it for the next 20 years.
And I don't know, is Yisrael online? Chaki, you were so much your father. It's like unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
And Chaki, Yisrael, I remember once when I was visiting you in Nachlot, so one of the grandchildren was there, and they were screaming, I don't know which grandchild, probably one of Judy's. And Meir saying, he has an Abu Chatzira, will, the will of an Abu Chatzira. Well, that was Yisrael. Because when I worked in the house, whenever I was busy and Meir was reading, so I had to rock Yisrael to sleep. I had to rock him to sleep for his nap. It took over an hour. I never had...
I'm so sorry, Miriam.
Thank you, Yisrael. Miriam! A will of steel. But you know what? I see it now. The way he spoke today, I said, boy, do I see that Ratzon there. Wow. Beautiful. Miriam, I cannot believe... You know
how often I think of Miriam?
I think of you, but I don't know how to get in touch with you.
Well, never mind that now. The thought of you, what you saw in my parents' house in that time, and you had at times a face of total bafflement. You were like blown away, and you just kept going. It was so mind-boggling to see such adorableness that you just kept going.
She could write a book on the family, by the way.
Or maybe she shouldn't write a book.
we have to read it first.
It was that, and the funny thing was, from all this whole chevra, I was probably the only one that was born into a religious home. Everybody just assumed I was a Baal Tshuva, but I'm not. But then Esther would start talking to me about Hasidus. I grew up in a very Litvish background, really Litvish. And what is this talk? Like now, of course, over the years, I've acquired, Baruch Hashem, a lot of understanding, and I'm drawn to it because I'm very much, like I write and I'm an artist. So it appeals to me. But when I was in that age, I couldn't make head or tails of it, And I remember Esther was telling me this. I said, what is she talking about? But now I'm
writing about it, Esther. I'm writing about it. I mean, I sent you one of the things. I wrote a few more things on Meir. I will send you.
So Miriam, speaking of writing, we'll find out with Perry if we have everybody's email addresses here when they signed in. We can send out the articles that you wrote.
Can I read one, just a shorter one, if there's time? Okay, this one is called "The Shifting Archway." In less than a week, I wrote this a couple years ago, obviously, it will be the first Yartzeit of Meir Abehsera. As I sit here and listen to the music that he and his son, that he and his son sing, of which he composed both the music and the lyrics, my eyes shed copious tears. He is here and he is not here. He was so universal and yet so simple. I feel like the proverbial blindfolded man in the room with many others who have to touch one part of the elephant and must then report their findings. Each one is sure that his rendition is a true and accurate one. We all see the truth, but fall oh so short. How can I hope to capture his greatness? My vessel is far too clumsy and fragile. I have been privileged to meet and even work for some extraordinary men, but no one can compare to the smallest fingernail of Meir. They all have a measure of greatness, but in shards. They have aspects of greatness. Meir was greatness, and this is the Gadol I was referring to. We come from a people, some of whom have fire in their faces when they achieve their completion. This comes only when one is connected to the very core of reality and to the words he, referring to Hashem, uttered so long ago on that humble mountain, which was transformed from desert sand into the luscious place on earth. Meir came from a family of such men, and we, his friends, had the merit to be able to warm ourselves from his fire. During his lifetime, I wasn't privy to this music, the expression of which he gifted us with. It is the perfection of music, poetry, and rhythm all coming together to create the most sublime expression of his self and his selflessness for his Rebbe and for his creator at the same time. He passed away on the 8th day of Sivan, 8 being the number of infinity and miracles. He passed away on a Friday morning, a testament to his merit. He was allowed to bypass the pain that most souls must endure when going through that most difficult of transitions from the earthly realm to the spiritual one. He was laid to rest next to a great tzaddik and family member, Rebbe Meir Abehsera, on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, the place that he so longed to be for so long, but refrained from going because his Rebbe told him that his mission here was not yet finished. He deferred his will to a tzaddik, and so he was buried next to a tzaddik, a decision that illustrious family made that very day that he left us. There is an amazing Gemara that says that if a member of a family unit or a chabura passes away, the whole group is in some sort of danger. They have all become vulnerable. They are likened to an archway built of many stones which have been cemented together. When one stone falls away, the stability of the whole archway is in jeopardy. There are then two possibilities. Either the archway eventually crumbles, or else each individual stone draws closer to its neighbor, and not only is the tragedy averted, but the whole structure becomes even stronger than it was to begin with. This is an example of Me'oz Yatzam Matok. From something harsh emerged something very sweet. Or the concept of tikkun, which is breaking the original vessel in order to repair it and thus create something stronger than what originally was. The ensuing vessel now has a larger capacity, thus being able to receive more of Hashem's light without shattering. My wish is that the pain of this loss will indeed draw us closer together and enlarge the vessel of our chabura, the small group who were so connected to Meir, even in those last pain-laden years of his life, and that as a result, more of Hashem's light will be brought down into this lowly world, thus bringing Mashiach one small step closer. May he come speedily in our days. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Wow.
Amen.
There's one story.
Israel's gonna. Oh.
Wait, I just want to finish two stories before it goes to Yisrael.
Okay.
Thinking about Miriam and what a crazy house she saw. So 2 stories. One with Yisrael, when he was little, he was an absolute, I don't even know what to say. He looked like an angel.
But he was a terror? He was a terror?
He was an absolute terror. And so one day he was making this, he took a hammer and he was making a huge hole in the wall. And what I mean by a huge wall, it was like, I don't know, maybe 2 feet long by I don't know how long, maybe just as long. It was a huge hole in the wall, and it stayed like that for weeks. And so he's making this hole and he's banging through the wall. And this is right in front of us. We're all sitting at the dining room table and he's just banging away. And somebody starts to yell at him. My father says, "Stop, let him." And everybody is looking at Miriam. She lived in this kind of a house where the father just says, "Let him make a huge hole in the wall." Okay. So that is one story. Another one, there's this guy. So Baba Meir had just passed away in Israel. So we're all sitting at the table, and it's just one simple evening. We have the radio on, like I'm probably brooming the floor and dancing at the same time. Someone is yelling, whatever. My mother's in the kitchen, and we're all just like having a normal evening. This guy walks in. He sits down with us in the dining room very quietly, and he's not saying a sound. We don't know him. I mean, yeah, we know him a little bit. And he starts to cry. So we're all looking at him, and we're not understanding what is going on. But we're so used to anything happening that we just let him, because it's like, okay, maybe that's what he needs to do. You know? So my father, he comes down from the steps, and the guy jumps from his seat. He couldn't breathe. He starts coughing and choking, and he gasped. So we're all looking at him like, okay, what's the matter? And we're just standing there because we're used to just letting people be, you know. So we're watching this and we don't know what to make of it. My father comes down and he looks at him and very, very nonchalantly, like nothing of it, he goes, "So you thought I was dead, huh?" And the guy goes,
"Oh, he thought he was." Oh my God.
Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible.
No, he did what he did with Seth. There's a story in the Gemara that
my father, he goes, "This is the first person I think in the world that comes to see his own Shiva."
There's a very famous story in the Gemara that I think it was a time either the Tanaim or the Amoraim. One of them was drowning, and the other one knew he couldn't save him. So he yells out to him, "Go give my regards to the Leviathan." So the man somehow got strength, and so why? Because of the humor. He got that strength, and he was able to go back to shore, and he remained alive.
Exactly.
That's exactly what your father was doing, and that's exactly what he did with Seth when he told him, "You're not dying, Seth. You're not dying."
Exactly.
Yisrael, you ready?
Before Israel sings, I just want to say we can really say Hinei ma tov u'manayim shevet achim gam yachad. This was extraordinary. Thank you to everybody. And for me, it's personally very comforting because I did have the privilege of being at the Levaya on a Friday morning right after Shavuot. And it was a short Levaya and it was a small Levaya, and that's just how Hashem needed to have it. But here we are, just, really just being a vessel for all these precious experiences and memories and messages and teachings that need to go on. So what I want to bless us with is that we bring the deepest silence to Yisrael's song. But when we leave here, we don't leave with silence. We leave with the most roaring whistle. Each in our own lives, we commit to ourselves, to each other, and to our dear Rebbe Meir that we leave here whistling with all the force that we can muster. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Orchaya.
Thank you, Orchaya.
Thank you, Orchaya. You're, by the way, you should do this you're a moderator of moderators. You're just like.
We're going to do this more often, guys, right? We only got started.
For
There's a lot
sure.
more to
Yeah,
do.
great job. Great
You're
job
amazing.
coordinating this. Amazing.
Amazing.
Give us a little warning.
Really, every second is so precious. I just keep like reminding myself what a blessing that this is being recorded. Thank you all.
Thank you. Now,
Thank you.
Israel, where are you? Oh, great. Israel?
He put himself on hold for.
I'm here. Okay, we want to close with a beautiful. I mean, you can stay open, but.
Wait, just give me 1 second.
That's unbelievable. Whoever's in Israel is still up. It is 1:45 in the morning. This is unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's also unbelievable to have a 7-hour Zoom and still have like 50 people, 40 people still on 7 hours later.
Thank you so much, Baruch Hashem. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a piyut that Sid Rabbi Abehsera wrote. This is the youngest son of Rabbi
So bring that.
Abehsera had four sons, and
So bring it closer to you.
Yeah, they were all very great tzaddikim. And Rabbi Yitzchak was the youngest son of Rabbi Yaakov, and he wrote this song.
Israel, I think I'd like to ask you to maybe do it with, if you're going to drum, tap super light, because what happens is with Zoom, you hear the drumming and we're not going to hear your voice. We want to hear your singing. So maybe don't even.
That's a good. Yeah, thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, Zoom is a tricky thing. It's moody.
Yeah. No, I can't even play loud anyway because I have neighbors probably downstairs, and it's like almost 2 a.m, right?
All we need is your voice.
Yeah.
So nice.
Which song are you doing, Israel?
Yonati Tamati.
One of Daddy's favorites.
Yeah, that's why I picked it, because I know that Daddy would like it. That's fine. Yonati Tamati, Parami Penim, Ahoti Rayati, Matzivi Rachetziut, Umilach Yafati, Kihalfu Azzevani, Boila Ayuma, Boila Hanana, Ayuma, El Yerushalayim, Boila Yerushalayim, Tzahali Baroni, Sohar Alon Muhammad, Himeni Shaveni Mechoni, Yalech Beyad Rama, Oshi Bechemi, Oti Od Shomer, Ayafati, Ana, Ne'ima, Yafati, Ana, Ne'ima, Habat, Shalayim, Habat, Yerushalayim, Hashaqti Chavaot, Miqdeme Murakasdi, Biditi Chemirat, Bet Abadim Mahatzi Moshavat, Negalati Edi, Beshira, Ne'ima, Beshira, נעימה באור שירה בירושלים קראתי סגולה כלה כל גאולה שם עולם לכם נתת שם בנפשי נתתי לך את תורתי ואבני חיל נענה בחומה ואבני חיל נענה בחומה חומות ירושלים אבני חיל בחומה חומות ירושלים. Last but not least, חזק במלחמה ערים ברשעות בארץ סבא שמות נחי על כל העלמות לקוראן של שמות אבא אחרינו כל שופר בנוי ברמה כל שופר בנוי ברמה גיבור ירושלים כל שופר בנוי ברמה ירושלים
Iowa! If only we had Yitzhak Biton in this one.
I was going to say, he learned that drumming probably from Arachaya's father.
We got to follow up with another Zoom.
Can you see
We'll do Sunday Malava Malkas.
Can you see this picture, everybody?
Yeah, Daniela, we see it. We see Israel.
And the drums.
Yeah, you know, we
Terry, you can spotlight on that photo.
On Usha.
Oh, it's Usha, that's right.
Daniela's photo.
And during Sukkot. I have a whole bunch of pictures I can scan and let's put everything we can, you know.
Daniela, we still want to see the famous painting.
I send it to Haki.
Perfect.
On Facebook.
Let's stay in touch.
Put it through here.
By the way, I want a copy, like Simcha said, of Maayan's painting.
Let's figure out how we can do that, and we'll send out the copy of the recording from today.
Oh, wonderful! Okay, great.
Orachai, we missed
Thank
your
you,
Abba
guys.
so much, by the way. We missed your dad tonight very much.
Yeah, we need an even bigger reunion than this.
Yeah. Definitely missed.
The cosmic Farbrengen.
I don't know if anybody else wants to say something before we go.
I want to say hi, and
I
wanted to say hi. Hey, Haki.
There's Rami. I was about to call on your name. Literally.
Oh, there you go, Shemayim. I mean, I've just been crying all morning. Sometimes I look at. I have this curse of having Haki and David here. Sometimes I look at that, I just cry. I feel like this eternal connection to like Rachel and Meinu. But someone said something about the silence. Just hold on one sec. Kids, it's always kids. Baruch Hashem. Someone was talking about Rav Meir and just that holding space for silence. You know, I remember I was almost spoiled. The first time I ever observed.
We don't hear you, Rami.
Was when you guys Baruch and you can't hear me?
And now I hear you, yes.
No. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And you know, the idea of fasting all day and people being ravenous to walk in and to see Rav Meir and Esther sitting there with such grace. And Rav Meir had this like, and it was with such refinement and that was really like one of my first experiences into a kind of a Chabad Hasidic home. And it blew my mind, especially going then into a much more Ashkenazi Chabad. So I think Reb Sivan was talking before about how Chabad is not either, you know, Sephardi or Ashkenazi. It was such a fusion of worlds to walk into. I think one of my strongest memories of Rav Meir, really in the silence, I would walk in the morning, roll in for lunch with a whole, I don't even know how, 1995, I rolled into Nachlaot with Abby, and he would just look at me. And I hadn't really heard so much about him. I just was like going for a ride where everyone was going, you know. He would look at me, nod, and almost do this smile, wink, and move on. You know, he had this way of like bringing people in without words. And I know everyone was talking before about whistling, and it reminded me of that Hasidic. It always, when I think about that Hasidic story of the boy who Yom Kippur, he comes in and all he does is whistle, and everyone's angry. How can this boy be whistling? But how could this boy not be whistling if you could whistle like that to Hashem? So there was a part of like the madness and the chaos and the craziness and the jestiness of Rav Meir that I got. It resonated so clearly.
We lost you, Rami.
Beautiful Sheva Brachas, and I remember looking over at Esther, and I think, Esther, it took you about 45 minutes to an hour to bench. You were saying every word so clearly with such gratitude, while a whole festivity of circusness was going on around you. You at the center of it were slowly, inwardly thanking Hashem on our behalf as being, we're having this to have Sheva Brachas by you, but thanking Hashem that you had this unbelievable home. And as much as there is to say about Rav Meir, obviously we could talk. A woman is that circle within that square. And yeah, it's left an indelible mark. So thank you. Thank you. And to have Chaki and David here, and my whole connection backwards through the Fishmans and the absolute antithesis of the Abehsera Sephardi experience is really unbelievable. And a neshika from Hashem showing me it's all ordained, and Hashem really is gadol. And Ilana, Ilana's here. I remember being in your home with when Rav Meir's brother passed away. It was like amazing just to be there. It's like on the set of a movie, watching a movie, you this incredible family. I just feel like an aid, like a witness to your greatness. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rami.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Good to be in the same city as you, Rami.
Wild. Who would have thought?
I want to give.
I would have sooner seen myself in Sivan. And Baruch Hashem, Emmanuel has the schus of being there now, across from Rebbe Shimon. Never would I have seen myself in Los Angeles, California. We make plans, and Hashem goes, ha!
Exactly. I want to give Mayan, the artist, a plug, because we bought one of her paintings online of my father. There it is.
There it is, yes. Bring it closer, David.
Oh, I don't know how far I am.
Even closer. Yeah, a little closer and go down a little bit. Yeah, we want to see the full face. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
So you guys might want to,
check
she's
her
a great
out.
artist. You guys could, it's very happy
David,
in the
send
house.
wow.
So Eti tracked us down.
His eyes are round when they go down.
And then we got to figure out how to get this, the one she just painted to Mommy.
Yeah, hopefully we can get it as a special edition, small prints for everybody.
Yeah.
Right, but the original, we need to go to my mother somehow. We'll have to work that out with her.
We're gonna have an auction. We're gonna have an auction.
Zahava's asking for the link where to purchase them.
I don't know. That's Orchaya. Can you send that out? Because I don't know how we got it.
She's on Etsy. You can look up Maya on
David,
Aura.
David, looks like you have a competition over there. Zahava's already.
Let's do it.
It's a wonderful place, beautiful place, Zahava, Baruch Hashem.
Mommy, I think it's time for you. I mean, actually, you stay up. I think we should let you. You want to sleep? I mean, you could stay here all night. Actually, I think Judy looks like she wants to drink and party.
Why?
I mean,
Why do you say that?
No, I think Judy Brutt. No, Judy, you for sure. But like Judy Brutt, look at her. She's like, I'm not moving.
By the way, I was lucky. I had coffee, breakfast, lunch, and I prayed while I was on this thing because it's been so long. I don't know about Taki.
That's unbelievable. I have a whole barbecue table to clear up that was at 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and now it's
too. Thank you so much. I think we have to go. I don't know.
Simcha has gone without eating in the 13 years we're married. So it's a big extra.
Mordechai, I wanted to mention, I think you asked earlier about when did my father have the idea of doing a movie? And I remember it very clearly when I was, I think I was 13 or 14. And he comes running down the stairs and he says, I'm making a movie. And we're like, oh, okay, a movie now. He goes, yes. And the next day, I think it was the next day or the day after that, there were filmmakers just coming into the house, like 5 or 6, and there were cameras, and we're like, oh my God, he's serious. And we learned from him that you never stop dreaming, and you do everything, whatever you want to do. If you're going to succeed in it or not, you live your dream. And that's how we live. There was never something in life that was too big to accomplish. And then he said he was going to compose the music, and that was a different story. And the way he wrote the music, Bezrat Hashem, when you guys are going to hear and the music will be revealed.
That's the next up, right, Sarah? That's next up.
The next one. But I just want to say,
we're going to fundraise, crowdsource. This film has to be born.
But I want to say is that how I was there as a witness, always watching. I was always the one that was watching. He would have a little tape recorder this small, and he would hum. And he would hum into it and hum, and different, no words. There were no words in the beginning. And then he would bring somebody with a piano and say, la la la.
Mordechai.
Okay, he was one.
Yes.
And then Yonatan Razel came in. It was, it was different stages, but he would say, no, not like this, la 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 la, and they had to play like he's speaking in his mouth. And they were like, I cannot believe. And what came out of those little notes from him humming is a masterpiece.
Symphonic, absolutely symphonic.
Unbelievable.
One of the filmmakers, one of the guys with the camera, was Eldad, his last name, and he came like a real Israeli, with the heavy silver jewelry, black t-shirt, black pants, the real Israeli.
Yeah, like it.
And as time, was going, because it took some time, and that was more interested, and then we did not see him. And then a few years later, I see him with Peot, married, and with a little boy with Peot, and his wife was a famous singer in a group, Sheva, and they got married, and they live near Meron. They are totally Haredi, amazing. So it was just slowly, without nothing, no pushing. No. Anyway, Bezrat Hashem, this is in David's hand now, the movie.
Oh, mother.
Yes.
Did you hear that? It's in your hands in front of everybody.
Well, I should let everybody know.
So excited. I've been so excited since the first time I talked to Daddy about this movie and the music. I told him he was crazy. So we're going to keep it going.
If anybody was wondering why this movie never finished, we know for one.
It's hockey.
No. We know that there is obviously, we found out only later that because he had to do a storyline and it was hard for him to connect the dots. We realized later, of course, there was dementia, and so things were holding him back, challenging him. But that's the whatever you want to call it, the
superficial.
Yeah, the superficial. But the other reason is there were few people that had said this to him. One person who's in the movie industry would tell this to my father, and he kept refusing it. And he said, Meir, this movie, we need you more in the movie. This movie has to be more about you, expressing the Rebbe. And my father kept saying, no, I want to be the Rebbe. I don't want to be seen in the movie. And clearly, my father has a way bigger role than he wanted in this movie. So the movie had to be for a different time. And this is what we're going to be doing, is figuring out how to put my father and the Rebbe and this madness of the holy.
In honesty, I would ask my father often, because he wanted me to put some together to kind of show people. And I said, Daddy, what is it exactly that you had in mind for the movie? He said, the most important part is that we have to make it Lava Malka night. And it was his most sad, this is what made him the most sad, was that it never happened, that we never got together, like we're doing now, for instance. He wanted a moment like this that would be filmed, and that was going to make the film, but it never happened. So that's why nobody sees the film, because this kind of thing that we had today was supposed to happen for the film.
And this is filmed.
And
It's
this
gonna
is
be the first movie ever shot on Zoom.
Talk about being spontaneous.
Exactly.
And this is the beginning, Chaki, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I want to add something here. When he was composing the songs, he told me, you know, I never composed music. But you know, it's not so hard. You just put one foot in front and one foot in back, and all of a sudden you have a song. So I bless you that the same thing should now happen with the movie. Just put one foot forward, one foot back, and somehow it will come together.
Amen.
Amen, amen.
It'll be the film that carries itself.
Yes, well, like we've seen today was the proof of what my father was trying to say. That, I mean, I didn't think it would last this long. I'm very ADD, so I need to just move and get away. And I just sat this whole time. I'm quite amazed. So it's possible, you know, it could carry. You just have to do it right, and it's going to happen.
Yeah. Thank you, guys, again. Oh, Ma, go ahead. Sorry. I was so
No, I
happy
just want to say something
Hey,
because
Ma, stay.
Melave Malka was so unique, and many times it was word of mouth, you know, just one saying to the other, and people would come. And then as time was passing, everybody was leaving. And then we realized it was clear that the whole thing was for one person who stayed until like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And it completely changed his life, you know. It was so special. It was really amazing. I mean, I saw it with my own eyes. And I was waiting because I knew it would happen again, you know, so I would stay up and just wait and as people were leaving, and then one would stay, you know, and Baruch Hashem.
Bravo, Ma. Thanks to you.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you, everybody. What a privilege.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you,
Eti
too.
Sarah, did you want to say something?
Busy.
I'm gonna show the baby, and that's enough said. Let's see the baby.
Yes.
Let's end it with
Mazel
number
tov.
11.
Mazel tov.
Let's see the baby, number 11.
Well, she's born on Purim, Eti, and you're Esther also. Beautiful. Baruch Hashem. Nachat.
New life.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Everybody.
Simon, thank you for
Pleasure.
staying here.
Great
I
job,
feel like
Orach. Great job, Chaki.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
Love
you
you,
all.
Melissa. Love you, Sahna.
Thank you,
Jacob, you were
everybody.
amazing. Everybody.
Nice seeing you
Thank
all.
you, Simcha, for your beautiful introduction in the new publication.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Thank you, each and every one. It was really a tapestry. Every
And
single
thank you.
thing that everybody said was so precious.
This
Baruch
was
Hashem.
so
And
beautiful.
thank you, Rabbi Simon Jacobson, for the honor to have you. It was very special.
Thank you.
Queen Esther, anything.
You're a pillar, you know, you're a pillar.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Now we have to clean up.
Lehi Tlaot. We'll see each other again soon.
Lehi Tlaot.
We won't wait so long.
Amen, amen,
Take
amen.
care.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah.
Nice to see all the Abehseras.
Everybody.
Send the best to Adina.
Thank you, Rabbi Rachmiel. Thank you.
Blessings.
Thank you, Rabbi Tillis.
Yes. Thank you.
Shavua tov u'mevorach, everybody.
Sei gebenched, everyone. Sei gebenched.
Get out there and whistle.
Welcome Motzei Shabbat in Yerushalayim.
Amen.
Amen.
And only
Whistle
good news.
all the way there.
Good news.
It feels like you guys are already here. It's just a feeling. It's an interesting feeling.
Amazing.
Like we're here.
Wow.
Amazing.
All righty.
Okay, just leave.
So grateful for whoever thought of this Zoom.
It's
Yeah.
Orachaya and Perry.
Perry.
One.
Well,
I think
Perry, you see Perry.
COVID-19 had something to do with it too.
You see Perry Rothman, the name Perry Rothman. There she is, Perry. You see Perry over there? This is Perry.
Oh,
She's the
thank
one.
you. I was asking.
She's the one that it was her idea.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Mamash.
Thank you, Simcha. Thank you, Perry. All the best. Thank you, guys. Now everybody has to leave. Just go. I don't want to leave until you guys
We want to be the last ones on the show.
Okay.
Stay that
way. Three.
Do it for you. I'm going to do it for you. Ready? 3, 2,
1.
Bye-bye.